test in that documentary. And then it started bullshitting about the Bedford level. And then after a few minutes of questioning about that, it admits that, yeah, that's a bullshit test that doesn't prove anything either way. So it's kind of bizarre the way they've programmed it to actually not only be biased towards the mainstream globe side, right, but to actually get its information from like bullshitting anti-flat earth sources and things like that, and to just not fact check anything or whatever it's meant to do, just spurts out bullshit. It's kind of crazy. And then easily folds under pressure. It's really weird.
So, do you guys believe in flat Earth?
No, it's not something that would require any belief. If you wanted to believe in something, you could believe in like, like religions or the globe or something like that. Things that you can't verify. Things that, they're not present in reality when you go and try to test for them empirically, right? Like the globe, for example. You would have to believe in the globe. But you don't have to believe in the flat earth, because that's exactly what you experience when you go out into reality. So it doesn't require any belief. And then you can further test that it's not a globe by going out in the real world and doing physical tests.
I mean, if the Earth were to be flat, I would be able to see for like hundreds of kilometers, right? But since it is a
No,
sphere, I only see about a certain distance because the Earth is curving, so I cannot see the full length. You know?
no, I understand your argument, but you're forgetting about the atmosphere. Okay, the atmosphere is not completely transparent. So over distance, we have a lot of blockage in the atmosphere. So if you check your weather report right now, say what is the average visibility in my area or in Hawaii or in California or anywhere, and you'll notice that it'll give you a number. It'll say the maximum visibility on average is, 15 miles or 15 kilometers or whatever it is for that area, because you have pollution, you have dust, you have fog, mist, water particles, gas particles, right? All these things in the air that scatter the light. They stop the attenuation of the light. They block things in the distance. So, yeah, you can't see forever, but we can see way further than you would be able to see on a globe. Orders of magnitude further than you would be able to see on a globe.
Then, like, if I were to be in the space, I would be able to see the complete Earth at a time, right? But I cannot do that either
You can't go
because
to
the Earth.
space. Yeah, you can't go to space. So that will just be a hypothetical thought experiment.
Why can't I go to space?
Well, firstly, what makes you think you can go to space?
Because humans have already gone to the space.
Do you think that you're ever going to go to space, honestly?
Me personally, I won't. I
No,
don't think I will.
probably not, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And okay, so that's not something that you're ever going to be able to verify. Now, who did go to space? They said that the Apollo astronauts went to space, and that was over 50 years ago. Okay, and if you look into that footage and that information, you'll find that it's very, very shady information. You can find a lot of holes in the information, and the footage looks extremely fake. Okay, so we can't validate that. Now, since then, nobody has ever left low Earth orbit. Nobody has ever gone high enough from within their perspective to see the curvature of the Earth. The highest people have apparently gone to is the height of the International Space Station. Okay, and there's also a lot of footage from the International Space Station, that looks extremely fake, right? Getting caught using harnesses and green screens and CGI and all sorts of different things. So at the end of the day, we can't validate that sort of footage. But what we can do is we can test it. Okay, so if they're saying that, look, the Earth's a globe in this picture from space, we can actually go and test for the curvature here on the Earth. So it's very easy to do. You just need a large body of water. Okay, and it should have a certain amount of curvature over the surface of the water. If it's 20 miles across the body of water, there would be a huge amount of Earth curvature, about 300 foot of Earth curvature over that distance. So we can test easily for that Earth curvature. And it's not there when we test for it. Consistently, not there.
Oh, wait. If we are going back to the argument of you saying that since I did not go to space, I cannot confirm that the Earth is a flat or not, then in the same way, since I did not see God, can I say that God did not exist?
Yeah, you would just have to believe that God exists. You can't empirically validate that, can you? It's gonna require faith and trust and belief.
So, what if the belief that the Earth is flat is just a belief, but not a fact?
Well, we can go and test the Earth. Okay, we can't go up to space, but we can't test for God, but we can test the surface of the water. It's very easy to do. So we can actually measure over the surface of the Earth to check if it's a globe or not, and then other people can see our results, and then they can go and check themselves. It's like you want to check. Everybody
Yeah.
gets a check. Everyone can check it. It's very easy to check it.
How can I check it right now?
Okay, so just say you go to a large body of water. Let's say you have a lake that's I'll show you an example of someone checking it. Right? Maybe it's easy rather than me explaining it. I'll just show you. Can you see the side
Right.
chat?
Wait. Yeah.
Okay, just a moment.
Okay.
Okay, so here's a big lake. It's called the Great Salt Lake in Utah, in America.
Okay.
So I'm just putting a picture from Google Earth.
Okay.
Okay,
I'm
so
saying.
here's a section of the lake that we want to test. Okay, so you can see a yellow line, and
Yeah.
that's 21 miles across that section of the lake. So what this guy does, he wants to test for the curvature over this 21-mile section of the lake. Okay, so the first thing he's going to do is he's going to do some calculations, and he's going to work out how much curvature should there be over that distance. Okay, so you can go onto Google and you can go to Earth curvature calculators, or you could do the math yourself. Okay, but if you go onto an Earth curvature calculator, you can put in the distance of 21 miles, and then you can put in your observation height. Okay, so he went there with a camera and a tripod, very powerful zoom camera. Here's a picture of it set up. Okay, and he made the camera 5 foot above the surface of the water. So now he's going to do some calculations. Okay, so in the Earth curvature calculator, can you see the picture screenshot from the Earth curvature calculator?
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay, so the first thing you have to put in is the eye height, which will be the camera height. That's 5 foot, 5 feet high. That's 1.5 meters. Okay, and then the target distance. Okay, that's going to be the target is the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Okay, and that's 21 miles away, which is 33.7 kilometers away. Okay, and now you hit calculate, and it's going to calculate based on a globe. Okay, based on the mathematics behind the globe. Okay, so the globe has a radius of 6,371 kilometers, or 3,959 miles. Okay, and it's going to calculate how far away the horizon should be from that distance. Okay, so once you calculate it, you'll check that the horizon on a globe should be at 2.7 miles away from the observer. Okay, at the horizon, this is the definition of horizon. The line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet. Okay, so that should be the maximum distance that you can see the water. Right, so in this case, it'll be where the water appears to meet with the sky, and that would be 2.7 miles away. So you shouldn't be able to see any more water past the horizon. Okay, and then the target hidden height is the next thing on the list there, and that says 223 feet, which is about 85 meters or something like that. So that's the shoreline on the other side of the lake. That's how much it should be hidden behind the horizon. So the horizon should be at 2.7 miles. The shoreline on the other side of the lake should be hidden by a certain amount, 223 feet. Now, let's have a look at the shoreline on the other side of the lake before we do the zoom. Okay, so this is what it looks like over across on the other side of the Great Salt Lake in Utah. We can see the shoreline. Yep. So this is what he's going to be zooming across to. Okay, so this shoreline here, this beach, this should be hidden behind 223 foot of Earth curvature, blocked by the curvature of the Earth, basically. Okay, now let's have a look at the zoom footage. So this is just a clip out of the video. This is all from a high definition video, but I've just taken some screenshots out of the video and some clips out of the video so I can present it. I will post the full video, but have a look at this. Okay, this is from that camera that you can see above, 5 foot height, and he's zooming in across the lake.
Yeah.
Now, remember that 2.7 mile horizon. That's what the first thing that we should be seeing if the Earth's a globe. We should be seeing the horizon line at 2.7 miles. Now, I've put a line here, a black line, showing that's where the horizon should be. Okay, so you shouldn't be able to see any more water past this horizon line. Okay, that's where it should be. Anything that goes past this 2.7 mile horizon should start to become hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Now, if we have a look at the zoom footage, when he zooms in across the lake, we can actually see the beach on the other side of the lake.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, so here's a picture from the video, from the zoom footage, and then what he did, he actually stayed there, and he did it again at nighttime because there's lights on the other side of the lake, so it's good at nighttime because it's like clearer conditions. Okay, so here is the same observation, just done at nighttime as well. Okay, so we can clearly see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. We can see the big white tower in the background in full. Right, so just quickly, here's just a couple more screenshots. Okay, so once again, here is a close-up. Okay, this is not from the zoom footage. This is from a close-up view of the big white tower and the beach shoreline below it. Okay, and now this is what it looks like from the 21 mile away distance.
Oh, I see.
So we can still see, we can see the bank, we can see the reflection of the lights in the water, we can see the base of the tower. So yeah, we're not seeing any obstruction, we're not seeing any curvature over 21 miles. And then after this, they actually, they did a laser test as well, where they actually shot a laser beam from the same height. Okay, they put a laser beam on the tripod instead of the camera, and then they shot a laser beam all the way across the lake to hit a target on the other side of the lake at the same height. So here's a picture of the laser beam. So here's the laser beam shooting across the lake. And then here's here's what you could see from the other side. Now, you shouldn't be able to see the laser beam at all. Here's an analogy about this observation. You know the boat called the Titanic that sunk? The Titanic?
Yeah. I know.
Yeah, huge boat. Okay, so the Titanic was 175 foot tall. Huge boat. Okay, so let's pretend the Titanic was right next to where the camera is. Okay, so here's a picture of the camera again. Okay, let's pretend that the Titanic is right there where the cameraman is. Now let's pretend that the guy's standing there watching the Titanic through the camera, and it's going to sail across to the other side of the lake, 21 miles away. What would happen if the Earth's a globe is the Titanic, once it gets to 2.7 miles, that means the Titanic would be at the horizon. Okay, as the Titanic continues to sail across to the other side of the lake, it's going to start disappearing from the bottom behind the horizon because of the curvature of the Earth. Now, when the Titanic's 10 miles away, which is about halfway across the lake, the bottom 66 feet or 22 meters of the Titanic should be hidden behind the horizon. And then if the Titanic keeps sailing over to the other side of the lake, to the beach, then you shouldn't be able to see the Titanic anymore because it would be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Completely hidden. That's how much curvature there is over this distance if the Earth's a globe. And it has to be there. It has to be there if the Earth's a globe. because that's how gravity works, right? That's how water is claimed to work on a globe. Everything's pulled towards the center of the globe because of gravity, mass attracting mass. Okay, everything's pulled towards the center of the globe, so the water has to be level around the globe. Okay, so they tell us the size of the globe, they tell us that we have gravity, so that means the water has to be bending exactly that amount over that distance. Okay, so this is one out of many, many observations. When we go out and test the surface of the Earth, we can't find any curvature. Now, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming to know the size of the Earth. We're not trying to make claims about things we can't validate. We're testing the globe, and when we test the globe, all we find is a flat topographical plane. And that's what we mean by flat Earth.
Wait, wait. But Loves, if the Earth were to be flat, then why do we have like day and night cycles? If the Earth is flat, then like we should be able to see sun every time, right? All 24 hours of a day.
No, because we don't claim that the flat Earth exists inside the globe model. Inside the globe model, the sun is very, very, very giant, and it's 93 million miles away. Okay, that's what they tell us in the globe model about the sun. We're not claiming that the Earth is like a flat planet or a flat disk with a giant sun like that. We would
Hi
say,
there. How are you guys?
yeah, good, thank you. Just in the middle of a conversation. So just put yourself on mute for a moment and we'll get to you shortly. Thank you. Okay, so we would say the sun is much smaller than we're told and much closer to the Earth, right? The sun and the moon appear approximately the same size in the sky that we all observe. And then we observe the sun moving across the sky. Now, if you're on a certain spot on the Earth, say you're in Europe, right? And you'll see the sun rise in the morning, right? It'll move across the sky and it'll move away from you in the evening. Okay. And it's as the sun moves away from you, it's going to be pushing light back to you from the source, right? From the sun. Light can only travel so far through the air. The air absorbs light. So if the sun is smaller and more localized, okay, and the sun is moving over a different part of the Earth, right? The Earth's huge, obviously. So if the sun is above Australia, for example, that light from the sun is not going to be able to also light up Iceland or Greenland or Poland or Italy, right? It's going to be dark there. But when the sun makes its circuit and makes its way back over to Italy, right? It's the sun, when the sun's above Italy, it's not going to be able to push its light back to Australia. Okay, so the sun moves in cycles. It creates daytime, nighttime, seasons, pressure systems, right? Responsible for wind and waves, and yeah, it's Does that make sense? The sun's smaller. The light from the sun can't travel forever through the atmosphere.
I mean, the light can travel like any distance, right? Only a black hole can stop a light.
In a vacuum, hypothetically, in a vacuum, that's the case, right? But that's not the case with a light in a medium. Okay, think about this. Here's an example, an analogy. If you just go 200 meters deep into the ocean, okay, let's say it's summer and it's middle of the day and the sun's above you and you're at the beach or you're in the ocean, okay, and you just dive down into the ocean. As you keep going down further into the ocean, it's going to get blacker and blacker and blacker, and to the point where if you're at 200 meters down into the ocean, it's going to be completely black, pitch black. Okay, you can't see the sun. You can't see any light from the sun. It is just the blackest black you could ever imagine, because the medium, which is the water, right, it absorbs the light, it scatters the light, and the light cannot travel forever through the medium. Okay, and surely that makes sense to you. Now, the air is also a fluid medium, right? Gases are technically, they're a fluid. And we have the things I mentioned earlier. The same reason we can't see forever is the same reason that light can't push forever through the medium. Okay, so it becomes scattered, it becomes absorbed, just like it did in the water, but just over a greater distance. because obviously the air is much less dense than the water. Okay, so light can't push forever through a medium. That's like, if someone lights a lighter, right? Say you light a match, okay, and someone keeps walking away from you, they can't see the light from that match forever. It's going to become a certain point where that light from that match can't push all the way through the medium to get to the observer's eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should make sense. And there's technical explanations for it, right? It's atmospheric extinction of light, the inverse square law of light. So as the light moves away from the light source, every time you double the distance, the light gets 4 times dimmer. Okay, it's called the inverse square law of light.
Mm.
And, you can get super technical. I can drop a bunch of, citations and PDFs that show how light extinction works if you want.
Then,
But yeah,
like,
does that make
if the
sense?
Earth is, yeah, it makes sense. But why are they teaching us everything like Earth is like a sphere? We have a sun. Like, why are they teaching us all those stuff then?
Well, it's almost like a tradition in a sense. I mean, they're teaching okay, so they're not lying to you. The teachers, the professors, the scientists, for the most part, they're not lying to you. They're just teaching you the information that they learned in the textbooks. Okay? And the people that taught them were also doing the same thing. Okay? That's why, your parents taught you that the Earth's a globe, and their parents before them, right? They taught them that the Earth's a globe, and then their parents before them taught them the Earth's a globe. It's kind of like a tradition in a sense, right? Without actually checking it, people are just memorizing the information, and they're presenting the information. Okay, that's what the school teachers are doing. They're just very good at remembering the textbooks and regurgitating the information in the textbooks. And if then you're able to remember the information that you got taught, you write it down, and then you get a good grade. Okay, and then you pass the class because you did a very good job at memorizing the information. That's what they did as well. They probably never thought about it. They probably never doubted it. They probably genuinely believe the Earth's a globe. They're not lying to you. But they never checked. Most people never checked. Most people, even high-level scientists, when they go to university and they get a textbook, they're not going to go to their professor and say, well, how do we know the Earth's even a globe in the first place? It's not something that enters their mind. They already got taught the Earth was a globe since they were a young child. Okay, they just took that as objective truth from a young age, and they didn't question it. And they probably never got presented with any good arguments that it could be something different to that until we came along, right? And we talked to people, and we're like, hey, we have empirical evidence. We have tests that can be done over and over again, proving that the Earth curvature that would have to be there isn't there. And you can go and do the test if you want to yourself. Or you can look at the hundreds of tests that we've done. You don't even have to do it yourself anymore because there's so many tests that have been done. And what people think is that, there's probably so many tests that have been done from the globe side as well. And once you start researching it, you're going to find that, no, there aren't any tests. There aren't any measurements that have been done. What you're going to find is assumptions after assumptions after assumptions, and then people doing calculations based off the assumptions, not actual testing.
And what do you suggest the shape of the Earth be?
I have no idea what the shape of the Earth is. It's not something that I can test because I can only travel so far, and I can only get so high into the sky, right? We can only get up to about the height of a plane, 40,000 feet, and we just see a flat horizon from the height of a plane. And then what's the next height we can get up to legally is sending a weather balloon up to about 120,000 feet. And then from that height, we have footage from that height, and we just see a flat horizon from that height. And I'm not saying that that's proof that the Earth is flat, but we don't see any curvature from that height. And then we can't get higher than that. Once we start talking about heights higher than that, we have to start relying on faith and trust in NASA and things like that. you're having to believe the moon landings, basically. That's what you're having to believe in.
Let's see.
Yeah. So we're not trying to convince people. We're just asking people to analyze the evidence critically.
Yeah, I get you what you're trying to say. You're not trying to force us. You're trying to question our belief. Yeah, we should not blindly believe everything.
That's correct. Yep. And we're asking people just to look at both sides of the argument and look at the
Yeah.
empirical evidence from both sides and then evaluate it, right? There's a lot of learning that needs to be done because most people, they've not looked into, right? They've not learnt about the optics of light, how light behaves, gas pressure,
Yeah.
gravity, all of these things, right? You need to spend a lot of time studying all of the claims that the globe side makes and learning about the globe, and then look at the evidence from the flat earthers, look at the evidence from the globe earthers, and then use logic. And you're going to be able to come to a conclusion that makes sense for you as a person.
See. Wait. Quantum Wanderer has asked a question in the chat. Can you see that once?
Yeah, different stars and constellations are visible in the southern hemisphere compared to the northern hemisphere, which is not possible on a flat plane. Yeah, it wouldn't be possible on a flat plane that you have imagined in your mind, okay, which would be a flat planet. Okay, with all of the stars being within the heliocentric version of outer space. Okay, we're not claiming that that's what the Earth is. We're not claiming that the flat Earth and the globe Earth heliocentric model of space have anything compatible when it comes to star movement. Now, picture this, right? Let's say you're in a giant warehouse and you have lights on the ceiling of the warehouse. Okay, say the warehouse is 2,000 miles across, giant warehouse, just hypothetically. Okay, and you're standing on one side of the warehouse and you're looking up at the stars or the lights on the ceiling in this case. If you travel all the way over to the other side of the warehouse, 2,000 kilometers away, you're going to look up and you're going to see different lights in the sky. You're going to see different lights on the ceiling or different stars in the sky if you consider that's the Earth. As an analogy, right? So hopefully that makes sense. Where we go to a different section of the Earth and we see different things in the sky, right? And we're not claiming that the stars are big suns, right? We're not claiming that they're suns in a vacuum that are, all of these light years away, like we're told in the globe model. This is a completely different system. Okay, this is the argument. Yeah, the Earth is a flat topographical plane. Most of the known surface of the Earth is covered in water. Obviously, we have mountains and valleys and hills, but the water is flat. Okay, large bodies of water require a container. Okay, so when it comes to the lakes and the oceans and the ponds and the seas, okay, that would be where the low spot in the ground is filled with water, like a container, kind of like an Earth version of a bucket or a pool. Okay, so water needs a container, and then water is flat on the surface. The Earth is stationary as far as anyone can experience or test. If someone wants to claim that it's not stationary, then that would be the burden of proof on them to try to prove that to be the case. Okay, and then we would also lean towards that we are in a contained system because we have gas pressure. Okay, we don't know exactly how the sky mechanism works. The sky kind of seems to operate like a big giant clock. Everything moves like clockwork in the sky. Everything moves in cycles, and everything resets back into the same position and then repeats the cycle for all verifiable history. Yeah. And this is actually also similar to what all of the ancient cultures predicted. Right? They all predicted the same thing. All of these cultures all over the Earth that allegedly had no communication with each other back then, they all came to the same conclusion that the Earth is a topographical plane within a contained system. And then that's the point where you would want to start learning how did the globe become something? How did the globe model come about? Did some people go out one day and do some experiments and some long distance observations or some measurements and prove that the Earth's a globe? And what you're going to find is, no, that's absolutely not what happened. That's not how the globe became something. And that's a whole nother rabbit hole in itself. How did the globe become something that people accept as reality? Right. And just to sum that up really quickly, it came from a conceptual or imaginary way of viewing the sky and then turning that into a coordinate system. Right. And then treating that and inverting that coordinate system into an Earth-based coordinate system and then mistaking that for reality. But that's a whole nother like conversation. How did the globe become a thing? But look, at the end of the day, we can all go out and test the surface of the Earth and try to find the curvature. And we encourage people to do that. And we encourage people to submit evidence that the Earth is a globe. Okay, but we need to remember that the prerequisite, right, the pre-requirement for the Earth to be a globe, for gravity to exist, there must be curvature over the surface of the water. It has to be there. If you don't have curvature over water, you don't have gravity. If you don't have gravity, you don't have a globe. If you don't have curvature, you don't have a globe. It's always going to come back to that. That's like the core of the argument right there, the water. And water doesn't lie. That's the thing. There's probably bad arguments on both sides. You're going to find bad arguments. You're going to find people debunking people on the flat Earth side as well, because there are some bad arguments getting around there. But what we like to stick with here is empirical evidence and just honestly analyzing the empirical evidence and coming to a logical conclusion based off that. So we're challenging people. If you have any long distance observations or laser tests or anything like that show that the water is curving over distance, yeah, we're happy to go over them. And we've got hundreds of tests. Like, I could sit here for the next 6 hours just presenting test after test after test, showing you that, look, we can see orders of magnitude further than you should be able to see on a globe.
Then, do you think that
Gravity is something that's required if you have a globe. You're going to need to explain a whole bunch of things that don't make any sense. Okay, like things that might make sense to you because you've been desensitized and they've replaced your common sense with nonsense, but things like water sticking to the outside of a ball, right? Oceans sticking to the outside of a globe. Or having oceans and gas stuck to the outside of a globe in a vacuum, the vacuum of outer space. That's what they tell us. Now, most people are just desensitized to that. They're like, oh yeah, of course, that's what it is. That makes sense because that's what I've been told. But they've never really considered that to have that, you need to start having something like gravity. Without gravity, none of that would be possible. So you need gravity to have a globe, right? If you want to believe in the globe, you have to defend gravity to the death. Otherwise, you can't have a globe. Now, in reality, what I would consider reality, and what we can test as reality, would be that we live in a contained system. Okay, and up is up for everybody, the same direction up when we point up, whether you're in China or India or Australia. If you're pointing up, you're all pointing the same direction, or if you're pointing down, you're pointing the same direction. Whereas on a globe, right, up, if I'm pointing up in Australia, and you're pointing up on the other side of the globe, right, we're pointing both in complete opposite directions. If we're pointing down, we're pointing towards each other's feet, right? And then my down will go up over the top of your head if you kept drawing a straight line from my finger pointing down. So yeah, like that's gravity. You need gravity to have a globe. Otherwise, everyone would be dead. You would not have a globe, right? You can't have water in a vacuum. You can't have gas in a vacuum unless you have some magical force like gravity. which has never been proven. It's never been proven. When they ask the experts what's gravity, they say, next question, please. We have no idea what gravity is, where gravity comes from. It just has to be there. We can measure it. We can
Like
we
then if
can use the effects of what they claim as gravity for everyday applications if you assume that the Earth is a globe.
we can test gravity, right? Like if there is no gravity, when if I jump right now, without gravity, I would just be going up and up in the sky, right?
On a
Only
globe,
gravity.
yeah.
Can
On a
I
globe, you
ask
would
something?
just
Can I ask
yeah,
something?
just a moment. I'll just make this point, and then you can,
All right.
can ask a question. Yeah, so on a globe, you need to have gravity, obviously, right? If you didn't have gravity, you would just boil to death, right? Like what would happen if you went into a vacuum? Your blood would boil, and you would be dead pretty quickly, right? You wouldn't you couldn't have a globe in the first place to even jump. Okay, but so you require gravity to have a globe. But why do? Okay, let's say we're on a flat surface in a contained system. Okay, it's very easy to explain why you jump and you don't float off, right? You're more dense than the surrounding medium. The surrounding medium is air. It's a very light medium. It's not a dense medium. So most objects are much more dense than the air. Now, the only reason that you're going to fall when you jump is because you exchange your energy. Okay, you're using some of your energy to displace your body. And you're jumping up in the air and you're putting yourself out of your state of rest, which would be sitting on the ground because you're more dense than the air. So you're just going to sink back down to the earth if you jump. Okay, just let's say you were a helium balloon instead of a person. Now, a helium balloon is less dense than the air, so it's going to go up. It's not going to fall down. It's just going to go up because it's less dense than the medium. If you have a tennis ball, right, if you pick up a tennis ball off the ground and you drop it, it's going to sink through the air. It's going to hit the ground. And if you change the medium from air to a different medium, let's say all of a sudden now you're in water. Okay, let's say you're standing at the bottom of a swimming pool, hypothetically, and you're holding a ball. Now you let go of the same tennis ball, it's not going to go down anymore, it's going to go up because it's less dense than the medium. Okay, so things rise or sink due to the density in relationship to the density of the medium that they're in. And anybody can test that's the reason that things rise or sink. Now, why is down down and why is up up? That's a different question. Okay, did you want to respond to just quickly, Triceps? So did you want to respond to anything I said, and then we got Triceps wants to ask a question.
Yeah, go ahead to Tricep. I will ask the question later.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the flat Earth discussion, and I know if you see the black hole, you know the black hole in the universe.
No, I don't see any black holes. I hear about black holes. It's kind of like like a concept, and we'll see some CGI images or some images that we're told is a black hole, but we can't really confirm that, right? That's all part of the theoretical, mathematical, heliocentric concept of the universe. So I wouldn't say that black holes can be confirmed to exist. I would say it only exists in mathematical models and in CGI photographs or unverifiable photographs.
Yeah, same. I just think black holes is just a big asshole.
What's that? Yeah, bro, that's, actually in the globe model, they say that there's hairy black holes in space. So, yeah.
Hairy black holes?
Yeah,
and
bro.
What about hairy pussies?
I don't know, man. Maybe they make that claim as well, but they definitely claim that there's hairy black holes. Like if you go to Google right now and you type in hairy black holes, you're going to get a bunch of science articles, and maybe some questionable links that you shouldn't click on. But if you click on the science articles, okay, they're going to say, yeah, there's hairy black holes in space. They're also going to tell you that it rains diamonds on Uranus, right? So if you type in diamond rain on Uranus.
On my anus?
Yes, on Uranus.
I don't have an anus.
Yeah, well, you must be a strange looking dude.
Like diamonds in my anus?
Yeah, so look, what we're going to do is we're going to ask Triceps, very funny, bro. Because if you're going to troll, you have to be a funny troll, and you sound like a funny troll. So pop yourself back on mute, because we are trying to have a serious conversation. I don't want to mute you. Thank you, bro. All right, Octomath, do you have any more questions?
Like I mean, like from what you said, I also like have a bit of a doubt right now to really believe in all the things that I have been taught or not.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to fathom that everything you've been taught and believed in your whole life might not be correct. It's kind of like a difficult thing to process mentally. But, just look into it. All we're saying is like, here's some information you might not have been aware of in the past, and just put on your critical thinking cap and analyze it and come to your own conclusion. We're not trying to convince you of anything. We're just say, look, here's some information, here's some tests. Check it out.
Yeah, I see that. I'm also like starting to question things right now. Does it really do that? Does it really do that? Like the air, the sun, and everything.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy when you look into it. What we're suggesting is exactly what everybody experiences. It's just common sense. Water needs a container. Water's flat on the surface. Gas pressure requires a container. You can't have gas pressure and water inside a vacuum, right? They tell us that outer space is a big giant vacuum, 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, more powerful than any vacuum than we can create here on the Earth. Okay, we know that if we put a cup of water in a vacuum chamber, it's not going to stay as water for very long. And if we have high pressure, like we have 14.7 psi gas pressure at sea level that we're breathing right now. Okay, and then they say space is a vacuum, like a vacuum chamber, essentially. You can't have a gas pressure system inside a vacuum without a physical container to stop the equilibrium taking place of the gas. Like, think about this. Like, if you have a car tire and the car tire is filled up, and then just say you put a hole in the car tire, what's going to happen? Obviously, the pressure in the car tire is very high, and then the pressure outside of the car tire is very low, 14.7 psi. So all of the pressure that's in the high pressure system is going to instantly and violently try to equalize and fill the available space outside of the tire. So all of the gas pressure from the tire is going to equalize with the outside pressure and find equilibrium. This is what happens in all situations as far as we can test here on the Earth. High pressure will equalize with low pressure.
Yeah.
So that's what they're telling us, that we have the high pressure system here on the Earth, and then we have a space vacuum. And they tell us that there's no container stopping the high pressure from equalizing with the low pressure. And they say that the reason for that is gravity. Gravity, once again, gravity is kind of like the magical force to explain all of the things that don't make any sense on the globe. It's like the magical band-aid for all of the holes in the globe model. Gravity.
Now that you say that, without gravity, most of the things that we are taught would not have worked.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Hmm.
And Quantum Wanderer was saying, if the Earth were a flat disk, laws of gravity would physically force it to collapse back into a sphere within hours. Yeah, sure, if you maybe. But luckily, we're not claiming that the Earth is a flat disk inside the space vacuum in the globe model. Right? That if we were claiming that, we would, like, that would be normal for you guys to mock and ridicule that ridiculous idea, but that's not what we're claiming. This is a completely different system that we're talking about here. This is with the Earth as the foundation of the system, right? Or like the floor of the system that we live in. And then the celestial bodies are in the sky. Okay, they're like a big clock in the sky. Okay, and we're in have to be in some type of contained system. One way or another, there must be a contained system to have the gas pressure. And we're not claiming that outer space is a vacuum either.
Hmm.
What is it? Water?
No idea. That we can't test it. Yeah, we absolutely cannot test what space is.
Are you a flat
What we
earther?
can test. Yeah, absolutely. It might maybe like a biblical flat earthers might tell you that there's waters above the firmament or something like that, right? But that's just biblical flat earth belief.
Biblical
not-
globe Earth does that too. The Copernicus, the waters above and waters below.
Yeah, a lot of the people that came up with the globe in the first place thought all sorts of crazy stuff about how the sky works. Like Copernicus, for example, like Crit mentioned, or Pythagoras thought that, the sky was a musical instrument. And planets sung songs, basically.
That's why, just in general, why we try to avoid biblical speech, because multiple people can read exactly the same text and come up with completely different conclusions.
Interpretations.
Yeah, so therefore, let's stay with objective reality, physical demonstrations, observations, and measurements of the surface of the Earth.
So are we on a disc right now? Is that what you're saying?
No. This is what people try to do all the time. They've been taught the globe model their whole life, that there's this big giant space vacuum, right? And there's all these balls in it, and that you're on one of those balls. Okay, and then they hear about flat Earth, and they're like, oh, it must be a flat disk. They try to just change the globe into a flat disk. That's not what any of us are claiming. That's absolutely not the case. Completely different system. Don't try to put the flat Earth inside the globe model.
So what shape is this? Are we on like a square? Like what is it, a disc?
No,
Is it
no idea,
circular?
man. Yeah, no idea. I don't know. People always think of these common shapes that the Earth would have to be as well, like a lake.
But when I
doesn't
look at the
have a-
moon, when we look at
Yeah.
Mars, it's circular.
Yeah. Right. So
Are
if you look
those-
at
those are
other
discs.
things, yeah. So look, I know this might sound annoying for me to say, but looking at something else, right? Looking at two different things, right? That doesn't mean they're both the same thing. Okay. If you look at a banana and an orange, and you say, well, how come the banana is not an orange? Like it's a different thing, right? The Earth is not anything like the moon. It doesn't share any characteristics that the moon has, right? It doesn't have any curvature over distance when we test it. It's just it's a different thing, right? So you can't look at like a light on your ceiling that's round and say, oh, that must mean my floor is also round, right? It's a completely different thing. But I get where your question comes from. It's a perfectly valid question because we've been taught of this heliocentric system our whole life. Okay, so it's normal for people to think, it's hard to break out of that and to think of the system that we live in any other way. So, you're still thinking of everything within the space vacuum.
Hmm.
Okay, because you've been told stories about the moon and when you see Mars, right? You'll be told Mars is X distance away and it's in a vacuum and it's this certain size and we've got rovers on Mars and it's like you'll get told all of this big story about Mars, which you can never validate. Okay, and the story that you get told violates reality. It violates natural laws. It violates gas laws, and it also violates. What's that?
Well, I kind of want to go back to like what I see up in space.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So like, if I was like on the northern hemisphere,
Yep.
and I look at the North Star from the northern hemisphere, so where I'm at, I can see it, but someone in the southern hemisphere cannot see it. What does that mean? They see a completely different set of star systems.
So we're not claiming that the stars are suns that are millions of light years away, okay, like the globe model claims. I gave this analogy just about 30 minutes ago, but just hypothetically right now, picture yourself, you're in a giant warehouse and it's 2,000 miles across to get to the other side of the warehouse, and you have lights that you can see up on the ceiling of the warehouse. If you look up at those lights from one side of the warehouse and then you travel all the way over to the other side of the warehouse, you're going to see completely different lights up on the ceiling. Okay, you can put the rest together. Okay, so we're not claiming to know exactly what the stars are, but yeah, when you're on a different section of the flat surface, you're going to see something different in the sky because we're not thinking about it.
The angle in which we see the light changes as we gradually go towards it, right?
Yeah, like let's say that there's one big bright, say you're on one side of the warehouse and there's a big bright star above you. Let's call it Polaris. Okay. As you just say, you keep your eye on Polaris, hypothetically, and you just keep backing away from it. As you get to a certain, as you keep moving away, the angle due to perspective of Polaris is going to get lower and lower and lower. And once you get to a certain distance away from it, it's going to converge with the horizon and you're not going to be able to see it anymore. Once it gets down to about 5 degrees or something like that, due to the atmospheric extinction, you're not going to be able to even see it anymore. Okay, so you can keep moving away from it. You're going to look up, you could see a different light up on the ceiling. Okay? You can't see Polaris anymore because you're too far away for it. It's outside of your range of perspective. Now, if you look at a different star now, okay, now you've got a ground position, you've got a star right above you, and you keep going to the other side of this giant warehouse, the same thing's going to happen with that next star, or light on the ceiling in this case, and we see in perspective. So, yeah, it makes perfect sense on a flat plane. You're going to find things that can be explained.
But I can't see that light. I can't see that light from the other side of the warehouse if it's curved.
Or if it's flat.
If it's flat. Yep.
Yeah, if the floor and the ceiling are massive and your warehouse is huge, when you look towards the other end of the warehouse, the ceiling and the floor are going to appear to converge.
There's nothing obstructing it. There's nothing obstructing it, right?
I haven't finished.
It's just like,
I mean, like,
but I just want to visualize what you're trying to tell me on a warehouse, but there's like absolutely nothing in the way, right?
Yeah, there is something in the way.
What?
Okay, so you've got the atmosphere in the way, and then you've also got your perspective that's going to hinder you from being able to see it because we see in perspective. Okay, everything is going to converge towards the horizon. So once something gets below a certain degree in the sky, right, even if the Earth were a globe, okay, you still can't see a star when it's at 1 degree on the horizon, even though you should be able to see it. What's blocking it? It's not the Earth that's blocking it. It's actually the atmosphere that's blocking it. Makes sense?
Yeah, I see.
So as you move, because the atmosphere is much thicker, lower to the surface, like way, way, way thicker. When you're looking through the atmosphere, through the density of the atmosphere, it's opaque over distance. Like it's semi-transparent. So you're not going to be able to see forever due to perspective. Perspective is a huge part of it, and then also because of the the extinction of the atmosphere.
I see your argument. I see why you would think that. I'll tell you
this is the thing.
You guys are much easier. You guys are much easier to talk to than those vegans up there. That's for sure.
Oh, bro, I went in there a couple of times. Yeah, no, I feel your pain. But look, this is the thing. Like, you could probably agree to this logic. If you can measure that, like, let's just use a simple analogy. If you measure the floor of your house or your room, you measure the floor of your room and it's flat. Okay, it doesn't matter what's going on up in the sky. It's not going to make the floor of the room start to curve. So if we can go out and test using high-powered lasers, infrared cameras, all sorts of different devices, shooting radio waves, all sorts of signals, validating that there's no curvature over huge distances where there must be curvature, right? Then it can't possibly be a curving floor that we're standing on. So whatever's going up in the sky is happening above a flat topographical plane, Earth.
Did you drop your microphone, DJ?
No, I think that was the end of the Oh yeah. Metaphorically, drop it.
Haha. Gotcha.
I'm a little slow this morning.
That's all right, mate. Year's barely started. I'll give you a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I've been infected by the perfect storm guy. He's saying now that he wants me to stop DMing him because I'm harassing him. I'm like, sure, I'll stop DMing you when you stop DMing me. And then he went on to spam that pigeon chest meme for like 2 hours straight. Not even joking. Like for 2 hours. And then said that I'm not ready for a conversation because I repeat myself. I'm like, dude, you had like some sort of bot spamming the same meme in my DMs for 2 hours, thinking it was like that not it's just glorious. Like this topic is so powerful. Is how bad it fractures someone's mind. And he went through and like deleted like 90% of them. I told him in DMs, the only person you can mute is yourself. The only person you can mod is yourself. So that he said, well, I ban you. I go, well, you can't do that. You can only ban yourself in DMs. You can only moderate yourself in DMs.
So apparently, the reason he was able to keep coming back, according to Vivek, was some issue with the bot, which is in the process of being fixed.
Yeah. Yeah, he said that he got unbanned and all the like basically all the people said they made fun of flat earthers because we don't know how to use a bot. I'm like, okay, sure. So the flat earthers don't know how to use a bot. Does that change that you were banned or not? If the bot is broken, are you still banned or not banned? Yeah, apparently it had something to do with the way you enter the time frame in the permaban, but like setting for 0 doesn't work anymore. Like it instantly expires rather than not expiring.
Ah, interesting. I think that should be fixed up today anyway. Okay, good. Noted. I can do the 3959 thing again.
Yeah, I know that's what you always used to do that the 3959 one. It's so clever, you know.
Well, sometimes if they're like, it depends what country they're from. So if they're lucky, they get the 3959. If they use metric, then it's much worse for them.
Oh yeah, then you do like the 30,000.
63. Oh yeah, 40,000. Yeah, we can round it up to the Eratosthenes calculation. 40,000.
Yeah, yeah. You like Eratosthenes? Well, yeah. Okay, here you go. Like, no, I don't like it. Well, you should have said something before.
Got one word for you, DJ. Lighthouses. Fucking lighthouses, dude. I'm now on a
Dude,
mission to
I'm-
find out how lighthouses were really constructed. I'm never going to find the answer, but don't tell
Dude,
me it was a couple of blokes in a rowing boat. Fuck off.
I always wondered about
Hello?
that. I never thought about that. But
Hello, DJ.
In a minute, I'm gonna be watching that video. Can't wait.
It's crazy.
Hello, DJ. Hello, GD. Hello, Lamus. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
I want to state something. Like, are you
Hey.
free?
Okay.
Dude, if the Earth is flat
hmm
and the sun rises, it's supposed to illuminate the whole surface, right?
Why?
Well, why? Since it's
Have you
flat.
never, sorry, this is still perplexing to me after 11 years. You know that if you have really large surface and a small light source, that light source is only going to illuminate a certain portion of that surface. That's why we need more lights. Now, the Earth's huge, dude, and obviously flat. That's because it's measured that way. And light travels in certain paths through the atmosphere. That atmosphere causes the light to distinguish over distance. The light gets dimmer and dimmer until eventually you can't see the light anymore. So there are multiple reasons why the sun only produces a certain amount of light and only illuminates a certain portion of the Earth. However, the Earth is still measured flat underneath whatever the sun is doing.
That's
So the sun is small.
you said us first with a small source of light, but we know the sun is not small at all. And when it comes to
Ooh,
comes
sorry.
to like
Okay. How? How do
how we know that?
we know the size and the distance to the sun? Are you going to explain some kind of historical narrative to me, right, that you remember quite well, that basically gives you the conclusion that they're going to give you a distance to the sun, even though it's changed about 12 times in the last, 1,000 years? I mean, you can repeat the story to me. I'm going to ask you how you validate that to be true. You're not going to be able to do that. So how do you want to play this, mate?
My reference was NASA and the rest of the world's records that been on the internet. I'm a local human being. I don't know, bro.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
sorry
This
for
is my point.
answer.
You'll just be able to, in some coherence, be able to repeat a narrative to me. That narrative right at the beginning, let's call it the cosmic distance ladder. The distance, not the size of the Earth, Moon, Sun, the distances to Venus, Earth, Moon, and Sun, one rung after another. The very first one, the very first step, is the radius of the Earth. So you're going to need to prove the radius of the Earth really within the narrative to give me a distance and size to the Sun. You know the historical story of how we obtained the distance to the Sun, right? Mathematical equations involving the Earth being a sphere and the assumption that Venus, that bright light in the sky, was pretty much the same size as the sphere that we're standing on, presupposing that we're on a sphere just like Venus. And then through some mathematics, either involving trigonometry or the transit of Venus across the Sun, a distance was conjured up. That's awesome.
Okay.
So
So can you tell me how we like can grasp the sun's size? Or
it appears to look like the same size as the moon in the night sky. Other than that, I couldn't tell you how far or big the sun was.
you tell me there is no other way? No, there is no way to figure out.
Well, you could measure the distance physically and go there.
Satellite.
Well, I think like they done that by
Okay.
the tool
So-
that you point out. It's like a triangle shaped tool that they point out the sky back in the days. I
Mhm.
can't really remember, but they did that and they estimately told us the distance based on that tool. Like it also like work magic on the stars. I'm sorry for my terminology, bro. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Like,
You're right.
So, what happens like when we see the sun like go down?
Mm.
Where does it go? And it's following what seems to be a curved, like circular cycle that the sun's on.
Cool. Okay, so we can kind of observe that circular path, right? Like, for example, in the summer in the south, we can stand inside the Antarctic Circle and watch the sun revolve around us. Now, that's
Mhm.
like the land of the midnight sun, right? Other people, though, they experience day and night cycles. Like me at the
Yeah.
moment, right? I'm
Yeah,
experiencing winter. I'm lucky enough if I get to see any sun at all, it's about 8 hours a day. Further north, no sun, can't see it, right? We know where it is, it seems to be further south. So that's what it's doing. The reason why it appears to go downwards for me or you or anybody is just due to perspective, how the human eye observes the world, right? It's why the ceiling above your head with distance down a corridor looks like it's getting closer to the floor, where the floor beneath your feet looks like it's getting closer to the ceiling. The angle's reducing with distance, right? It's perspective. With distance, angular reduction takes place. So the sun looks like it's going down. Same as the clouds or the aircraft, right? That path is horizontal above the horizontal Earth, but to you, the observer, it looks like it's going down with distance.
So what we're observing is false.
No, what we're observing is true. We just have to understand what we're seeing so we can interpret why things look like they're doing things from our point of view. It's like why that mountain over there, even though it's actually massive compared to me, because it's far away, looks smaller.
another theory of yours I want to question, which is the atmosphere cracking and diverting the light's proportion. Well, you said that's why it doesn't reach the other side of the Earth, the flattened Earth, right?
It's one of the reasons.
Okay.
It's like you can kind of understand this when you observe a sunrise or sunset. Right, the key word's observe, right? Because really you can look at the sun on the horizon because it looks kind of reddy orangey, right? Depending on the amount of atmosphere that light's passing through. You being on the surface, looking horizontally across the surface of the Earth, primarily upwards towards the sun, even though it's a shallow angle, there's still a lot of density within the medium that we breathe. Compared that to midday, when you look straight up and you want to stare at the sun for a bit, too bright to do so, it'll burn your eyes out. Reason for this is because the density of the atmosphere decreases with altitude. So the light isn't being able to be distinguished so much through the less dense medium. It's the same reason why you can't see the bottom of the seabed. Right, you go out to sea, look over the side, and you can't see the bottom, even though it's midday and the burning sun's out. The light can't penetrate down to the bottom of the ocean. If you're going to dive down there, even though it's midday, that light can't penetrate through the water. It diminishes.
We cannot compare the density of
Yeah,
the ocean water
yeah, we
there.
can, because that's a short distance. I'm using the gas that we breathe over vaster distances. It's a medium that light is passing through, right? Right, let's go back to the beginning. Why do you think that you can look directly at the sun on the horizon at sunrise or sunset? Why does it look red or orange compared to the midday sun? Why is that?
Well, because the atmosphere has diverted the light, but it didn't completely erase it. Well, you said the other side of the Earth doesn't get light because of the atmosphere getting in the way. But it doesn't erase it, it just diverted. If that was
Do we
true,
see
we
the
will
light of
still
the
get
sun
light.
before we see the sun itself? Does it
Wait, so that,
get from really, really dark to ever so slightly a bit blue, and then a little bit lighter, then here comes the crack of dawn, and and maybe in an hour's time, we might see the sunrise. That's because of the way that the light is penetrating the medium that we're observing the light through. Right?
I'm saying if it rises in one country, it's supposed to rise on all of the countries if it's flat.
How? If it's above the Earth, the reason why it appears to rise for an observer is that observer's location due to the sun's path.
Okay, let's talk about midday.
Okay,
Midday
sun's
time.
what, directly above my head,
Uh-huh.
more or less, when I look south. Okay.
Why the Japanese person cannot see the light if it's rising up on Spain?
Your geography's throwing me right off. If it's rising up in Spain and coming from the east, that's quite close to China, so it's probably going to be descending downwards towards the horizon. It's like me and you. I'll try and explain this to you, right? Me and you standing on a really long corridor. When I look down the corridor that's really long, the convergence of the ceiling and the walls and the floor converge before I can see you. Right? You're down the other end of the corridor, same phenomena is happening. We can't see each other because of the distance away. The ceiling appears to be converging with the floor. Me and you know, however, that the ceiling and the floor are parallel to each other because we built them to be level. It's a very simple explanation of perspective. Now, if you want to throw a medium in there for the light to pass through, like the atmosphere, then you must consider the consequences of that mediation.
You cannot compare that to light. I mean, you cannot.
We're talking about light, dude. What the fuck? I'm going to lose my patience. Maybe somebody else can speak to you. Sorry.
We know the speed of the light. We can measure the speed of the light by pointing lasers at mirrors, and we can do that in a lab, right? And we know the light can reach up to I don't know, galaxies. It's light.
No, right, dude. Right, before we start throwing galaxies and the narrative about being able to see things in the past billions of light years away, we're talking about standing on the Earth and why the sun appears to be dimmer on the horizon than at midday. We're both agreeing that that's probably because of the atmosphere that we're breathing. Okay, cool. You're asking from a flat Earth perspective. Please forgive me for pointing out that the atmosphere is going to play havoc with the light when it passes through it. Obviously, as I said at the beginning, to figure out if the Earth is flat, we're going to measure it. The Earth is measured to be flat in this instance, right? For this argument, the Earth is flat. So the sun obviously is only able to illuminate a certain portion because we can go to certain locations and see the sun or not.
Okay, you said a small proportion. You said dimmer, but not completely dark. But there is places that
not
are completely
dark, but that's going to depend on what the atmospheric and meteorological conditions of the day are. You might not actually see the sun get to the horizon before it disappears through the freaking cloud layer or the meteorological conditions. The disk of the sun will turn off to you. Even though it's still there, the light can't penetrate through the freaking clouds. Forgive me for being impatient, dude, but this is like stuff a 5-year-old could get.
Okay, clouds, they're not everywhere, right?
We're talking about a medium, the atmosphere, that gets denser, obviously with distance, because there's more particulates as you move in distance. Duh. We agreed to this earlier. I don't understand why you're fighting.
Yeah, and I told you that the density of the water doesn't apply to the density of air.
I was using it as a frigging example of light passing through a medium and medium acting upon the light so it doesn't shine everywhere. Are you not following?
I am.
Right then, so I don't understand your objection. What I'm trying to use, an allegory or a simile to help you understand. This is like that. Find exasperation. My goodness me.
Yo, hey man, what's up with the side comments, man?
Because it's frustrating when people
I get
turn around
it.
and say it's irrelevant when
But I
actually,
mean,
if you're following along, it's comparatively.
but if you
Oh, stop
have
fucking
a
crying, dude.
24/7 flat Earth or like debate,
Okay, hold on. Pump the brakes there. If you have this, then what?
What?
Then you get
No,
answers. Okay, you get questions, get answers. He's asking questions, and it doesn't matter what answer you give him. He just
It's not about the answer; it's about how you say it.
He constantly resets back to the sky. There's two words here: flat Earth. Which one of those is sky, sun, or whatever?
Because those are
Which one are
those are how we
Incorrect.
perceive where we're from.
Incorrect. The ground, flat Earth.
Okay, yeah, I'm not arguing with this guy. This guy doesn't understand.
Yeah, so if you're
physics.
using the sky to answer what the ground is, that is a break with reality, and it's frustrating to try to get someone, hey, I'm observing the ground. What are you observing? Not the ground. Okay, well, will you come back and observe the ground? And the guy's like, no. Well, okay, then I guess we're done with the conversation. He's like, actually, I have another question. Okay, sure. Let's talk about it. What question do you have? And then he talked about the sky again. At some point, you gotta be like, dude, just join a sky channel. Because you're in the like, imagine going to a channel which is about trucks, like, or whatever, any topic you can think of, and you talk about everything other than the topic of the room. Black holes.
If you want to study something in an environment, you study everything surrounding it, and the sky is above it.
Which is what?
Yeah, but there's limitations to how we can study and verify things. For example, we're on the Earth. We can observe it directly and measure it directly. I'm not, for example, on the sun. I can't verify any speculation. You must understand the reason here. I can verify one thing because I have access to it. I can't verify the other thing because I don't have access to it. Right?
Yeah. And I gave an example of something that we can verify, which is the speed of light.
Oh, that's awesome. So we can verify the speed of light.
And I'm sorry for being stubborn, and you gave me the dimmer, and I get it, and I do why you
What's the speed of light? Sorry, what's the speed of light got to do with anything? What's the point you're trying to make with the speed of light?
That light can reach everywhere.
No, it can't. It can't reach, for example, the bottom of the ocean.
Because the density of air is not the same density of water.
Okay, good. So we understand that a medium is going to affect how light behaves, right? Do you think there is another medium that would act comparable to a liquid fluid like water?
Let me say something that will not make. Let me say something that will not make your words useless. So you're saying?
I mean, dude, forgive me again, but wow.
You're saying like the light.
I'm still trying to figure out what the speed of light has got to do with anything.
You're saying that the light is getting dimmer until it's dark, completely dark?
I'm not saying that's the reason why the sun disappears. I'm saying that's the reason why the light of the sun disappears. Do you remember me talking about the crack of dawn and how night turns to day?
I didn't say the sun disappears. I'm saying why it doesn't reach. I'm saying why it doesn't reach. The light, why doesn't... That's what I'm saying.
Because it's too far away and it's passing through a medium. The ratio between the size of the Earth and the size and the distance of the sun is just so that it only illuminates a certain portion of the Earth it cycles above. the Earth being measured flat beneath what the sun is doing.
Yeah, I'm sorry for my stupidity about the speed of light issue. Thank you for your discussion.
Yeah, hey, dude, there's nothing to be sorry about. Like, sorry implies some sort of harm that you've caused. That isn't the case. There's no harm being done here. A frustrating conversation is still something that people want to have because it helps plan for the future. So, like, the next time someone comes in and starts talking about the speed of light as their only proof of what the ground is, it's going to be easier to have that conversation because you've had it once already.
Yeah.
So there isn't any harm here. If anything, it worked out well.
Yeah, the point is we're learning. Right.
Yep, there you go. If anything, you get to practice English for a little while.
And that's too. My
Yeah.
English is so.
That's why we have these channels open so people can practice English in a topic they like and enjoy.
Yeah, thank you for like comforting me. That was nice.
It's always a pleasure, dude. I do forget sometimes that English isn't always everybody's first language. So I appreciate your patience, man. You've been an absolute star. A good sport, some would say. No harm done, dude. None at all.
It's a good spar. Yes, Jerry. Yeah, I'm thankful for the conversation that we had.
Looking forward to the next one, buddy. If you're going, then I hope you have a good day, but you're free to ask any more questions if you want to.
Yeah, I'm gonna take my leave, but yeah, I will look forward.
Yeah, welcome back anytime, sir.
You have a good one. See ya.
Take care.
You too. See you guys.
Right, where was we? Fucking lighthouses, dude. Seriously, I just watched a video today. If anybody's listening, I gave it to DJ about the construction of lighthouses and how the narrative of the construction of lighthouses, you know, these great big tall things out on rocks in the middle of the bloody ocean or just off coast and so on, like huge swells and by rocky shores and shit. How they were constructed in what we're told in England, Great Britain, the Victorian era. So right within the last 200 years or so, these monoliths attached to rocks in the middle of the ocean, constructed by a few men in rowing boats. And if you want to look into that, then I don't know how that's done. That's not something that's achieved really today. There's a lot of old lighthouses around that are stuck out on rocks, like I said, about 200 years ago. But most of the modern ones are either reconstructed coastal ones, reconstructed ones that are already there, or newly built ones that are kind of easy access. So it's kind of, again, if anybody's been listening to me over the last couple of weeks and months, another subject that's completely blown my mind. Old archaeology, and like architecture and things like that, the stuff that appears to be out of place, I can't stop seeing it now. It's doing my head in.
Wait till you find out that the lighthouses are not tall enough for the distance the light can be seen.
So I like lighthouses as a good flat earth kind of argument. Again, how far we can see them and blah, blah, blah. That's always good.
Yeah, even the Fresnel lens. Why develop a technology to project light further on a round Earth? What would be the point?
Exactly.
You're illuminating the sky. And lighthouses also end that question about why doesn't the sun light up the entire Earth? The same reason as a lighthouse can't be seen forever.
Yeah, that's a good one, dude.
Yeah, the furthest a lighthouse has been seen is about 27 to 30 nautical miles. That's it.
Really?
Yeah. Technically, that's the technical limit distance for a lighthouse.
Okay. Because somewhere in the back of my head, I think I can quote like distances of like 50 to 60 miles. I don't know if that's statute or nautical miles, to be honest with you, but
Yeah,
I don't
they
know.
might be statute miles, but
Yeah,
mariners never use statute miles, so
that's a good point. Yeah. But yeah, just another subject that's kind of caught me off balance again. Never really considered it. Looked at it before. I thought it was amazing engineering. Again, like we get taught with our industrial history in Great Britain. But I don't know, dude. I don't know. Next person I'm going to be looking at is Isambard Kingdom Brunel. If anybody's heard of him, he's a famous British engineer, kind of the guy who was at the forefront of the Industrial Revolution, again, like 200-300 years ago. Some of the constructions he was attributed to are huge and gargantuan and still like working today for the majority of them. Iron bridges, some boats and stuff that are sunk, but a lot of bridges and all of this kind of suburban architecture and whatnot. So I'm going to be looking into his story because I don't know. I really don't know. But anyway, that's a complete side issue. I'm just trying to fill dead air, that's all.
yeah, the Encyclopedia Britannica has a wonderful article about geographic range and luminous range of lighthouses.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
I just posted the link in the
Awesome.
side chat there. They say on a foggy day, in order to see like 900 meters, you would have to have a 10 million candela light source.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
What was that distance again?
900 meters.
Fucking hell.
Half a nautical mile.
Wow.
That's how
That's a
much
bright light you need.
the atmosphere can absorb light.
Yeah. That's why sticking a candle on top of a mountain isn't going to get you very far. You need a really bright light.
Even 1,000 candles don't do that much.
Mm. Oh, don't mention candles to me. Along with architecture, I've been looking into chandeliers recently. Apparently, chandeliers with hanging candles. No, but anyway, I understand about lumens and shit, dude. This is what I was trying to explain to the last guy, right? But for some reason, he just didn't want to, I don't know, pick up what I was trying to put down. But obviously, the brightness of the light is going to need to be increased because it's going to need to penetrate the medium that it's passing through.
Yeah, I watched a little short on YouTube in which the caretaker of the house of some royal house or something was complaining about how they're spending 70 guineas a month on candles, and that works out to like a huge amount of money these days, like $10,000.
Okay, no. Yeah. Some of the ancient palaces and castles in Europe, Great Britain, France, Germany, like the chateaus and the huge buildings, would have multiple amounts of chandeliers from like 50 to 150 candles per piece, which would need to be lit and extinguished daily by a workforce of people that in some instances would not necessarily stop working. The whole idea that chandeliers were used just to hold candles in them, considering the heat that is delivered from those candles, and considering heat rises and where the candles are situated within a room, 200 degrees at the ceiling, that's what in some instances in some of these places like 30 feet tall buildings, like ceilings in rooms and so on. These rooms would end up being like kilns within a very short period of time, like in a matter of hours. Every day you'd be relighting a kiln, and anybody within that kiln would be suffocating because of the heat produced by the candles. So I know it's a weird subject and like kind of goes hand in hand with candles and luminosity and shit, but being as you brought it up again, and I was talking about lighthouses earlier, chandeliers is another subject that is, yeah, the old ones, the ones that we're told is supposed to use candles, not the ones that are electric today, but the ones from like about 150, 200 years ago. Those ones, I don't think were supposed to hold candles, dude. I think it's impossible.
Yeah, just you would have to hire like full-time candle makers.
Yeah.
Just to make all those candles.
You'd have to get the chandelier down every day to remove the wax that have been, melted by the fire and the heat and so on from the flame of the candle. You'd have to lower, and some of these things are like 2 to 3 tons of like iron and bronze and shit, right? And that's without the decoration. The actual things are huge and weigh an absolute ton. There's no rigging or way to get these things down internally within the wall. So that's not a way that they were cleaning the candles and putting the candles in. Apparently they were going up to the chandelier, which is again another kind of engineering feat. I don't think it's possible. How the hell would you get these places lit and then have, for example, a ball or a banquet, or even just have a room lit with people in it with what, 20, 30, 40 workers with ladders, and it just seems impossible, dude, to me.
Yeah, because even
Matthew can work in the
modern
math.
chandeliers are lowered from the ceiling using electric motors, so they can be cleaned and serviced.
Some of these, like I was like trying to say earlier, some of these ceilings, the ceiling height in some of these palaces are like double, 3 times the height of what we have in our regular like homes and so on. So above 25, 30 feet. Those are high ceilings, dude. And then you think about the lightings in cathedrals and so on. That's fuck.
Yeah.
It literally needs to be Harry Potter, right? At Hogwarts, and have candles just light themselves and float around.
Yeah, imagine doing midnight mass in a cathedral.
Fucking no, it's just weird. And the things that, like for myself being 50 years old, experiencing life, having these stories somewhere in the back of my head, things that you don't necessarily question at the time because you're just absorbing stuff, right? Whether it's watching a documentary or TV or school, however you obtain the information, sometimes you're just taking it in, not questioning it as it's given to you. Right? Like I was saying, construction of some things like lighthouses now completely baffles me. Chandeliers seems like really innocuous. Why even consider it as something? It's blown my mind. I don't understand how this could be achieved, both financially and as an export of like workforce. Doesn't make sense. It's a huge outlay of finances. It's ridiculous. It's just crazy to me. So yeah, I keep coming across these things that again are worth questioning. It's interesting.
Yeah, I wonder if there's something there. Like, were chandeliers done with more mirrors, like less candles or something like that? Like, we think, looking back, like, oh, they must have had that chandelier held 40 pounds of wax. And you're like, huh. What if there wasn't that? Was there just a few really bright candles that they used mirrors or used like a reflective ceiling or something like that? And no one really questions it because that kind of goes to this sort of narrative of the Dark Ages were barbaric. So of course you just make the peasant crawl up in a ladder and switch candle by candle in 200-degree heat.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't necessarily like talking about mud floods and Tartaria too much in this channel for sure, and it's
Oh,
not a
yeah.
subject that is right up there for me. But when I consider the chandelier, again, it seems really weird. But when I consider that and what potentially it could be, or how it was used as a light source and illuminated, the kind of prevailing theory around Tartaria and mud floods and stuff is kind of what ether 0 point energy technology, because of the way that the buildings, the cathedrals and stuff were so designed to export the energy from the sky or the surrounding area. So potentially the chandelier was illuminated from the wireless energy, and it was like a kind of crystal illumination. Maybe they were set with crystals, and the energy that was obtained from the environment due to the technology within the architecture of the buildings and so on illuminated the crystal because of whatever it is. That's a theory I've kind of heard, and I guess maybe if you run with the idea of Tartaria, that kind of fits into that narrative, this free energy that now we don't have, but apparently we used to have, and this is what powered and illuminated these chandeliers. It's interesting. I can understand it.
And yesterday I watched a video about the cut granite they have near the pyramids. These 70-ton blocks of granite, perfect 90-degree angles on them.
You talk about the flooring stones.
Well, some of these were used as part of the ceilings and stuff.
Oh, okay. I know the ones you're talking about then. Like in the King's Chamber, where you had like granite roofs, maybe about 6 or 7 of them protruding upwards with spaces in between. Are those the ones you're talking about?
Yeah, something of that
gotcha.
effect.
Cool. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I really don't know.
And then the one guy says, "Well, we looked at the cores they pulled out when they drilled the granite, and he based on the measurements of these cores that were drilled out and the markings on the cores. He goes, they had to apply like 2 tons of force in order to make these holes."
Bloody hell! Granite's tough. Fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's just the architecture that many people talk about. Pyramids is a huge one. I've been to the pyramids. I've walked around them. I've touched stone. I've been inside. I think it was the Great Pyramid. I can't remember which. They all look the same. But I've been there, and maybe I think I was about 13 or 14 at the time. I didn't truly appreciate it at the time. If I had the opportunity to go back, I'd be looking at the stones a lot more carefully in the joins between them, and the ones that I'm walking on, not necessarily the ones that are, built within the pyramid construction itself. But I've been to a load of archaeological places, like from the ancient world. I've been to Ephesus. I've been to Jerusalem as well. Some of these really old places. And Some you can kind of explain away. You can understand how people's architecture and construction over time, but things stick out like sore thumbs. Usually, for example, where I live in England, a county called Kent, just up the road from me, there's a city called Canterbury, which holds Canterbury Cathedral. It's about 1,500 years old. It started being construction about 500 AD, finished just before 1066. Apparently, according to what we're told, I used to work there, not directly in it, just on a cafe within the grounds. As a manager, but I've been inside it, taken for multiple tours, up to the bells and whatnot. These cathedrals, this cathedral in particular, one I'm talking about, and other ones throughout Europe, they stick out like sore thumbs. How these things were constructed, I have absolutely fuck all no idea. I don't understand how these beautifully architectured, huge buildings with like multiple ton rock, for example, how the arches in the ceilings and all of these types of things. I have no idea how people from 1,500 years ago, with the technology that we're told that they had, because most of them were scrambling around in mud, for example, how they fucking built these things. It doesn't make sense. Seen these things all of my life, it kind of taken the narrative as kind of read and been proud about the narrative because, English and whatnot. Same as anybody within that country. But ultimately, when you take a second look, I don't know how that was built, let alone a fucking pyramid. That boggles my mind. But obviously, there's something going on within our historical architecture that is, I don't know, tried to be covered up or hasn't been told the truth about, because we're still questioning how these things were achieved by the men of the day. So yeah, it's an interesting subject.
I just want to question how they afforded it.
Yeah, again, that's a really good question, dude.
Because these are multi-million pound buildings where everybody was dirt poor.
Everyone was like farming. That's
Yeah.
basically what everyone was doing.
Yeah,
it
the
doesn't make
term
sense.
dirt poor comes from the fact that your house didn't have a floor and you had to walk on the dirt.
Mm-hmm.
Speculation Sunday.
Yeah, the funny thing about the Canterbury Cathedral, because it was completely rebuilt between 1070 and 1077.
Yeah, 7 years.
Yeah, imported
Bollocks.
stone from France. That had to be cheap.
Mm. Trying to find this video that I watched the other day. Give me a moment. It's hella interesting.
Just the maintenance on the cathedral is estimated to be £20,000 per day.
Yeah, I remember it being bloody expensive when I worked there. They're always talking about how much it cost and the maintenance crews and walking around the sheds. The thing that we also got, well, the thing that I kind of figured out was the maintenance sheds around the cathedral and the cathedral precinct have been built over kind of recent history. They're not like the original manufacturing areas for the cathedral itself. In actual fact, there doesn't appear to be the manufacturing involved for the cathedral. There doesn't seem to be much of it left at all, if any. But yeah, it's interesting. The majority of the stonework now has to be done off-site and brought onto the site. Doesn't get done on site these days. The areas are too small. But it's constantly got scaffolding around it for some bloody reason. Well, because it's being pointed and whatnot. I think it's the southern precinct. So the southern entrance to the cathedral, as you look at it, faces north, south, east, west. The south entrance is leaning a few degrees off of 90. It's like turning it into like the Tower of Pisa. I think they spent about 10 years like dealing with that issue, like in the early 2000s, because it looked like the cathedral was starting to lean to one side. And it's still like hell of interesting. I still don't know how it was built. Watched an interesting video about the Statue of Liberty the other day. I'll drop that. Welcome all new people, and goodbye to all of those people who've just left. If anyone's got any questions about the subject of the room, flat Earth, why people say in 2026 that the Earth is flat, please feel free to ask your questions. If you want to debate about the subject and you think the Earth is a ball, please raise your point, unmute your microphone, introduce yourself, say hello, and like I said, bring forth a conversation if you're new and you've just joined.
And then speaking of quick constructions, if you look at the Erie Canal in New York State, they said it was done in 8 years or something like that.
8 years?
8 years, yeah. But if I calculated if you had 1,000 draft horses working there, they require 1 million pounds of feed every week.
Wow, you need a workforce to feed the workforce that feeds the workforce. Forget about that. Like the animals that would have to have been involved, right? Because obviously it wasn't cars and trucks and shit. This was like donkey and horsepower back then. Of course it was. I always forget you're going to need stables. They're going to need food. There's going to need to be a lot of them, a huge amount of them.
Yeah. And the land area required to grow 1 million pounds of feed is about 330 acres. And then they can't work during the winter time because it's too cold and the ground is frozen.
Mm-hmm.
And it's harder to get feed in the wintertime because nothing grows. So this 8-year miracle just sounds completely impossible.
Yeah. Yeah, still boggles my mind, mate. The more I look, the more questions I have. And like I said, really innocuous things. Even was it gas lamps in London and like other cities in the UK, but predominantly London, that didn't have any gas fittings, like no pipe for the gas. Fucking illuminated themselves. All right.
I guess they brought in pressurized bottles of gas for them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Of course. Yeah. Had some spare horses. That's what it was. Yeah. Okay, Midovic. Welcome to our channel. It's good to have you. Hello, Midovic. Welcome.
Hello,
How are you?
welcome. I'm good.
Good. Where are you from?
From Egypt.
Oh, wow. We were just discussing the pyramids.
Yeah.
You must get sick of them, right?
No, but in reality, I didn't see them.
Oh, okay. So you've not been to Cairo?
What?
You've not been to Cairo? Then, if you've not seen the pyramids, that's where they are. You live in another part of Egypt, perhaps?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah.
Good stuff. Well, welcome. Do you have any questions pertaining to the subject of the room, or are you just here to listen?
No, I'm here to listen.
Okay, buddy. No problem at all. But welcome to our channel.
Thank you.
We've got somebody right down the bottom called Same One But Who. Welcome, Same One But Who. How are you doing today? Someone But Who.
Yo. Chilling.
Yo.
How are you guys?
Yeah, good, thank you. What brings you by? How can we help?
I've been in this channel for a minute, man.
I do apologise, mate. I don't recognise the name. I am sorry.
Fair enough. Yeah, no, I've actually been believing in flat concept. I mean, for about 7 years now.
Oh,
But,
wow.
it's only due to mostly biblical resources. So I love how the whole physical aspect and studies that I listen to in here, because that's all the stuff that I don't know. I know it's flat because of the Bible, but I can't really debate much physically, So this is why I love when you guys do that. Just listen in,
No, I appreciate that, mate. Thank you. Yeah, it's good to have an understanding of the physical reality that lends credence to the biblical narrative. So yeah, I appreciate that.
It all boils down to either two things: either it was a big bang and evolution, or a big God did nothing by mistake.
Well, that's
So-
hold on, homie. That's a contradiction. Because the people who came up with Big Bang and evolution all believed in God of the Bible. These things are not separated from their belief systems. Big Bang cosmology.
Not really, bro. They were
Okay,
Luciferians.
you got to pay attention. This is a very key point. Some people fed you some misinformation. The guy who came up with Big Bang, his name is George Lamontre. He's an ordained Catholic priest who lived virtually his whole life at the Vatican. Never left.
But the
Okay,
Catholic
he did
priest
not
is
come up with some atheist creation myth. The Big Bang, inside his worldview, the guy who came up with it directly references God of the Bible. So for you to come back later and say, hey, this Big Bang theory is really atheistic, that's a problem for 3 reasons. Number 1, the term Big Bang was coined by the atheists at the time. They said that the universe was eternal. It had no beginning, it had no end. So they were very upset when a Catholic priest talked about a beginning. Number 2, your read of the Bible is a layman's version of an ordained Catholic priest read of the Bible. And number 3, he's not going to contradict himself even more so when his whole life was dedicated to God of the Bible.
But what do Catholic priests have to do with the Bible? I don't understand.
They're Christians.
The Catholic priests are not the Christians.
Okay, well, you could
The
say
Catholic
that
priests are
all
the
you want,
Jesuits
but
that run the Freemasons.
you can
all
say that.
Freemasons.
Yeah, you can say that, but that doesn't mean anything. That's completely vacuous.
No, I'm talking about in the hierarchy.
Because even Christians who
power in
aren't
the
Catholics
institutions.
have accepted the Big Bang Theory as God of the Bible cosmology. So you've
It
got
doesn't matter,
another
bro.
problem.
The
That's
Vatican,
four.
the Vatican and
That's
the Pope
4
are,
problems you have
are
now.
the least states that
You
are
added
comparable
another
to the
problem.
Bible.
You
It's
added
very-
another problem there because now you've got Catholics who you say are not
Bro, do you want me
Christians.
to just listen to you, or are we having a conversation?
No,
Just
I'm
making
trying to
sure.
tell you that
Let
no
me say
one
a
here
word.
cares about your individual read of the Bible. Okay,
What?
even more so when your individual read of the Bible directly contradicts experts.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, bro.
Oh, that's fine. So this is what I'm saying. I'll break it down. Don't bring your Bible interpretations into a conversation about objective reality. Your subjective spiritual beliefs are not required, are not needed, aren't wanted.
You could just say you're an atheist, bro, and we can have just cut to the chase. You know what I mean? You don't need
Yeah,
to
you
take
can
that
say that.
and
It doesn't
break down
matter.
all
My
those
belief
topics.
systems are equally as irrelevant. Your belief systems, my belief systems, all belief systems are
So let me ask
all
you this: Can
equally
you have
as
flat
irrelevant. They're
without a
all irrelevant. So it doesn't matter
Okay,
if
can you-
someone's an atheist. It doesn't matter if they're a Christian. It doesn't matter in your worldview, a Catholic, a Muslim, a Buddhist, an anything. All that stuff is all equally as irrelevant when we're talking about surface measurements of the earth. All of it. It doesn't matter.
No one talks about the measurements of the earth, bro.
Yes,
he
we are.
asked
That's
me
what-
what do I believe,
Flat
and
is
I
a
answered
measure
what
of
do
the
I
earth.
believe and why I
We're
believe
measuring
it.
the
I
earth.
never-
We're
I never
using the
came
earth.
here to debate
We're
you on my
observing the
faith.
earth. Your belief system is not required for that. My belief system is not required for that. No one's belief
Okay,
systems
We don't,
are
we don't
required
need, we
for
don't
that.
need the belief system to prove the earth is flat. I understand that. It's obvious. I don't
Okay, well,
think
there we
need
go.
to
You said earlier
even
that I was
mention it.
talking a bunch of
But what I'm
nonsense.
saying is that I don't know much of all that stuff you're talking about, where you don't need the Bible to explain the flat earth, which is why I'm here to listen. And why I believe in flat earth is because of my Bible. Where's the issue with that?
It's irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant. He asked me, what do I believe and why, and what am I doing here? And I'm answering him, bro. How is it irrelevant?
Because
He asked me, what do I believe and
are
why?
irrelevant.
I'm telling him I believe in flat earth because of the Bible.
Belief
No one ever got into
irrelevant.
any religious debate or
irrelevant.
whatever. Or,
If you believe the flat earth because of the Bible, what you have to offer here is irrelevant. No one here is talking about
I
the
don't have
Bible.
anything to offer here. I'm here to listen. Again, I'm
Okay,
here
then
to
put yourself
listen.
on mute and
Great.
listen.
Bro, he
Give him
asked me a
break,
question.
Grit.
All right, I'll
Come
just
on,
stay
man.
on mute next time. I'll just stay on mute next time. You're crazy, bro.
You don't have to stay on mute, dude. Well, I
Okay, let's
you
hear him
sound like a
preach.
nice guy.
Let's preach it. Let's start preaching.
He's not preaching. He wasn't preaching. He was complimenting us on our empiricism because he said he came to flat earth through his belief system, right? And he likes that we're not doing that, right? We're going over the empirical side of things, and he likes listening. He wasn't saying, like pushing his belief system on anyone. I don't know. I like the guy. Sounds cool. I don't want to push him away from our channel.
Yeah, me either. If he's going to come here and say Big Bang is some sort of atheist convention, that's a problem. That's going to make flat earthers as a whole look pretty stupid when they don't even know the guy's name who came up with it. It's kind of embarrassing, really.
I think maybe, like as it's speculation Sunday and all, maybe Georges Lemaitre or whatever his name wasn't actually a Christian. Maybe he was actually a Satanist under the disguise of being a Jesuit priest or whatever he was. What do you think?
Yeah, it could be a speculation there.
Yeah.
But what's interesting about that would be that all of them are in on it. Because I went to a Catholic church just to talk to, I was like, hey, how deep does this go? And I said, hey, I'm interested about converting to Catholicism. Can you give me a reason? Like, give me arguments. What's the reason to be a Catholic? And the priest went right into, we got the largest space telescope. We're all very into science and space and technology. Catholics have led human evolution, societal evolution for 2,000 years. I'm like, damn, cuz, really? He's like, yeah. I'm like, that is some cool stuff. Like, where do I sign up?
Yeah,
He's like,
man.
you gotta eat some zombie bread and then what?
Yeah, I think like the higher ranks in the the Vatican and the Catholic Church and the history of it, super shady. I'm not a fan.
Yeah, definitely. All these systems of organized religion.
All those guys are just Satanists. They're just Luciferians that control Freemasons. Jesuits are not Christians. Jesuits are Luciferians. They at the core, if you get into their theology, which I don't want to do because this is not a religious topic, the point that I'm making is that they're not Christians. I don't identify all those people as part of what I read and believe. They're not part of the Bible. That's all that I was saying. Because you referred to that guy as if he was someone that believes exactly what I do, which is not. The Pope is the biggest Satanist on earth. The Vatican is the only institution that is not a country, but yet has its own government and army. They control the world, which is not a good thing. That's not Christian. That's not Christianity. That's all that I was trying to say.
Hello. Hello. Srit. Hello.
Oh, are we done? I went AFK for a minute. Now it's quiet. Did we get to a conclusion? In my worldview, the Jedi are evil. Then you've lost it, Anakin. You there, DJ?
Today we're going to be checking out a cute little cartoon video from the channel Culture, a division of
Who told you guys the Earth was flat?
No one. I just checked. I went on and checked. Someone said the Earth was curved, so I checked.
And
it's not curved.
Where did you check?
Multiple locations. Then cross-reference my same methods and practices across many different people. And we all came to the same conclusion.
Did you cross-check that with like people who dabble in that stuff like for a living?
Like who?
Like, I don't know. People.
You add a profit motive to the conversation. Let's see, if there's somebody here who would have a reason to lie, then add a profit motive to the reason why they would lie, and then have them make some moral claim to it, and then wonder why you would use that. How about we find impartial people?
Why would people?
A dog in the race, or
98%.
The people who don't have skin in the game.
Well, there are more people who don't have skin in the game who think the Earth is round than the people who think it's flat.
Yeah, so let's go check.
Yeah, they checked.
Yeah, and it's what?
Why would they lie? The people who do it for a profit. Why would people lie the Earth is round?
Go ask them.
Nah, I'm asking you since you think they're lying.
I don't know why someone would lie.
You don't know why would they
lie for all kinds of reasons. Sometimes for no reason whatsoever. They might
so what
lie.
Does it change if the Earth is flat?
You got full explanations on the flat Earth.
Full explanations of what?
Yeah, of all of it. The whole world. The whole world functions. You can take measurements. Indoor plumbing works. Canals, superstructures, full city planning.
So
aqueducts,
how does it work?
Aqueducts, all of that works.
So how does it work if 98% of people think it's round?
Yeah, it doesn't matter if 98%, 51%, 75%, that's a non sequitur. It doesn't matter if they think it's round, because round and flat are not mutually exclusive.
Okay, but what I want to say is what does it explain if the Earth is flat and instead of a circle? Yeah.
You got all these explanations to work with.
But what was the point of it then saying it's a bowl?
For you to say, what would be the point for them to say it?
What do you mean it's for me to say? I ain't got no skin in the flat or bowl game.
Then don't.
Then don't what? I'm asking you as a flat earther.
Yeah, it's not for you to ask me. It's for you to do yourself.
Why?
At best, I would be an uncontrolled variable in any supposition you have.
I'm asking you your opinion. Your personal
you know
opinion.
it. You know it already.
No, but I don't know why you think they would lie.
I didn't say anything about them lying. You did.
You said you checked and they're lying.
This is what I said. If you want to know why they would lie, go ask them.
Yeah, but you're saying they're lying.
Because they told me something I know is a lie, because I went and checked.
Yeah.
They said that Earth is curved. I'm like, really? It is? They're like, yeah. Trust me, bro. I'm like, well, I'm going to go check. And it's not. It's not curved.
Okay. And
so do I know why they lied? No, I don't. And really, if you want to know why they lie, see, for me, in my epistemology, I don't need to know why someone lies.
Okay,
Once
brother.
I know they have a lie in the table, that's all you need to know. You don't.
So what is your goal? So what is your goal about spreading the flat Earth stuff?
I'm not spreading the flat Earth. People come here.
Why are you in this Discord?
People come here to hear about flat Earth. I don't go there. I don't go out to other people's spaces. I don't go to the feminism room and say, have you heard about flat Earth? I'll go to the Ask a Christian room and say, "Did you hear about flat Earth?" The Muslim room. None of these rooms.
Yeah. But
Okay,
what
if
what do you
people
get?
want to hear about flat Earth, then they click the channel to talk about flat Earth
So
of
why is
their
it
own
why?
free will.
So why is it that you like talking about it?
They come to here to talk to us.
Why do you like talking about it?
Yeah, same answer. They come here to talk to us about flat Earth. And it generally goes to that when they look up flat Earth, it's all misinformation. Like, that's very interesting. Let's look up the content and ask them, hey, why do you think they're spreading misinformation? I go, I don't know why they would do that.
So why did you like spreading real information about a flat Earth?
Yeah, I don't. They come here to talk about flat Earth after they've done their own supposition.
But why do you stay here?
Yeah, it doesn't matter why or why I don't. It's not that isn't the question. This is the question is that you have.
It's my question.
Why do they come here? Why do people come here? Go ask them.
So you're not liable to answer anything I ask you about flat Earth, huh?
Yeah, you could ask anything you want, and at best, the only answer I can give you would be a uncontrolled variable. You'd have to go check. Go check. What does the Earth say? The Earth measures as what?
Which means the Earth measures.
Yeah, if you measure the Earth, you make how about observation? Make an observation. What do you see? What do you see?
You see a ball from space.
Okay, well, go use it. Just go have fun with that.
You don't believe the space videos?
From where? You got one? Let's see a space video.
And just type in Apollo 1, Artemis. Artemis, the mission that went around the moon. Yeah, they video there is from the moon.
Okay, so Artemis went around the moon, therefore.
Yeah. They got the video. I mean, there's a lot of video.
Let's see it.
What you mean, let's see it? Just type it into YouTube.
Okay, so just Google it, bro.
Just YouTube it, bro.
Just YouTube it, bro. Okay, so inside that worldview, everything you find on YouTube is always correct. There's no misinformation. There's no fakeries. Just anything you see on YouTube. So right now,
I'm not only talking about Artemis. You look up any of the countries.
Well, how do you verify it? So you see something on YouTube. I saw it on TV. How do you verify that information is correct? Would you go check?
If I went and checked every information I saw, I wouldn't like have a room or time for anything else, boy.
Okay, well, there you go. So you're not going to check. You just drop in excuses.
What do you mean not going to check? Like
you're not going to check. You've got time to talk about it, but you don't have time to check.
Bro, y'all don't have time to check everything.
Excuses.
I have a quick question. Can I ask something?
Yeah. Go
and
ahead,
you checked.
Yeah, the gunslinger. It's not your turn anymore. Yeah, go ahead.
It's okay. One question. It's the discussion about flat Earth. Okay. If you see a flat butt, is it better than a round butt?
You giving time to this, boy?
Yeah.
Instead of me.
I missed the question. If you see a road part or rogue?
No.
He said a round butt or a flat butt.
Oh, yeah. We're not going to talk about women's body. We're not going to objectify women's bodies in this case.
Don't give him no
quick
time.
Question. I give you a small question.
Mute that boy right now. Mute that boy right now. Jaeger, you come in here with some bullshit, making us Globetrotters look bad, man.
And you know black holes in the universe?
No, I never heard of it.
Yeah, me neither.
Okay, I think it's only a big asshole.
You got everybody laughing, man. Good job. But yeah, Crit. I don't have time to check everything.
Wait, did you
Okay.
just said you are from the Crips? Don't fuck
Eh,
with the Crips, nigga.
Okay, man, just mute this boy.
Yeah, you can't blurt racial slur, dude.
Yeah, I don't have time to check everything I see, every information I see. But let me tell you something. If every country, all of countries that exist, and they none of them like even doubt the astronauts and their work in space, and you come out here and tell me every video of astronauts ever is fake, it's a big ass claim, man. It's a big claim you got. Understand it?
What should be my claim?
And the astronaut stuff from all around the world, all countries, is fake.
Yeah, only one set of astronauts from all around the world ever claimed they went to space. They didn't.
Yeah, but the Russians also went to space first.
Not to the moon, no.
Actually, the Nazis first went to space. They sent the man-made object first. But yeah, the Russians went to space. Yeah, they don't doubt the Americans and the Indians, Japanese, the Koreans. They all landed on the moon with their probes and satellites and shit. You agree with me? Even Indians landed on the moon.
Well, it is Speculation Sunday.
Yeah, Toby Dog. Damn right. What you got to say about them moonlanders, Toby Dog? You don't believe them?
No, I don't. I don't believe that people are landing vehicles on the moon. Nope, I do not.
Why not? Why not?
That's silly.
What you mean that's silly?
You're silly.
You got anything to expand on except that's silly?
I'd rather talk about the Earth
Yeah, but you
and how
can
there's
see
no
the Earth.
curvature.
You can see the Earth from space.
No. So, Earth, the ground you stand on, you live on, there's no curvature to be measured. So, if it's not curving, what is it?
Can we measure the curvature of the moon?
All right.
Chris, let me ask you that. Can you measure the curvature of the moon? The moon is curved. You agree? You agree with me, Chris? Huh? Man, the last I checked, the Earth was curved. I'm telling you guys.
Billion. I'm sending some launchers into quote unquote fake space. I'm sending you pictures of it. I'll take the money. Easy money.
Can you just turn your mic up a little bit? You're quiet a little.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
If you got a couple billion just like laying on the floor that you don't need, you can send
Yeah.
it to me and I'll send you I'll send up a lawn chair into fake space for you and send you some pictures so you can see. No worries. Easy money, easy money. Just send me that billion. You'll
Okay.
have a whole new moon landing within a week with better CGI than they use.
But why wouldn't the Russians shit on them if they use CGI?
We're all in this together.
Oh, everybody's in it. The Indians, the Russians, the Japs. The
Just
Chinese.
look at all their independent space agencies. You'll see even worse videos than the ones from NASA. NASA's are ridiculous and just dog awful, but the rest are even worse. So recently, China did one. Was it this year? Last year? Bro, it's a cartoon. It looks like a cartoon. I used to watch cartoons on Toonami Cartoon Network as a child.
What would you guys say if, like, let's say it's hypothetical. Tomorrow, the Artemis failures land on the moon. Yeah, they provide the video. Let's say it looks all right for today's standards. It looks like a moon. How it's supposed to look. What would you guys say then?
Firstly, an important question. What if?
It's not, I'm just asking.
Secondly, does it change that we live on a non-rotating geocentric Earth? No. Does it change that there is no
Mayor,
verifiable and measurable curvature? No, it doesn't. So,
Mayor, I'm just asking, bro. Yeah, they like film the Earth, yeah, from the moon again, and there it looks like it always looked from the moon.
But what's the point of the question? Like, what's the point of the question? Let me ask you this: what would you do right now if a whole bunch of globe earthers, right, did measurements and observations of reality, and they prove that there is no curvature? What would you do then?
Whole bunch of globers wouldn't do that because they have photos from the space. It's impossible.
Actually, that's incorrect.
They wouldn't be globers then.
Wait, that's incorrect because every single flat earther was a glober at one point. Only after.
But they wouldn't be globers then. They would be flat earthers.
But at the time of doing measurements and observations, they would be globers, right? Oh.
But isn't a better observation of Earth from space if you could get to it than from Earth, or you're standing on it?
Again, if you could get to it, but nobody can.
Okay, yeah, if they get to it.
I know you don't like his answers, but let him finish what he's saying, please. Don't overtalk him like I just did. Just let him finish.
Yeah.
Towards who? Who was that towards let him finish? Because I
don't know. Me neither.
Do I need to be quiet, or does he need to be quiet?
Man, it don't matter. Just keep talking. I'm listening.
Just keep going. Yeah, just don't overtalk each other.
Sorry, Toby dog. Keep talking, Mayor. I'm listening.
Like, again, right? If you could go there, you can't. The highest you can go is what, 100,000 feet, right?
How many kilometers is that?
Does anybody know how much is that in kilometers? Let's see. 100.
We in Europe, we don't use that. We don't use them feet.
And that's going to be like 304 kilometers, roughly.
300 kilometers. All right.
Okay. That's the highest you can go, man. That we've sent shit up. Right? You can't go any higher than that. Now, all of those images that you see, pictures and images that have been posted by NASA and any other space agency, none of them are actual photos. They're all images and pictures, which are digitally created by a digital artist. NASA even admits this, that all of their images are digitally created by an artist.
Yeah.
Once. So you actually have no true photo of the Earth, right?
I disagree, but
So you disagree with what NASA says?
No, NASA didn't say this. They're referring to like the satellite photos. I'm not talking about no picture. I'm saying when NASA provides us with, like, or let's say that Artemis video in which they circled around the moon. In the video, you see the moon and the Earth behind it. That's you can freeze frame it, and that's a picture. And also, what I'm telling you is, if they did it again tomorrow, like went to the moon again and provided again with the, videos and shit, you will claim it's fake, right? They didn't do it.
No. I would actually do my due diligence and research and break down the entire thing. Every snippet of their video, documentation, whatever they're providing for as proof, and then come to a conclusion, right?
Okay, so what about
And that's what you should be doing always, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah,
that's why everybody here that is a flat earther is a flat earther, because we do that.
yeah. So what about the Artemis video? It's fake.
Again, cool CGI imagery, man. It's a cool fairy tale. I can show that to my children so they can fall asleep instead of watching like some idiots fighting themselves, right? It's a great fairy tale, it truly is.
Yeah.
So how about this, man? How fast are we spinning on the equator?
Nah, man, we ain't talking about that right now. Let's
Well, it's
keep
the
it.
Earth, man. It's Earth. Since you're asking me questions and I want to see how much I know, come on, man.
We're talking about NASA footage right now.
We're talking about flat Earth, not NASA. Flat Earth in general.
Yeah, but in general, we can't in general correct, but specifically NASA footage, it's tied to flat Earth. You don't agree?
No,
it's
how fast is Earth spinning under the Artemis capsule in the NASA footage?
I don't know how fast the Earth is spinning under the globe in NASA footage.
You don't know. So, firstly, you have to take a breath, man. You just said, I don't know how fast the Earth is spinning underneath the globe in NASA video. That's what you just said.
Yeah, I don't want to talk
Do you realize
about.
what you just said? That doesn't even make sense. What you said.
I realize what I said because I don't want to talk about it just while I glanced over it. But they'll have the explanation. The moon is tidally locked, circling the Earth. You guys know what they
That
going.
wasn't the question, though. But that wasn't the question. The question was.
What was the question? What was the question?
How fast is the Earth spinning underneath the Artemis satellite?
I don't know. You tell me.
You don't know. Okay. Do you know how fast the satellite is following the Earth as we're corkscrewing and chasing the sun?
How fast the sun? Oh my God. Okay, get to the point. Yeah.
You don't know, do you?
No.
And do you know how fast we're going around the sun? Like,
No. Come on,
Okay.
get to the point.
so you don't know anything about the model that you say to be true and that you know to be true. That sounds more like a belief than an actual.
What do you mean the model? I'm not talking about no model.
The heliocentric model, the globe.
No, I'm
Earth
just
is
saying
the model.
the Earth is bowl.
And I'm telling you, you're just saying that as a belief because you don't actually know that to be true. You don't even know the bare essentials of your model, what is required for the model to exist.
It's not a model. We're talking about the shape of the Earth.
Can somebody please, like, I'm speaking to a brick wall. Am I saying something wrong? Can somebody, like, translate?
Nah, but I don't want to talk about no model right now. I know what
You're doing great. He just doesn't like the answers he's getting because he doesn't want to talk about objective reality. He wants to speculate about space and NASA, and
What you mean speculate?
Because it's all it is speculation.
Yeah. So again, you guys are saying every country is in it with NASA to lie about space. Yeah.
No, that's not what I said at all.
This guy started singing. We're all
This is
in
why
it.
I said the surface of the Earth is observably, measurably,
But you weren't talking.
practically used as flat. All these other things have nothing to do with what I'm talking about. Why government lies, why governments would be in on it. This is peripheral. It doesn't matter why they would do these things. All you need to know is go check. Did they tell you something that's wrong?
That's a bit glib, you know. That's a bit redundant. You can talk about other things, you know. But even if we talk about that, you checked. What did you check? You seen some mountain in the distance you shouldn't have seen. Is that what you're telling me? Right. And we can say that's refraction. And what then? You're gonna point me to some laser videos on YouTube. The same shit you say about NASA, we can say about those laser videos on YouTube. They're fake.
Or you can just do the video in infrared, black and white, where refraction is completely nullified, basically.
Yeah, we can say it's fake too, like NASA video, CGI. What about it?
Here's the thing: with these videos, you can actually you can do the same thing and verify it for yourself. With the videos from NASA, you can't do that. So again, there's verification.
Did you do it?
Wait. There's Every single person in this room, I believe, has done it at least once in their lives.
You
While
took an
going down it.
infrared laser, and
I said no. I said, let me say again. You can do a video of long distance observation with infrared, so black and white. So there is no need for refraction because it's basically nullified using infrared, right? Not a laser, just the infrared. You know, when you film in black and white, bro, right? Like in the movies. That's what you use. And then you don't even need to use or calculate reflections because it's basically nullified. So then your excuse of, oh, it's refraction, it's shit going magically into the atmosphere because why not? So you can see it and it's not actually there, is gone. And it's actually, oh, you see it because it's there, because it's physically there. If I could throw you hard enough, right, over there, you'd smash into it physically, not hypothetically, because it's actually there. It's not a projection. It's not an illusion. So again, one side, the flat earth side, is about logic, reason, questioning things, right? And facts. Your side is all about speculation and assumption of assumptions of assumptions.
yeah, sure, we got some tests you can do too.
Which tests, bro?
If you go Antarctica, will you have internet there?
Are you gonna give me 30 to 50K so I can go to Antarctica, bro?
Oh, there you go. It's too expensive now to do it, huh? Nice.
Google it, bro. Check how much a normal everyday, let's say, price. The average price you can get for an Antarctic ticket.
Okay, let's say
if it's under 10K,
30,000. I'll give you 30,000 to go to Antarctica, yeah. And then you go there.
Yeah, and I go there to where they tell me that I can be, and I can't do any independent exploration. What do I do then?
Do you got
just
internet
stand there? I don't know if you have fucking internet. I haven't been there. How the fuck should I know?
Okay,
You know,
but
Mayor,
people
this
that
guy's
are there-
giving us his standard. This is his standard. So you can ask him if this is the standard for his evidence. Has he done it?
True. Thank you for that, Jedi. Sorry, not Jedi. Is that Jedi? No, that's Yoda. My
That's Yoda.
Yeah, thank you, Yoda.
The wise Yoda. But yeah, I got some people that were in Antarctica and they got internet there. That's how I check.
So, internet in Antarctica, therefore, Earth is globe.
Yeah, I will prove it to you. You want the proof?
How?
So how is are there signal towers for internet in Antarctica or underwater cables that bring internet to Antarctica?
Yes, McMurdo Base has fiber optic. Google it.
There you go. That's fake. It's fake news. McMurdo Base don't have no fiber optic because that would take like underwater cables from I don't know where, from South America or to Antarctica. They don't exist.
What's the name of the base?
What?
Yoder, what's the name of the base again, please?
McMurdo. MCMURDO. Again, the only way you can get internet in Antarctica is satellites. And what Yoder said is basically false. You guys can check it right now. But yeah, for Antarctica to get internet, they got to get it from satellites. And we pictured the satellites and we couldn't find no other explanation than they're propelled by a gravitational pull and they orbit the Earth. That's why you can check the Earth is round. Any arguments against that? I'm listening.
Well, you wouldn't have to argue against it because anything that can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
I just gave you evidence, Crete.
No, you gave a story. Now the
What
evidence
story?
will come.
My
this
friend
whole
got in.
gravitational waves and all this other crap. You
Okay, great. Were you listening to me, mate?
Yes, I've been here the whole time.
And what you got to say? How people get internet in Antarctica?
Yeah, it's not a claim about a surface of the Earth description. What you're looking
Come
at.
on, man. It's really an experiment to prove that it is. Because you guys say satellites don't exist.
Yeah, who said that?
You flat earthers. In the way that they describe them, you know. I'm not saying the balloons don't exist or some shit like that. But I'm saying satellites as in, you know, general understanding of satellites.
There, so if you look at like one of the documentaries that one of our flat earthers has done, right? They actually
Yeah.
talked to a NASA employee that sends satellites into the air, right? And he's never once he was like baffled when they asked him, so like how do you shoot the rockets like with the satellites on them, right? He like you could see it in his face. He was like baffled. It's like you asked him, how do you draw paintings underwater? And he was like, what do you mean? Like, you don't do that, right? He's like, what do you mean you don't do that? Like, how do you get satellites into the air, right? Like with balloons. All of them are with balloons. There's not a single one sent with a rocket, bro. So all of them are up in there with balloons. They're not satellites. They're helium flights, if you want to call them that. Balloons, Cataloons. There we go. Yeah, that's what Cataloons. Nothing more, bro.
What can I say? You're wrong. That's what I'm gonna say because
I'm not
last
wrong. You're not telling me I'm wrong, bro. You're telling everybody on YouTube right now that the NASA employee is wrong, that he doesn't know what he does for a living for the last 30, 40 years, right? And that he's lying to you.
Mayor, listen.
Sure.
Mayor, listen. How was Starlink last year launched? Or this year?
I was talking about NASA, right? Because
Okay, I'm
NASA
talking
and
about
all
Starlink.
Starlink is something recent. Up until now, right? The last couple of years, everything has been done, and the argument has been with, oh, it's because of satellites and NASA and these other agencies are putting it up, right? It's even with Elon, right? You only see a fucking rocket being shot up, nothing else. That's
You
it.
proved your proof for satellites not being launched by a rocket is some interview you've seen, and you take it for like rock evidence, you know, like certain evidence in which I haven't seen the interview, and I don't know, is one NASA guy like? Is he like does he have the ultimate say on how the satellites get launched? It's a far-fetched statement.
He doesn't have to have the ultimate say, bro. Let me ask you this. If you work your whole entire life, let's say 30 years, if you work in a restaurant, right, as a
but I don't
dish
believe
boy.
he
Wait,
said
wait,
it.
wait, 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 wait. Let me finish, bro. As a dish boy, right, for 30 years, and you get to see how the cooks and chefs prepare all their meals for 30 years. If I was come up to you and say, like, yo, so when it comes to the fried steak, right, from Texas that you guys import, do you guys always use hovercraft to bake the food, right, in the ovens? And you're like, what the fuck, bro, right? We don't ever do
Mayor,
that. Wait,
Mayor,
and you tell me we've never done that before. Just because you're not a chef, but you're there and observing what's happening at your workplace where you spend your entire life, should you have a little bit of a clue what you're doing?
Mayor,
Or are you just mentally challenged? Let me ask you that. 'Cause you are mentally challenged at this point, bro.
Mayor, listen, I don't
Nobody
believe.
made the claim that he has the last claim that he has the last say of how things are being done. But guess what? He's been there for more decades than you've probably been alive, and he's seen every single quote unquote
And
rocket
what's
launch
his
that
name?
they've sent.
What's his name?
I'll send you the documentary right now. Give me 1 sec.
Sure.
Mhm.
You don't know his name?
It's been a while since I watched a documentary, bro. I don't know every person's name in a documentary. So give me a second.
If I find you like 10 guys that explain how satellites get launched from NASA, does that like beat your claim? Or what? Or what?
It's not logical fallacy Sunday. It's speculation Sunday.
No, I'm asking you, like, I can find you NASA scientists that explain in detail how these satellites get launched.
It's logical fallacy, buddy.
So one guy says they launch it with balloons.
Yes, the guy that actually is on the ground, right? Actually doing the work and launching them, not the one that is in a nice little office writing math
Okay,
problems down,
okay.
right? About
We'll
imaginary
find
shit.
other guys who are on the ground too, saying they launch it with rockets. And how can he say they launch it with rockets when the whole NASA with balloons? The whole NASA says they launch it with rockets, even the guys on the ground.
Oh, you want to bet? 1 sec. 1 second.
Yeah, I wanna bet. I'll find you all of the other guys saying they launch it with rockets. And also, what I wanted to say was that's why you guys like always diverting my point. We didn't even finish my point. We didn't even start. Yoder said they got fiber optics in McMurdo Station. That's false. Yeah. Nobody's speaking now though. Yoder, why did you say that?
Wouldn't you like to know?
we got misinformation out here, man.
No,
Purpose.
it's not.
On
It's not.
purpose. What you mean it's not? It is. It's false.
No, it's not.
And you're still keeping up with it. Or what? Yeah. Yo, Murray.
1 sec, man.
Come on, man. Somebody talk to me, man. You guys agree if people in Antarctica got internet, right? You guys agree with it. So, come on now. How they get it? They ain't got no radio top for internet. They ain't got no underwater cables coming to Antarctica. 100% of internet in Antarctica comes from satellites, failures.
Yeah, so what?
Yes, so what?
prove?
So now let's get on to satellites. There, we agreed on that. Yoder. And there's no fiber optic in McMurdo Station. Yeah, so satellites.
Yeah. What are they?
We got the
Prove it.
videos of satellites, man. We got the videos. And when I
Oh, yeah, show
present
me.
you, I will show you the videos. Don't you worry about it. And it shows the separation of starlinks in space. And we got the telescope footage from ISS from the Earth.
Yep, I know. Show it.
I will show it. Give me a second. Let me finish my point, man. And this shows just
Did he get banned? Did he dip? What happened?
I think his poll just dropped because I don't see anything in the chat that he was banned.
GTA 5 when Franklin is.
Hello, guys.
Yo.
How are you?
Amazing. What about you?
I'm good, thanks.
Happy to hear that, man. So, you want to talk about the topic of the room, or
I don't know which topic talk about. Just open the topic we talk about. I wanted to improve my English.
well, I wouldn't recommend to do it here. The topic of this room is flat Earth and globe Earth. Yeah, I know how much you
Okay.
understand of us. But I'm not sure if you're gonna learn much here, man.
So, do you think the Earth is flat?
Yes, the Earth is measured flat. Yes.
Okay, so why?
What do you mean? Why is it measured flat?
Just prove how the Earth is flat.
Using so within the heliocentric model, right? What your side claims is that the Earth is a sphere or spheroid, right? Which means there has to be some type of physical curvature, right, for that sphere to exist. The way to calculate the curvature formula, or how much curvature there should be, is 8 inches mild square, right?
Okay.
So let's say on 10 miles, it's going to be like 66.6 feet of curvature, right? There should be, right? And now, since you have that measurement and you have the numbers, you can go out into reality, right? Go out by the beach, ocean, wherever, right, where there's a large body of water, and you can see if you can actually see that far by having some type of landmarking or the object in the distance that you know the distance of, right, as a bookmark, and then you can see, okay, is this holding up? Is this verifiable or not? Firstly, right? That's how you can prove if the Earth is flat or not. Simplest way possible. And you see too far, simply put.
Nice. I don't know much about Phi Sig, and another thing is connect to Phi Sig because I don't study in this field. And what about NASA? What about the picture they are published in social media, and most of scientists work in NASA and say the Earth is like an egg, not flat. Do you understand me? Do you hear me?
Yeah, all I can say to that is that when I was a little child, people used to tell me that the tooth fairy would take my teeth when they fall out and leave money under my pillow, and I've always found money under my pillow. So I know that the tooth fairy is real, man. Because people told me that's why something happens, and that's why it is, you know. So,
oh, nice.
Or you can just do an observation and measurement yourself and actually come to a logical, reasonable conclusion. Or you can just be probably want a cracker, and repeat everything you're told.
So what's changed in our life is if Earth is flat or like an egg. It's matter.
So you can go through this multiple facets, right? Religiously, politically, health-wise, right? Every aspect changes, right? So however you want to phrase it, all angles do change. Unity comes. You have a connection to every other person on Earth, right? Because you all come from the same Creator. You're all unique and special, right? And in the center of creation, quite literally, right? As, for example, the Bible tells you, right? Just one thing. You become more in tune with the place that you live upon, and you stop destroying it and ruining it. You become more in tune with nature, which also means that in retrospective, you get healthier because we start contaminating our environment that we use as well and live upon or in. So there's that facet as well. And then since it is speculation Sunday, I can even say this, right? And then there's the whole potential of free infinite wireless energy, as well as land, resources, food, everything underneath the sun that causes war, destruction, chaos to reign would cease to exist.
Nice theory. So this was full people and no one is speaking here.
Well, it's not about how much you say, it's about what you say. Maybe you should learn that.
Nice. Okay. Now I need to say goodbye because I don't know much about Earth flat and it's like egg because I don't ever study in a physics or near fields. So thanks. I need to say goodbye. Nice to meet you.
Take care. Bye bye. Yo, what's encompassed in speculation Sunday, by the way? Great. Like, what topics are off topic?
I think that as long as it's you're not, as long as it's within the terms TOS of Discord, and you could pretty much bring anything to the table.
All right, cool. And just because I've never actually like participated on one, like, is it usually just like format of like, just like normally, like we converse and we put stuff like source and material in the bio, like in the side chat, or do we also can we share our screens and stuff? Like, what's the process?
As far as the screen share goes on all that, you would have to ask one of the moderators. But sharing the text chat, any information or speculation you have is, that's believe you're green lighted to do that.
Okay. And thank you for the reply, by the way. Do you mind if I ask you something on the side note, Toby Dog?
Yeah, go for it.
I just saw that you make music? Question mark? Yes.
Yeah, I have not made any music probably in it's going on. It's going to be 2 years since I've actually sat down and made anything new. But yeah, I just came to a point where I just I don't really have like the space to do it, and the desire, like the creative energy that was funneling for me to do that, kind of shifted over onto other things. So like, I just spend more time focusing on raising my son right and doing things with him, and yeah, I still, and I don't even really listen to music as much as I used to anymore too. It's weird. Like there's something just about it that just kind of just doesn't feel right. And so like, I don't have the radio on in the car. And when my son's mom, like, it has rap music on, like when I'm meeting up with her or whatever. I'm like, can you please turn that down a little bit? Like I'm gone straight like grandpa status with rap
Like,
music, but at the same time, like if I hear something like that sounds good, like it's not like I'm anti music. I'm just it's got to be like the message has to be on point, and
Yep.
then I'm with it.
Okay. No, I see your point. I'm pretty much the same. I can't remember the last time I listened to music in the car, man. If I'm listening to something, it has to have like power behind it. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's that. That.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you this. Do you have any people that are still into that stuff, like into that field, if you will, that are more esoteric based? Because I see that you used esoteric knowledge in your music, from what I can see.
So people that are actively making music right now,
Yeah.
I do. Yeah, I got some. Yeah, I
Like,
believe so. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I got some. There's some flat earthers in here that still make music and that are still putting out new stuff. I can send you some links in the DM to
Please do.
some artists. All right.
Please do. Thank you very much. Because I've
You
been
got it.
I'm very mindful of like what I listen to nowadays, right? And it's not just about even like what's being said. It's truly about the tonation of the music itself. And a lot of I've listened to like true for like let's say 144 hertz or 432, right? Like true live, and it's not even like you can't even compare like the YouTube videos that you have anywhere. It's earth and heaven difference, bro. So I'm trying to find something as close to that as I can.
Yeah, give me a minute. I'll send you some links.
Merci, monsieur. And was I on point with you also having occultic stuff in your music or spiritual stuff, if you will?
I just did I just made the music itself, beats and stuff like melodies, beats. No, I've never put lyrics down.
Oh, okay. Well, let me just check something then. Oh, okay, okay. Let's see. That's I'm not gonna lie. The heartbeat, it's good. It's good. Yep, old dude. You ain't wrong about that. That's the unfortunate thing. But I've been finding creative ways to find music, man. Um, I've been going down rabbit holes of music now, and it's been fun. I just don't know what's the next song gonna be, you know. And I found a few artists that are pretty good.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Matthew.
2026 is hard to believe, but here we are.
तेरे हुक्म पे जाऊं. Hello.
Hey, happy New Year. How are you doing?
Happy New Year.
Well, 4 days into the new
Yeah.
year anyway.
Yeah, what's so happy?
It's a brand new year. So that's a good thing, right? It's a whole year ahead of you. You can make whatever choices you like this year.
For real, bro.
Right. Can't do anything about 2025, but 2026 is a blank slate.
It's 2026? Oh. Hmm.
What are you going to do in
Is your,
2026 that's different from 2025?
I'm gonna fab 2 times a day. I used fab 1 time in 2025.
How about failing 0 times a day?
That would be loss. I want to be in profit. Yeah, I'm just joking. I don't fab.
I thought you said fail.
Matthew Lawrence.
Yep, I'm one of the Globers here in the Flat Earth channel. So I believe the Earth is a globe, but some people in this channel believe the Earth is flat. What do you think?
The Earth is the Earth is shaped like an egg. I believe. It's not completely round or flat. It's like shaped like an egg.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah. The Earth is not flat. The people who say Earth is flat, they're stupid. I don't know why Americans still believe that Earth is flat.
Well, they would say there's 3 reasons you don't see any curvature, you don't feel any rotation, and you can't have a vacuum next to a pressurized system. Those are their typical responses.
Natural flat.
Yeah, my brother, when you're in a plane, do you feel it like that you are moving in the air? No, because you're in the plane. The same in the Earth, you don't feel it. The Earth is not flat. The Earth is like an egg, a chicken egg, a yummy egg with humans. La 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 la. Ta da ta da. So you guys have all the day just to debate about Earth being flat.
Some people come here for a little bit at a time. Other people are here longer. Some people are doing other things while they're listening.
Hello, guys. Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Happy New Year. How are you?
Good. Happy Christmas. Happy New Year.
Oh, thank you. I celebrated both Christmas and New Year's. Where are you?
What?
Where do you live? I live in Los Angeles area.
I live in Baku, Azerbaijan. Do you know Azerbaijan?
Yeah, I've never been there, but I've heard of it.
Okay. Good. Do you live in LA, Los Angeles?
I live in Los Angeles County in a city called La Mirada, which is one of the suburbs of Los Angeles, about 30 kilometers from Los Angeles.
That's good for you. What do you think about USA?
I like the USA. I was born here in California, and I live in California, and so I like it here.
In social media, I see these videos. They are saying USA controlling by Jews. Is that true? What do you think about this?
No, we live in a democracy, and the people who are in Congress and the Senate and President are voted by the voters from all the different states, all different ethnicities and ages.
But I know that. But there's a possibility it can't control by them. Do you know Kennedy assassination? It
Yes,
is very John F. Kennedy. Yes, it is very interesting for me. Why they killed him, and also who was him? I forgotten his name.
So there's a book by Gerald Posner about Oswald, who is the person who shot JFK, John F. Kennedy. And I think he makes a good case that he acted alone, and it wasn't the CIA, it wasn't the mob, even though those people didn't like him. I think it was just a lone shooter acting on his own.
Maybe. But let me think. I have forgotten his name. What was his name?
John F. Kennedy, or the person who shot him? Whose name are you looking for?
No, not him. Other assassination. Back from Kennedy.
Abraham Lincoln. Before that.
Yes. Abraham Lincoln. Maybe.
Yeah, that was after the Civil War in the United States, and some people in the South didn't like Abraham Lincoln, so several of them got together and made a conspiracy to kill him, and they did.
Yes. You know, I'm thinking maybe USA is controlling by Jews, something like this. Illuminati, something like
this. It's unlikely. I don't think that's true because there's no evidence of that. There are people of all different ethnicities in the government, so it's not just one group.
I don't know. Do you know? Let me think. I'm forgetting these things.
So what other countries have you been to, or have you spent your whole life in your country?
I have spent all of my life. I'm 16 now. I'm the starting of life. I'm cheating.
Oh, that's very nice. Do you live near the ocean, the sea, or are you inland?
Yes. Caspian Sea.
You're in Baku?
Yes, Baku. Near to sea. Yes. I'm going to see by big bike sometimes.
Oh, okay.
In summer.
Very close.
Yes. What are you doing in Los Angeles? Is this good or bad? What?
Los Angeles is great. The thing that people like about California and Los Angeles in particular is that we have really good weather here. It's not too hot, not too cold most of the year. Although today it happens to be raining, it doesn't rain very often here. And so it's great weather all the time.
Yes. Good.
But I have been to all 50 states in the United States, and then I've been to Canada and Mexico and Jordan, and Sri Lanka and Malaysia and South Korea. Those are the countries I've been to.
Yes, good.
So I was close to Baku when I was in the Middle East and Jordan, but that's not too close. That's the closest I've been to where you are.
Come to Baku. Be my guest.
Oh, that would be fun.
I don't know, but I don't think so. It's so good for tripping. Maybe you can come. Maybe you can come for its culture, something like this.
Yes, I would love to. I would love to experience the culture.
Yes, because of it.
Good food too, right?
Yes, it is close to Turkish foods. Dolma, something like this. But in regions, I don't think so. There's some interesting things in area. Maybe I'm living in Baku. Maybe it's not interesting for me. Maybe it's interesting for you. Maybe.
Oh,
I don't know.
Well, anything that is different is interesting, right?
Yes.
What part of Baku do you live in?
Buzovna. My area is called Buzovna.
I'm looking at a map, trying to find it.
Near to sea. But
from the middle of Baku, which direction do you live? East or west? South?
I don't know really. Let me search it.
I see the Haydar Aliyev Center. It looks like a very interesting architecture.
I have searched it. It is in east.
Okay.
East west. west, east, hyper, of course. It is not east. It is north. North, something like this. North. It is not. Yeah. I think it is not so good. Maybe. So explore. But I have seen a video in YouTube. Maybe I can send it to you. It is because of Baku something. A man, American man, visits to Azerbaijan. Maybe it is interesting to you. I can send it to you. It is.
So you've never been to Georgia or Iran or anything like that?
No, not really. I have sent it to you. Maybe it is interesting for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going, Matthew. See you later.
Have a good day and Happy New Year to you.
Thanks. Happy New Year to you.
Okay, so can you repeat your weird argument why the Earth is flat?
Who are you talking to?
You, Matthew Learns.
Oh, I don't think the Earth is flat. I think it's not flat.
Oh, okay, so you're here to debate them, yeah?
I'm just here to have interesting conversations. Yes, I'm an anti-flat earther. I think that there's a lot of evidence that the Earth is spherical.
Okay, so I can talk to you because that's the first day I entered this channel and I've heard every opinion of these guys. And I would like to hear normal opinion, yeah?
Okay.
So what is the evidence that Earth is a globe and they can listen to it?
Yeah, so first of all, I don't think there's proof on either side. Instead, I would say science tries to find the best explanation for observations. And I would
Yes,
say
I agree with you.
yeah, the spherical Earth is the best
But
explanation.
wait, can I
Sure,
interrupt?
go ahead.
Can I my own thoughts? Yeah, that's why the science is called a theory, because it's like the best theory. I mean, theoretical approach towards like the phenomenon that happen in real world, like world of physical phenomenons. Yeah.
And don't
So
you go
that's
and
why
test your theory after that, Taz?
a theory of what?
To elucidate cause and effect relationships?
Okay, guys, honestly, through these 3 days, I kinda have both at the same time. I believe that the Earth is a globe, and at the same time, I believe that the Earth is flat. And I'm just trying to find some. I mean, I convinced myself that it's flat, and I'm checking this idea. I'm not like because that was interesting. This argument that yeah, it was really interesting, and I've never heard anything like this. So that's why I'm testing this theory right now.
Well, the argument is simple, Tazzy. You go outside.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
Witness the ground as flat.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
And what do we do to confirm it? Let's just say we take a step back and go, hang on a minute, I'm not sure. So how are we going to confirm that it is or is not flat? What can we do?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. You can like measure it, and no one has ever done. And
yes, it has.
And water doesn't curve. I mean, oceans doesn't curve, so that's why it's flat. That's very interesting.
So you understand it is flat. What you're suffering now is cognitive dissonance because you've still got all of the old stuff that you learned, and you're having trouble sidestepping that because you were still taught it was a ball, but you're still coming to grips with that.
Coming into grips with that?
Coming to terms with that. On one side, you've got two things going on. On one side, I was taught it was a ball. On the other side, your common sense is saying, I can see that it's flat. And these two are conflicting with each other.
Yeah, and they are conflicting because like most of the people I meet on a daily basis, I don't, okay, I know yesterday I meet two flat earthers like in real world. I was really like yeah, in the real world I meet them, so that was interesting also. Because I've never met these people before, yeah, because I don't know, I'm mostly surrounded by people who believe like
you probably have met them before. It's just that we don't normally walk around with a big flashing sign above our head saying, "Hey, I'm a flat earther." Some of them might. Winston used to wear placards and walk around, but yeah.
Yeah, I got interested in this, so I asked some guys, "Are you flat earthers?" And these two guys told me, "Yes, we are." And I was like, "Jesus, really?"
Next time you bump into some more of them, ask them why they're flat earthers.
Yeah, okay, thanks for this. Yeah, but how are like 4 seasons of the year explained by your theory?
By my theory?
Sorry, but by flat earthers theory, not your theory. How are 4 seasons of the year explained?
The seasons just follow the sun, that's all. So the sun runs on 2 cycles. The daily cycle, where you see the sun move over your head every single day, and a yearly cycle. So that yearly cycle is the daily cycle, slightly adjusts every single day.
Yeah, so you also
and then
believe
after
the
a full
theory,
year it comes back.
You know Nicholas Copernicus? You know him?
Not personally.
Yeah, but you know what were his claims, Nicholas Copernicus? Yeah.
What about them?
They were heliocentric, not like Earth-centric. Yeah.
And what has that got to do with you asking about seasons and then pulling me up?
From what I understood from from what you've said, is that Earth is in the middle of everything, and the sun goes around the Earth. You told me this.
Well, you tell me what the sun does. You go outside tomorrow and watch the sun. You see the sun move across the sky. We all see that. Anyone that says otherwise is a liar.
Okay, so why don't you have your own like theory of flat Earth? You don't call it theory, yeah?
Why do I need a theory for reality? Why do I need to create a model of something that I can walk outside and dance across? I can measure it directly. I don't need to create a model of reality. I can just go. I'm in it.
Why wouldn't you create a model of reality?
Because of reality, it's there. I don't need to create a model of it. It's there. It exists. We can test it directly. See, the problem we've got is we've got a lot of people that say you need a model. You need a model. I'm not going to argue or debate you unless I've got a model. So what they want to do is argue a model versus a model. Well, how are we going to test these models? We're going to go out into reality and we're going to measure it. And then we're going to compare reality to the model. So why not just bypass the stupid model bit and just measure reality directly?
Because it's like impossible to measure reality. I mean,
no, it's not.
You can't go like with a ruler or something. I don't have access to anything apart from ruler and my own site, so I cannot measure Earth with ruler.
Have you seen any of the laser tests?
Yeah, I've seen the laser test. Okay, I'm gonna see it right now. Okay.
I'll post a couple up for you, mate.
Okay, post it, please, and I'm gonna check it right now. Because honestly, previously I didn't check the laser test, so because I don't know, I was busy with something else. So
That's all right.
I'm gonna do it right now. So if you post this, then I check.
I'll post a whole heap of stuff up for you, mate. I just got to grab hold of it here. All right. They should all be loading up now.
Isn't it a computer virus or anything?
No, if you scroll through them, most of them are YouTube videos. Yeah, if you scroll through.
Thanks. I prefer something to read. Okay.
Yeah, some people do.
I mean, sometimes.
If you prefer something to read.
Yeah.
If you prefer something to read, the very first one, the PDF.
Yeah. Okay. I'm reading this right now.
That
Okay,
is
so I'm
from
gonna
one of the tests done, and they did multiple tests.
Okay, I'm gonna
And
be
there's
quiet.
actually
I'm gonna read this now. Okay.
Yeah, awesome. Why didn't the last one pop up? There's actually a video that goes with that one that you're reading now. It should be that one there. Don't know why it didn't work. Yeah, the very last video that I've just posted up is the accompanying video for what you're reading now. It's nice to see that our mate Matthew popped in too to do his usual thing. Welcome. Hey, Lucid, how's it going?
It's going lovely. How about you?
Oh, yeah. Can't complain. Got go to work in about half an hour. What brings you in here
Yeah.
today, mate?
Well, nothing really. Just I just noticed you have an interesting profile picture.
Me busted egg.
Yeah.
Well,
I came actually to have. I was wondering about something.
yeah, continue.
You know, like how in science they say that the core of the Earth is hot, right? It's basically it's like extremely hot, like it's lava. If I'm not mistaken, I don't really remember, but I think it was something like that in the English, and I mean like in the science classes. And there is like all lava under the ground, and if you digged the ground, like you will reach the point where it will be impossible because the core of the Earth is so hot. So
that's the claim.
Yeah, that's what they say, right? This is how they explain why there is volcanoes, right? Like when the volcano erupts, like basically the lava from the core of the Earth comes out.
Yep.
So, and like they say, beneath, on under the sea, like in the oceans, there is a lot of volcanoes. So I'm just like wondering, right? If you are closer to the core of the Earth, shouldn't be like the Earth is hot, like shouldn't be hotter. It's like it's a sphere. It's like it's a globe, right? It's round,
Yeah,
like a ball. Like
No,
on the
ball.
equator, the equator is further, than any place on Earth, right? The equator
So you're
where
claiming it
is
is a
the
ball, or is this some hypothetical you're trying to build?
Well, I don't believe in anything for now. I'm
So
neutral.
you don't believe anything at all?
I am neutral, right? So I'm just like I'm wondering, like because
Well, if you're neutral,
yeah.
How about we do this the easy way? You don't know if it's flat, you don't know if it's round. You're sitting in the middle, turning your head both ways. How can I break this down? How can I tell the difference between the two? Why wouldn't you just go and measure it?
I'm afraid I don't have the technology or the tools to do so.
Really?
Yeah, I mean I cannot launch like a rocket to the space.
Why would going further away from something make it easier to measure something?
Well, not to measure it, but to see it. I mean, to see it with my eyes, with my naked eyes.
You can walk outside and see it.
Yes, true. It looks flat.
It looks flat.
Yeah.
Interesting. So normally things that look the way they are.
Well, I mean, like if it is so big, right? Maybe it appears flat on the naked eyes, don't they?
Okay, so it appears flat. So that's what the whole purpose of measuring it is for, to confirm yes or no.
Yeah, true. I mean, like, but I just like it's an idea that just came across my mind, right? About like the core of the Earth. So as a flat earther, right? You basically like you don't believe that how is it going? Like what's model? Like what's the explanation of the volcanoes? Where the lava comes from?
I don't have an explanation for volcanoes.
You do or you don't?
Do not.
Oh, do not.
Really
Okay.
overly concerned.
Yeah. Okay. Understandable. It's just a little bit interesting because the like countries or lands on the equator, right? Mostly hot. Although like they are further away from the core of the Earth, but places that are closer to the core of the Earth are actually cold, right? So it's like it's
So
kind of
this
interesting.
is you begging the question again, trying to insert your globe. You just
No,
said it looked flat. So now you're still going back to globe law. So how did you validate, or how did these scientists verify or validate these claims? How did they prove these claims to be true and correct, or are they just really cool stories?
I think, like, you know, when they say the god of the gaps, like,
I've not heard that phrase before.
okay, so like in some like philosophical theological discussions, they use this term like to attack the people who believe in gods, right? They say, well, back in the days when you did not know how things works, you just give it a god. So like thunder, god of the thunder, you know, god of something, god of that, right? So to me, it's like whatever they are doing, it's just like there is a gap, right? So they make up an explanation. So it's like to fill the gap because they actually don't know. And what you have said as a cool story, it sounds like a cool story they tell.
Yeah. But I'm wondering, you've got the cool story, fair enough. How do they prove that what they've said is true? Or do we just accept the cool stories?
I mean, I don't accept this. Why, like, you know, I'm staying neutral. Like I believe a lot of scientists, the modern day scientists.
But you're staying neutral.
No, I just like I think they have agenda. Like the scientist.
Yeah, they've
like
got an agenda to make sure they get paid every fortnight.
It's like I believe everyone has an agenda to a certain extent, right? But the scientists, they should be about reality. They should be about the truth, and they should not have an agenda.
Well, a lot of them are about the truth, about following the scientific method. But the issue is when someone else has an agenda and that someone else is the one that's funding the scientist in the first place, do you bite the hand that feeds you?
Okay. All right.
So let's say you work for me.
Yeah.
I've got a particular agenda and your scientific studies go against my agenda, but you're getting paid really, really well. You don't want to go against that because you're getting paid really, really well. So the question on you now is, do you put forward your scientific studies, your thesis or whatever you're doing and go against the agenda that I have, or do you go with the agenda, be a good little boy and accept your pay each week?
But this is really like, for me, it's really hard to believe, you know, like someone can control like 99% of the scientists, you know, around the world.
They want to get paid. They want to eat. They want to pay their house off.
Yeah, but
they
like
want to
after
make sure their family's good.
Yeah, but like let's say that after, you know, like after so many years of working, right? Like they gonna stop working one day, right? They get old and they stop. Like not like, you know, controlling like 90% of the scientists. It is something I find it really hard to believe.
Well, it's not that hard to control people. You want to eat?
Yeah, but like, come on, like a scientist is paid very well, right? Like they will reach the point where they are sufficient. They can live.
Paid by though, they need to get funding, and to get funding, they can't go too far outside of the little scientist club that they're in, right? The little group that they're in that has particular narrative or a particular way of doing things. And if they go too far out of that, they'll get kicked out, basically, of the community. They won't be able to get funding. It's happened to a ton of people.
Did it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, interesting.
Throughout all of history as well.
Yeah, all I'm just like saying is I find it really hard to believe. Like, you know, the scientists usually they are above the average, you know, intellectually. To control, you know, the smartest people, in this world, right? It is something like I don't know. I find it difficult to believe.
We've heard scientists say some of the dumbest things that we've ever heard over time, right? Just because you're able to memorize, just because you have a good memory and you're able to memorize and regurgitate textbooks and do a specific task based on that memorization, that doesn't mean that you're highly intelligent. It just means that you're able to memorize the book of bullshit that you learned and regurgitate the information. Or to become a communicator, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, he just has to become very good at regurgitating the mainstream information and memorization and regurgitation. It doesn't mean that he's necessarily highly intelligent.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure some
Yeah.
of them are, and you can't be a total moron. Obviously, you have to be at a certain intelligence level. I'm not saying they're total morons. Well, there are some that seem like total morons, but just having a good memory isn't everything. It is helpful, though, definitely.
No, I completely agree with you. But it's like there is how many scientists, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, right? It's just like to control all of them. Like,
who's controlling them, though?
Like the institutions, whomever is
like the Rockefeller textbooks or something like that. Because they're all learning from the same source material at the end. Yeah, it's passed down, it's updated over time, and they're all learning the same curriculum essentially. It's not necessarily that they're being lied to either. I mean, it's probably people that are genuinely believe what they're teaching their students, the professors that are teaching the scientists that you're talking about. Were also taught by another professor who was also taught by another professor. And all of them are just, the professors are the ones that are the best at relaying the information that they memorized to the students.
Yeah.
It's not like they went out and actually tested the core fundamentals or variables in the mathematics or the information that they're pushing out. They probably never even thought about doing that. They just assumed that it's correct. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson says, we stand on the shoulders of giants, and the science is settled, which is the most unscientific thing anyone could ever say, to say the science is settled. Science is never settled.
Yep. Okay, so are you saying it has become a community, kind of like if you try to think or to test what they teach you, then you will be cast out.
Yeah, pretty much. If you go too much against the grain, then you'll be booted out and labeled a quack or whatever word you want to come up with for that. Sure.
An outsider.
Yeah. Kind of like the way that, say, the heliocentrists, like the theoretical physicists and stuff, will treat like the geocentrists, even though the geocentrist is also a PhD. They'll say that this guy's ridiculous, and they got like their own little warfare going on. If you go too far outside of the rules of the club, quote unquote, then you're not going to get the funding.
Okay, now I kind of understand, because it seems like you are describing a collective community, like these these things happens in a collective society. When there is someone does something that the tribe does not like, he will be basically kicked out of the tribe. He will be cast out.
Or not put into a position of where they're going to get any power or anything like that.
Like they will be bullied. Bullying happens a lot in the collective societies. If there is anyone is trying to think or to be special or unique or come up with new ideas. Okay. So the scientist community has become like this.
Yeah, you could challenge something within the list of available things that you're allowed to challenge, if you know what I mean. But if you go at the actual core of the claim
Fundamentals.
than the fundamentals. Yeah.
Isn't it that ironic that they accuse some people who follow like certain religions, they call them fundamentalist? Isn't it that the same?
Yeah, there's actually a pretty good documentary called, I think it's called Scientism Exposed. It actually goes over everything you're talking about.
Scientism.
Yeah, scientism, kind of like a little
became
bit
an
like a
ideology.
cult, like a religion, like a cult in a way.
An
Like a
ideology.
culty. Yeah. Like there's like a big model, a mathematical model, a framework, or whatever you want to call it, that is the heliocentric model. And if you go against that framework, then yeah, you're not gonna get funding, you're not gonna get taken seriously by the heliocentrists.
How about like these certain like services like or like websites like Go and Fund Me or like Kickstarter, where like you can go and ask people for funding. I'm wondering if people who are concerned, about these things, why don't you create something like this to fund people, right? To to prove something.
Well, we have had people do similar things to that. Where people have raised a bunch of money to buy a bunch of equipment to go out and do specific types of tests. We've even had people that have a lot of money going out doing tests. I mean, we've had a team of field engineers getting together, putting in a ton of work, and using a $30,000 laser beam and a whole bunch of other high-tech equipment, doing a whole series of laser tests over huge distances over the surface of the water to try to test for the curvature, and then publishing all their results in PDF document and video and everything like that. So there's so much out there. I mean, it's not really a debate at this point. It's just a bunch of people that haven't seen the information, in my opinion. There's no empirical evidence that the Earth's a globe. It's just a model. It's just like a conceptual model, mathematical model, whatever you want to call it. Definitely not a scientific model. I mean, if you look into the origin of how the globe came to become the globe, you'll be pretty shocked. Most people think that some scientists and mathematicians and people of logic went out and started performing tests, and they're like, "Oh, guys, look, we've thought it's a flat Earth for thousands of years. All the cultures thought it was flat, but they're all wrong. Here's my test results. I've measured the Earth. It's a globe. Here's my results. Anyone can go and repeat these tests, and everybody, it's a globe." That's not how it came.
How did it become what it has become?
It was basically theorized. It was through philosophical grounds, right? Like the first person that was credited to suggest that the Earth was a globe, where it stems from, is Pythagoras. Most people think of Pythagoras as like a mathematician and a man of logic, but that's absolutely not what he was. He was like a mystic leader, like a cult leader. This is something called the cult of Pythagoras and the Pythagoreans, and he thought that like they kind of worshipped numbers and shapes and things like that. He thought spheres were the most divine shape, and he thought that because of the way that the ancient cultures visualized or imagined the way that we see the sky, right? I don't know if you've heard of the celestial sphere.
Celestial sphere? No.
Yeah, it's like a way of imagining the stars in the sky, right? As like a big. The way they imagined it back then was kind of like a big dome, essentially, that covers like a big dome, and then the stars are basically like imprinted or kind of like holes in the sky imaginary dome, and that's how they modeled out the way that we view the heavens or whatever, right? Like the if I don't know if you've seen the sculptures of Atlas, and it looks like he's holding a big dome on his shoulders. And in modern times, they replaced that with the globe Earth. But if you look at the original ones, he's holding up a celestial sphere. So long before anyone thought the Earth was a globe, they all envisioned the heavens as this big giant celestial sphere, which is like a conceptual or imaginary way of envisioning the heavens. Okay, and Pythagoras, he thought that the universe was like a big musical instrument, and that planets sent out certain frequencies like musical instruments, and that spheres were divine. Okay, and the reason that he thought planets and everything were spheres was because he thought spheres was the perfect shape, and he thought that because everything must be perfect, right? The creator or whatever made everything perfect, therefore the Earth must also be a sphere. Okay, over time they mapped out this celestial sphere and turned it into a coordinate system, and then they basically inverted that and turned it into a terrestrial coordinate system. Right? And that's how they ended up coming up with latitude and longitude. It's basically a spherical coordinate system based off the way we view the sky. Or, like latitude is made from making elevation angle measurements to Polaris and turning them into a coordinate system. That's what the globe is. It's not like anyone went out and actually started doing real world tests and they're like, oh, look, like it's actually like here's proof that the Earth is actually a sphere.
Is somewhat through like philosophy, and basically he turned his ideas into an ideology. Like a sphere is a perfect shape, thus Earth is round.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
So even before anyone thought that the Earth was a globe, they had the celestial sphere. Have you seen the ancient depictions of what ancient cultures
of like Earth?
thought? Yeah.
I have seen some pictures. Like it was kind of interesting. Like this topic is really interesting because like from even like it's like there is certain like religions, right? They like even like inside of the religion they have these like debates, right? How did God or how did gods created the Earth? What's the shape of the Earth? So like it isn't something exclusive to science. Like ideologies are also involved in this topic.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, long before the Earth was mathematically defined as a globe, ancient astronomers visualized the heavens as a perfect rotating sphere with fixed stars attached to its inner surface. This was purely a geometric and observational construct. It was a model of appearance, not of substance. And then the Greeks, the Egyptians, the Babylonians, early Indian astronomers, they all described the sky like you can see in those depictions, basically, like a dome or a sphere revolving around a stationary flat Earth. And the observer was placed at the center of this celestial sphere. Okay, and then later on, people like Pythagoras and Plato and Aristotle, they took the symmetry of the celestial sphere and they imposed it onto the Earth, right? They kind of like inverted the celestial sphere into a terrestrial coordinate system. So the celestial coordinate grid, which works for star motion, like to predict star motion and all that kind of thing, got projected downward onto the Earth, creating a terrestrial coordinate system, longitude and latitude. And that mirrors right ascension and declination. So the Earth was like imagined as like a little miniature version of the heavens. The way that they imagined the heavens. And that was just a conceptual way of envisioning the heavens or the celestial bodies. It's not something that was an actual thing, right? It's just how we see the sky. Like we see everything in like a big like hemispheric dome above us because of the way our eyes work, the way perspective works.
I think that one thing that we are missing in the modern days is we are missing something. Like we don't actually see the true sky, like because of the light pollution. You know, like people back in the days, they used to see a lot of things. They used to see, like, you know, the stars and so many other things that I don't know how can I say them in English. But like, you know, in the sky there is so many things that are going on. But like,
Yeah, man,
majority
it's
of people-
crazy up there. Like if you take long exposure footage of the sky, or if you look at
Yeah.
the sky through night vision equipment, it's freaking crazy. There's so much going on up there. There's so many more stars than what we can, you know, see with our eye. Even if you go to places that don't have much light pollution and you can see like all these stars, if you take like long exposure footage, it's there's so much more than you can comprehend. And in the globe model, they're telling you that all of those are suns. Giant suns, like these ridiculous distances away in a vacuum.
Yeah, I mean, it's like their model. Not gonna lie, it's really interesting. The round Earth model, the globe, like, you know, how they explain, you know, the space and all of these things. I mean, it's kind of fascinating. You know, I don't believe in it. I don't still, like, you know, I'm neutral.
It's a cool story. That's what we're always
Yeah.
saying. That it is a cool story. But it could just be a coordinate system mistaken for reality. Coordinate system conversion, if you know what I mean. You know,
Yeah.
stemming from people like Pythagoras.
Yeah, I mean, it's really fascinating. Like when you look at the sky, like, you know, with the pure sky without light pollution, right? Like it's really like impossible. Like you cannot be depressed. You know, like there is a lot of people, like, you know, modern humans, they develop depression. But like, brother, just look at the sky. Like, you know, if you looked at the sky, like, you know, without the light pollution, like I find it really hard.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's freaking insane up there. Everything's amazing though. Once, you know, have a look, you know, watch documentaries about life under the ocean, right? And
Yeah.
there's so much crazy stuff under there with all the corals and the millions and millions of different creatures, and then same with you know, if you watch like David Attenborough documentaries about what actually is going on in the jungle and places like that. This place is freaking insane. Like there's the craziest creatures out there, and yeah, this is a crazy place that we live in, sky and earth.
Yeah, but one thing, like, about the sky, look, I agree with you 100%, right? Like we live in an artificial, you know, world, artificial light, artificial buildings, everything around us is surrounding us is artificial. Like it's like so much artificialness to the point where even, like, you know, the sky, like not everyone can see the ocean, right? Not everyone can, you know, can be lucky enough to go and survive in the ocean and to dive, you know, beneath the ocean. But looking at the sky is something is available for everyone. You know,
Well,
it is
depending
like,
on where you live, yeah.
I mean, like, I mean, like, you know, unless if you're in prison, that's something else. But like, you can just,
yeah,
like, you
but
know,
I mean, if you live in like China or something like that, you know, in the city,
Yeah.
in a city somewhere, you can't see shit in the sky. You know,
Oh,
you
I
might
mean,
see
like,
a few stars here and there.
yeah, but like this majority of planet, like people, like, you know, where we live in grids mostly, you know, and like even small towns now are developed, you know, getting developed into like cities. They have so much artificial light, and it is causing, you know, light pollution. But like, you know, the sky is like it's available for everyone. You just can't go out of the urban, you know, like to the nature, and you can look at the sky. You know, it is available. It's like the access to look at the sky is easier than, let's say, the ocean or the sea or any other, you know, part of nature. And yet we are deprived of it. It is free. It is available. It is the biggest thing above our head, right? But we cannot see it 100%.
That's right. Yeah.
It's kind of sad.
Mhm.
I believe,
But
like,
we have some pretty amazing equipment now. I mean, back in the day, sure they could see the sky better, but they didn't have the type of equipment that we have now to, zoom into the sky and that kind of thing. Like if you go into an area with low light pollution and you have some badass equipment, you can still see some pretty crazy stuff up there. And we have like long exposure now, so we can arguably we can see like much more than what they could see back then by being able to keep a shutter open for so long to allow all of the light to come in and then look at it afterward. Like even with my little $500 camera, just leaving, if you can hardly see any stars in the sky, and then I'll set my camera up on a tripod, I'll leave the shutter open for 30 seconds, and then I'll check the footage after it's done. And it's crazy. All of a sudden there's like freaking billions of stars up there.
It's like
but look, man, this is what it comes down to at the end of the day, though. Okay, if the Earth is a globe, it has to be curving. Has to be curving over distance, and most of the surface is covered in water. And if gravity is real, then the water has to be curving at a certain rate. And if it's not curving, then the whole heliocentric model that you have envisioned in your head is all false. It can't work.
I mean,
It's
like
something different.
This is actually what made me think, right? When first I was introduced to the concept of gravity, right? Like, water is heavy. I don't know how much there is like water on Earth, like this 70% water, as they say, right? Planet Earth is 70% water. And let me actually search how much.
73% or something is water of the surface.
Yeah, but like how much is the weight of the water,
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, to be able to explain all of that water sticking to the outside of a globe, you're going to have some magical force.
Yeah, like this magical force.
It's gravity.
Yeah, like when I see mosquitoes or bees, right, or birds flying, right? I mean, for God's sake, like a mosquito, it has like this transparent wings, right? It's really, really thin and fragile. Easily can be easily broken. Like even if you touch it, like you're almost gonna feel nothing. When you look at the mosquito and the flies and the bees and the birds, right? They don't look like they are resisting this magical force that is pulling that much amount of water. It's like this is why, like I'm kind of like I'm having.
What makes a lot more sense? What makes a lot more sense is relative density. Okay, and things that are more dense than the medium are going to sink through the medium if they're lifted up and dropped in one way or another. So if something's more dense than the air, it's going to fall downward unless it uses some type of energy to stay up. Okay, and anything that's less dense than the air, like the helium balloon or something like that, right? Or smoke.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of things. They're going to go up because they're less dense than the medium. It makes so much more sense than in the heliocentric model.
Actually, now you brought like smoke. Like every time I see smoke, it always goes up. When you think about it, like
yeah, you know what's crazy as well? Like if you get a room and you get like an incense stick, and you shut all the windows and make sure there's no air like getting in and blowing around, that smoke goes up in a perfect straight line. Perfect. It's crazy. So it's like we have two primary vectors, which is up, and straight down. So if you drop something, it's going to go straight down, right? And if something is less dense than the medium, when you drop it, it's going to go straight up. We can all agree that there's two primary vectors, but on a flat Earth, down is down for everybody. It's the same direction. Everyone on the Earth could point down. They're all pointing the same direction, and up the same direction. On a globe, there is really no up or down. It's like every single direction. It's different. Like if every single person on the Earth pointed up or down, every single person's pointing a different direction. It's just up relative to their position. Okay, and
Yeah.
we can easily test and vary and manipulate why things go up or down with relative density. Now, why are there those two primary vectors of up and down? That's a different question. That's what it always boils down to. Why is down down and not up? And why is up and down?
Yeah, I know. I'm
Don't think
looking at
anyone
the
knows.
like there is 1.4 sextillion metric tons of water on planet Earth. I'm
Okay.
not really sure how big is this number, like sextillion. Like what is? Let me see what is a sextillion. So, how many billions in sextillion? Okay. Okay, there is 1 trillion billion and 1 sextillion. So there is 1.4 sextillion. You guys can do the math, right? It's insane. It's insane amount of number. And yeah, 1.4. Like this is tons, in tons. And like 1,000 kilogram is 1 ton. There is like 1.4 sextillion of tons of water on planet Earth that is being pulled by gravity. This does not make sense. It's just like, no, I'm not buying it.
Yeah, I don't buy it. Obviously, they have explanations for all of these things. But
No, I mean, like they can say explanation, right? But like,
yeah.
I never came across someone explaining like how the mosquitoes and the bees are resisting this power.
Wait, hold on a second. Someone sounds like they're having a little bit of a little crisis. Is that
We
you,
have a-
Aaron? Is that Aaron?
It's Aaron, yeah. We have a toddler. We have a newborn here.
Yeah. Wow. Just straight up like devolving rapidly as we speak to him.
Uh,
But yeah, look, what is it that keeps you on the globe side or thinking that the Earth might be a globe?
well, because like I will say the amount of pressure, like there is like majority of humans on Earth. I'm not gonna say planet Earth, but majority of them, they believe in that model,
Yeah,
and
definitely.
like there is like how can I say, like if I am gonna say any otherwise, right? I don't want to, because I'm only asking, right? I'm only engaging in a conversation. I'm ignorant, about a lot of things. So I don't want to run my mouth when I'm ignorant, So I cannot still take a position, right? And then defend it, because like, I'm open to be corrected. I could be wrong. And I'm just like, staying neutral, because I have seen people debating these things, and I have seen like flat earthers claiming certain things, and then I have seen round earthers debunking their claims, right? And then like I see like a comeback by the flat earthers. No, this is actually not it. And like I'm just looking at those people like debating, and like there are so many things I hear from both sides. Sometimes
You don't even have to
round
be on a
earthers-
side, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm neutral, right? But like sometimes I hear the round earthers say something, right? And the flat earthers, they say something. And both kind of make sense. You know what I mean?
No,
So,
but
like,
you can justifiably say that Earth is not a globe because there is no evidence of it. Justifiably.
Yeah, I mean, like
I don't have to accept that. I don't have to accept that Earth is a globe simply because there's no evidence for it. Then you can look at what there is evidence for, and the evidence is for a flat Earth. There simply is zero evidence of the Earth being a globe.
Yeah, I
There
mean,
is
like,
no justifiable reason to say it is. Is one? None. If you look at all the things that they say are justifiable reasons, you can take them apart quite easily with logic, lack of empirical evidence, etc., etc.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Like, because Because like when they claim, like the round earth, they claim these things. Some of them they even like throw these pictures that was taken by NASA, like when they went to the moon, and it shows this perfectly round Earth, right? But then years later, you hear those scientists, they say, well, it is not actually perfectly round. The Earth is not actually perfectly round. It is like there is, like, I don't know how can I say this in English, but like it's like it's not like perfectly round. Like there is
it's like a slightly oblate. You see?
yeah,
Oblate
yeah,
spheroid.
from the middle, yeah. So like, which kind of like contradict the picture they have taken in the beginning, which made me like question everything they say later. Like how can you just like claim these things and you went to the moon and you have taken pictures, right? And then like this all turns to be actually not true. It's all lies. So if you all lied to me from the beginning, why should I follow anything that you say later? I'm questioning everything you're gonna say later.
Yeah, there's a lot of contradictions. I mean, you can take the blue marble composites and you can put them into Photoshop and you can put a perfect sphere around them and it fits.
Yeah.
But they'll probably say that on that scale you wouldn't even notice, right? They'll say it's only a tiny little bit off being a perfect sphere. Even though people like Neil deGrasse Tyson refer it to being pear-shaped, we can still fit it in a perfect sphere in Photoshop.
Yeah, they always like have a respond for whatever you think you say.
Yeah.
This is why I'm backing up, because I need to validate every response. Like just because you have responded does not make like it does not make you true. Does not mean like you won the argument. Like if your response is not valid, right, or it's weak, you don't win just because
excuses.
You have said.
Masters of excuses.
Yeah, it's I feel like there is something fishy, but I just cannot put my fingers on it, and this is why like I'm just backing up and staying neutral for the meantime.
Here's a crazy thing. Think about this. They tell us that the atmosphere moves with the Earth.
Yeah.
Okay, so if the Earth's spinning 1,000 miles an hour, the atmosphere, say the atmosphere 10 kilometers above you, like the height of a plane, that's spinning along with the Earth. So that means that, just say you pick a tiny little bit of atmosphere that's 10 kilometers above you, right? Like you just circle a little bit, just hypothetically. For that to stay right above the Earth and to move with the Earth, it has to move at a certain speed to make it back to that point in 24 hours as the Earth spins. It has to move faster than the Earth is spinning to keep up with the Earth. Okay, so if all of the atmosphere is spinning with the Earth, what mechanism is causing all of that atmosphere to spin with the Earth? Because obviously if you spin, like turn on a blender, or if you spin something, obviously the air that's surrounding that thing that's spinning doesn't spin with the thing that you're spinning. It drags behind. But do you know why they say that the atmosphere spins with the Earth? Do you know?
I think I have a question, but carry on. I wonder, like
Yeah. They say it's friction. Friction. Mm-hmm.
What is that supposed to mean?
That the Earth spinning is dragging all of the atmosphere perfectly with the Earth.
Yeah, which is absurd. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's absurd because here at ground level, we have, like, you could go out tomorrow and have a breeze, like an easterly breeze. You could go out the next day, you have a westerly breeze, right? Southeasterly, whatever. Like the wind is just going in a particular direction. It's not consistent in any way. So how possibly would friction be the reason that the atmosphere is perfectly spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the equator with the Earth? So it's spinning faster than 1,040 miles per hour just to keep up with the Earth. It's crazy. There's a lot of just crazy claims that don't have good answers.
Also, they say the atmosphere is basically gas, right? Like basically like what is the like? How do they explain the atmosphere exactly? Like what is the atmosphere? Yeah.
Well, it's a combination of gases
Yeah. Okay.
and
So
and obviously some dust and particles and stuff like that. Okay, and basically we're in this big giant space vacuum, like a vacuum chamber. And
Yeah,
Can you define vacuum?
oh god, this Mark guy. Yeah, so when we talk about a vacuum chamber, right? We're not
what's
talking
that?
about a perfect. We're not talking about a perfect vacuum. We're just talking about a pressure that's so low there's not much air left. Okay, so it's void of the air. So it's claimed to be 10 to the negative 17 torr, right? Not a perfect vacuum, but it's something like 100,000 times more powerful than any vacuum chamber we can replicate here on the Earth. Okay, and then they tell us that we're on a globe and that we have an atmosphere that's surrounding the globe that's spinning through this vacuum. And the reason that it's staying here on the Earth is because of gravity.
So what is a vacuum exactly to you?
I just told you, Mark, right? Bro, you come in here every day with your like derailing conversations. Put yourself on mute. I'm talking to the other guy at the moment. Nobody wants to talk to you. I can put you on mute if you want, or you can put yourself on mute. It's your choice.
It sounds like you don't really have an answer.
I already answered you.
Well, wait. Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, no, that guy comes in here every day and starts shit with us. No, I'm okay. I'm full.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. So like,
Sorry.
there's something. You know, I have been thinking a lot about it. I have even asked like one times, like I asked like around Earth. My question was, if the Earth is spinning, right, with the speed of how much? Like they say, like 1.6 kilometers per hour, right? 1,600 kilometers per hour, and I said, like, you know, let's say that I'm floating. Let's say like I'm in a vehicle, right? Because I cannot float physically. Let's say that I'm floating, right, in the, you know, like in the air, right? And the Earth is spinning, right? Then the Earth, like, you know, if it keeps on spinning, right? I should be just like, you know, if I said like floating in the atmosphere, right? I should be somewhere else like after an hour or two, right? I should be like, you know, 1,600 kilometers away from, you know, when I started floating, right? And then they told me you cannot do this because, like, they gave me this example. If there is like a fly, let's say a fly inside of a car, right? And the car is moving like, you know, 100 kilometers, you know, per hour. That does not mean, you know, the fly is still in the car. You know, they gave me this example. And you know, like the fly is not like, you know, the fly is moving with the car, you know, and with the same thing, like, you know, you are moving with the Earth because there is an atmosphere. But then, like, you know, I told them, well, the car is closed, you know, like there are windows, you know, it's completely closed. But you know, the atmosphere is a collection of gases, as you have explained it before. You know, so like it does not make sense. Like it makes sense if the whatever, like, you know, thing that is moving is completely closed, then yeah, we are moving with the thing, right? But this thing is not closed, it's open, literally. You can see the sky and you can see the moon and the sun and everything, right? Like there is nothing between you, like according to their model, except for a collection of gases. And you are moving, like, you know, the Earth is spinning, right? And it is moving at the same time around the sun with 300 kilometers per hour, you know, which is an insane amount of speed. Like, are you telling me, like, you know, there is something that is holding these gases? Like, you know, the gas is not something heavy.
It's just magical gravity. It's just like the band-aid for all of the holes in the logic behind the globe model. I mean, and it's not only that, it's also, we're also chasing the sun through the universe.
Yeah, I wish there is
480,000 miles per hour, which at that point people's brains shut down. We can't even comprehend how fast that is. Considering the speed of sound is less than 1,000 miles per hour, think about 480,000 miles per hour. And then the other motions at the same time. And then the whole system is moving at like 1,000,000 miles per hour. So, yeah, it's freaking insane.
Yeah, and you're telling me those gases are still, you know, attached to planet Earth somehow? Like, no. A gas is not something physical, you know, it's something Something like the wind, the air, it moves.
Yeah, they'll
is
say
there anyone-
conservation of momentum, blah blah blah. But I mean, look, they need to validate that the Earth is even moving in the first place. I mean, if it's a globe, it's always going to come back down to curvature, right? None of those motions could be possible on a globe if you don't have curvature in the first place. That's the one thing that everyone can easily test. There's no proof that the Earth is in motion either, right? All of these things require a whole bunch of assumptions. Sure, you can show animations of it. You can show mathematical models, right, to try to explain how it would work if it was real. But that's all it's ever going to be. Some people are very, very good at memorizing these mathematical models that we get presented with, and they think that because they're able to memorize and regurgitate the information articulately, that it must be true somehow. And you know what I mean? It's
Yeah. It becomes like something because they have been taught these things at a very early age in their life. It becomes like really hard to convince them otherwise. Like they're basically like convinced, and it's really difficult to convince them otherwise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is there anyone here believes in round Earth? Like what do you guys call them? Round Earthers?
Yeah, globe earthers, I usually call them.
Globe Earthers. Is there
whatever. Yeah, round can be flat as well. Like a CD is round, for example, or a hula hoop is so spherical. Earthers, whatever. Globe earthers. Yeah, there's some people here that are globe earthers. I mean, I'm not sure about Beta. Maybe Beta is a globe earther. Levi. I'm just mentioning people. Sorry if you are actually a flat earther. But yeah, we got Josh in here. Josh is apparently a globe earther. He's a satellite engineer. Pretty smart guy. But hey, Josh, what's up, man?
Bonjour.
Yeah, so there's Josh. If you want to ask Josh any questions.
Yeah, Josh. I just I would like to hear your explanation, about the atmosphere. If the Earth is spinning and I'm floating, then in a matter of hour I should be 1,600 kilometers away from my original position. How do you explain it?
DJ was spot on. Conservation of momentum. You're moving, and the medium around you is moving with the Earth.
The medium is around me moving. What's the medium?
Yeah. The medium, the atmosphere. The gases are rotating along with the Earth.
Yeah, but the gas is not. It is not something physical. Blocking the Earth. It's a gas.
Yeah, but this is an aerodynamic phenomenon known as the Kutta condition, where the molecules directly next to a solid are not able to move due to friction. So if you do air passing along like on an airplane wing, even though the airplane wing is moving through the air directly next to the airplane wing is not able to slip. It moves at the same exact rate as the airplane wing itself. So similar to the Earth, the atmosphere moves along with it. It's stuck to the surface.
What is making it stuck to the surface?
Oh, it's friction.
Friction?
Yeah.
Can you explain the process of friction?
Yeah. I mean, you have gravity pushing stuff down. So about 1 atmosphere of pressure at sea level, and all of that pressure pushing down is causing a normal force from the ground back up onto the gas. So even though it's gas, it still has friction. It doesn't slip and slide.
So the air that would be 10 kilometers up in the air would be moving at along with the Earth. It doesn't lag.
It does lag. The higher you go up,
how much?
I'm not sure what the profile looks like, but I know that it's a continuous function. So at sea level, there is no lag, and then at when we get up to near the Kármán line, where sort of things move from a continuous medium to individual gas particles, you get to the point where it operates in the inertial frame. So
Is there like a chart?
Starts 100%.
Is there like a
yeah? I'll go check it.
Is there like a chart that like shows, how much it starts to lag at different altitudes? And is it true that the atmosphere extends far beyond the moon?
Well, it depends on where you define atmosphere as, right? Like even out in deep space, there's no such thing as a true vacuum. We still get down to like E-7 torr-ish, E-8 torr. So saying the atmosphere goes out past the moon is just saying, defining what your floor is. So it's a continuous curve that goes from one atmosphere, asymptotically approaching zero. So
when they talk about when they talk about deep space being a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, what are they referring to?
Oh, negative 17, yeah, okay. That's wherever you define deep space as. So like it's just like it's a continuous curve that asymptotically approaches zero. So
how far away from Earth would 10 to the negative 17 torr start? Do you know?
I have absolutely zero clue.
So a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I just like what is the how can I say this in English? What is the between the surface and the gas in the atmosphere? What's the difference? Not the difference. What is the English, bruh? The surface and the gas. How much is the size or the length between the surface and the atmosphere?
It depends where you want to draw your line, right? Like I said, you can define the atmosphere as whatever density floor you want it to be. It's more like a legal definition more than anything, but for most folks, it tends to be around 100 kilometers. Because it's like, do you want to take like a functional approach? Like it's the altitude at which you can't do like unpowered flight because there's just not enough air particles to support an aircraft for lift. Is it the altitude that you want X amount of drag for ballistic missiles? You can define it as whatever the hell you want it to be.
Where does it end? This atmosphere, where does it end? What's the distance between the surface and the end of the atmosphere?
That's what I said. You can define it as whatever you want it to be. Most folks stick to about 100 kilometers, which is the Kármán line.
Okay, so what is stopping gravity from pulling this gas? Because if gravity has such an immense presence and can pull a lot of things, for how many years, this gas or this atmosphere is still around the Earth? Why the gravity is not pulling it, to the Earth?
Well, because it's air pressure. It's like you pull things, gravity pulls it down, and then you it's kind of like a sponge, or like you squish or a spring. Like you squish a spring and it pushes back. So there's going to be some equilibrium where you've got gravity pulling down and pressure pushing up, and that's how every single one of those particles. Like if you drew a line directly above you. Like a column of a stack of single air molecules between you and the edge of the atmosphere. If you picked any one of those air molecules, the force of gravity pulling down would be equal to the force of pressure of the molecule directly below it pushing up. So what is that? Newton's first and Newton's third. Some of the forces equal zero because the thing isn't accelerating radially.
So the gravity is pulling down the atmosphere, and there is an air resisting the atmosphere and keeping it away from the surface.
Yeah. Gravity's going down, pressure's going up. That's how we get our equilibrium.
Okay.
Like when you push air in a piston or something, if you compress air, the air pushes back on you, and the force of you pushing down on that cylinder, that would be gravity. And the harder you push, the more it gets compressed, the more it pushes back on you due to the pressure. So there's going to be, some equilibrium point.
Right,
yeah,
but this is you'd have to use pistons or something like that as a smaller scale demonstration, because if you try to use gravity and air,
yeah, it's a weak force. You need a fuck ton of mass.
Yeah, so it's one of those things you're not going to be able to validate it empirically. You're not going to be able to
not in a terrestrial scale experiment. No, you'd have to go out and my favorite thing to do. No, I mean my favorite measurement to do this type of stuff is celestial spectroscopy. You can look at Mars and see CO2 spectra coming off of Mars, and you can actually if you zoom in, you can actually determine the ratio between the angular resolution of the rock portion of Mars, and there's going to be a haze of CO2 around it, and using that you can look at another planet and understand these sort of gravity to pressure ratios that are identical to the 1976 standard atmosphere here on Earth.
Yeah, so there's going to be a whole bunch of assumptions baked into those claims that you're not going to be able to validate.
Yeah, I mean, this is assuming celestial spectroscopy works. There's a bunch of other... The issue I've run into there is the instant that you start poking holes in that, you start taking down entire other areas of science that have nothing to do with flat Earth. So it's quote unquote assumptions, but it's in parallel assumptions that have been deduced using completely separate scientific processes. But
this is a good example. You get to see someone, Peacemaker, that's an expert at regurgitating the information that he was taught at university in real time.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, a lot of university on my end.
Mm-hmm. But when we ask for empirical evidence, that's why we're gonna. Well, hold on a second. We got.
Who said my name?
So is this someone hot micing or what? CryptoSys alert. Did you have something you wanted to add?
I want to say something.
What's up?
I've been on Discord for 3 years now, and among those 2 years, I made friends. They're all flat earthers. I am a part of them. I pretend that I believe what they're saying. And then there's you guys. So I'm not totally... I haven't set foot on each board totally. I don't believe anything totally right. But I did some research and I came across this instrument called a sextant. Have you guys heard about it?
A sextant?
A sextant. SAXTANT, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's called a sextant. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. To measure elevation angles?
Yeah, I mean, you use two of them from two parts of the world. And you can use that to calculate distance of something that is in the sky.
Okay.
So
It's a sextant. SEK.
Propose an idea.
SEANT.
No. Let me just type that for you in the chat. So, what we can do is that we can have two of these. For example, me living in the city of Kolkata in India, and then you guys, and we got to use it and calculate it. And after that, we can actually find out whether the distance of the moon from the sun, the distance of the moon from the earth, is exactly what we've been taught in schools, or it's just a hoax.
Really? How did you calculate? How did you calculate that? Guide me through the process.
I didn't calculate that. I'm proposing we should calculate that. But I want to know if you guys have any idea.
Do you agree that the sun and the moon both appear the same size in the sky?
The moon actually sometimes appears bigger.
Yeah, sometimes it does.
That's some parts of the...
More
So
often
does
than
the sun
yeah.
sometimes. Well,
Yeah, but
sometimes
like
the sun does as well. It depends on the weather conditions and that kind of thing.
yeah, but the moon is more often, I would say. Like
Yeah, but they say it's the moon illusion, right?
No, but
It's just an
because the
optical
moon is
illusion.
closer, and at some parts of the time it is closer and then it is farther, right?
Yeah, right now we have a big moon. They say it's 14% closer or something like that.
they call
But
it an
anyway,
illusion.
Well, they say it's an illusion. When you see the moon on the horizon and it looks like it's giant, that they call that the moon illusion, and it's because of the way that your brain works with perspective, and you can see small objects on the horizon, so it tricks your brain into thinking that the moon looks giant on the horizon. But if you hold your thumb out at arm's length, right? When the moon's up in the sky, your thumb will roughly block the moon. And then you can do the same thing when the moon's at the horizon, and it will still block out the moon just the same. So they say it's just an optical illusion. Some people say if you turn around with your back facing the moon, and then you bend over and look through your legs at the same moon, it won't look big anymore. I haven't tried that, but that's what people say. It like tricks the brain or resets the brain into not being tricked or something like that. I'm not sure. I haven't tried it. But
it's the relative position to the horizon that makes it look large.
Yeah, but then sometimes it looks giant when it's right up in the sky as well. So I don't know.
But the angular size doesn't change ever. It's super constant, which is like one of the things I find weird about flat Earth is that if the sun and moon were anywhere close to spotlight or floating over a plane, the angular size should change as a function of elevation angle, and they just don't.
Yeah, but how close are you? What do you define as close? And what are they exactly? Like, let's use the sun as an example. Like how close would the sun have to be for that to happen? For it to change in angular size?
I mean, it should be at any distance. It should change. You should be able to know.
Really?
Like you should be able to use.
So when you're on the globe, and you're looking at the sun, you're spinning away from the sun. So your relative position to where the sun is, you're spinning away from the sun quite a long distance. So you're moving away from the sun, but it's not going to change in angular size. Why? People say because of the distance, because it's far enough. It's so far away. Right, you're not going to notice any change in angular size, even though you're moving further away from it.
Noticing a change in angular size and having it actually change in angular size are two different things. Like you are correct, you would be rotating away, so technically it is getting,
Yeah. Whereas you just said at any distance, it would happen at any distance. You just said
correct. But if I'm saying if it's always noon somewhere, right? So at some on Earth, the sun is at its apex at any time of the day at a particular location. It is always noon.
It's always going to be noon somewhere. But every single person observes the celestials in a hemispheric dome of vision or perspective. Okay, that's not something that anyone
there's a continuous path. There's a continuous path between the point on Earth where it's sunset and the point on Earth where it's noon at any given time. So if you're going to have
but it depends on the observer, though. It's observer dependent. Where you see the sun in the sky is completely observer dependent, even whether you think of the Earth as a globe or you think of it as a flat surface, right? You have like a little hemispheric dome of range of perspective from wherever you're standing, where you place yourself in the center, and everything will basically move east to west over the top of you, relative to your personal position, wherever you may be, whether it's a globe or a flat Earth.
It should be, for that to work on a flat plane, though, it should be smaller when it's at sunset by a recognizable amount because of the
how much?
No, I don't know.
Yeah, well, how far away is the sun? How are you coming up with that calculation that you just...
The ratio of the land distance, though, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, if you just do the trig of, like, I see this at the horizon and some other point on Earth, they see it directly above them. So if I do that triangle, right, there has to be some land distance between the 2 points. I should do the trig on this at some point. The math just doesn't make sense to me.
You're going to have to make assumptions about the sun, unfortunately, when you do it. We're not even claiming, like, we don't know what the sun is, so we're not making specific claims about the sun. But surely you would have to agree that if the surface mesh is flat, whatever's happening in the sky is happening above a flat surface. I'm sure that's annoying for me to say that to you. It's like not something that you want to talk about, but that's probably a fact that you could agree with, right?
Oh yeah, we've come to the conclusion over the past few months here. I don't believe that you can do terrestrial curvature observations because you can't remove yourself from the medium.
Whereas over 20 miles distance, there's a skyscraper worth of curvature.
Yeah, but you can't observe that without removing yourself from the medium.
Right, but the medium has atmospheric refraction is what you're getting at. Okay, and that's caused by having a change in the refractive index gradient. Vertical refractive index gradient has to change, and then the light will deviate towards the denser portion of the medium. Okay, and that has limitations due to meteorological conditions that are possible to be present. For example, we can have an inferior mirage over the surface of concrete or bitumen. If we look down a hot road on a hot day, you're going to see an inferior mirage every single time because of the extremely hot temperature just above the surface going rapidly cooler as you go up vertically, which is going to change the refractive index gradient, and you're going to get that very steep deviation of the light, which is going to cause the inferior mirage. If you take away the heat from that concrete, that's not going to happen. Okay, so if we go out and we do an observation over a 20-mile lake, and the water temperature is 45 degrees, and the air temperature is 45 degrees, and we use, for example, say an infrared camera as well, which is also going to mitigate the refraction effects, we don't have the meteorological conditions possible to have that extreme refraction that would be able to explain why we can see orders of magnitude further than we should be able to see. It's not possible. Like, there's no mechanism, there's no heat source, or to cause that, right? If you don't have the meteorological conditions that could possibly cause that refractive index gradient to cause, for example, if we assume that the Earth's a globe, a K factor of 0.99, a refraction coefficient of 0.99, which would mean that there's so much refraction that the Earth would essentially just look flat. And that requires an extreme temperature gradient deviation vertically to happen. Anyway.
I don't know, why do y'all default only to looking at temperature when you're talking about Gath laws? Like, even if you hold temperature constant...
No, I'm talking about refraction. I'm talking about refraction.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, even if you had, quote-unquote, no temperature source, you could still have refractive gradient indexes due to the relationship between pressure and density of a compressible
Yeah, but
fluid.
we're talking about optical density, and it's primarily controlled by temperature. And we can test this on a smaller scale. Okay, we can test it over and over and over again on a small scale over a flat surface, and we can recreate the miraging effects that we get taught about by the experts, right? Like sinking refraction and that kind of thing, or looming, or inferior mirage. We can show that the only thing that gets manipulated is the temperature, which is going to make the refractive index higher. The optical density is going to be higher due to temperature. Like if I post the definition of atmospheric refraction right now, it's going to say that it's primarily controlled by temperature. And any subject matter expert on that topic will agree with that 100%. Like Andrew Thomas Young, for example. And I could drop citations from, these people that explain that, yeah, it's temperature. It's to do with temperature gradients that's going to change the optical density of the medium, and only by a small amount as well.
I'm just doing reading on refractive indices.
Well, a good source to go to is the American Meteorological Society. It's literally it's been over 60 years running, and it's just like a giant glossary of meteorological terms, and any updates, it's been updating constantly over the years. Any updates have to go through like a board of like subject matter experts. So if you want like a detailed, agreed upon definition, that's probably a good, site to go to. Or you could go to Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University. He's known as one of the leading subject matter experts as well. But look, here's the definition from the American Meteorological Society of atmospheric refraction. And it clearly says that atmospheric refraction of visible and near visible light usually is dominated by temperature gradients. Especially when, like, what you'll read is that when the lower you get to the surface of the Earth, the more the temperature is going to be the primary cause, right? When you're looking through that lower layer.
Stuff. Appreciate the links.
Oh, that's okay. It's not really a link, but I can drop the link if you want as well.
All right, y'all. The Buffalo Bills are kicking off. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah, have a good one, Josh. Catch you next time. Hey, CryptoSys, you're unmuted, man. Sorry, I forgot to unmute you before.
Don't worry about it, man.
Oh, it's it's Gunslinger. What's up, bro?
Yeah, my band got lifted.
Yeah, by who?
By time, I was banned for 2 weeks.
Oh, okay. All right, man. Well, just make sure you got some like background noise coming from your microphone. I can't talk anymore because I got to get a bunch of work done. But
Alright.
Yeah. Cheers, man.
Don't worry about it, man. Any flat boys in here? We gotta get to the bottom of this, man. I'm telling you guys, when I saw that ISS telescope footage, I was convinced that satellites exist. And if you guys care to refute that claim, well, y'all want to talk about the curve? Come on now, I know you like the curve, guys. You guys cannot tell me we can get internet in Antarctica without satellites. Come on now.
Yeah, so Gunslinger, the only footage that we can find of satellites shows them attached to balloons. You know, stratospheric balloons and that kind of thing with satellites attached to them. Those exist, absolutely. Okay, they're very common. And there's tons of footage of them up in the sky. Now, what you're not going to be able to do is validate a single satellite besides the ISS that you just mentioned. So regardless of the ISS, can you find these satellites that you're claiming are in space giving footage, internet coverage to the people in Antarctica, and that it's not just some high altitude satellites, right? It's like stratospheric balloons or something like that. High altitude platforms. NASA admits they have high altitude platforms, and there's different types of high altitude devices that could be giving that signal. So, pick a satellite and validate it, right? Not the ISS, like one of the little satellites that you're talking about, like Starlink or whatever. Like, all you're going to be able to show is like some little light moving across the sky that you can never validate. You're not going to be able to show me a picture of a satellite in space, because when you Google satellites in space, you just see a bunch of cartoons. So it's just like a faith-based thing. And if it requires the Earth to be a globe, that can't happen because we can debunk the curvature. Oh, he's gone. All right, Doog, pick a song, man. Which one? Which one do you want to play?
Slow step, chalk dust in the air. He writes his name like he's drawing a dare. Rod, coat dragging on the floor. Class is in session, he locks the door. He says, Glober, stand up. Bring that textbook brain, bring that memorized stuff. Pointer, drops on the board so light. Circle on the paper, but the ground feels tight. He smiles, 3 lines, 1 bet. Walk east, walk north, then we'll see what you get. Triangles don't lie, they only confess. Professor Triangle puts pride to the test. Professor Triangle's test, step by step. He checks your sense. You quote pages, he measures steps. You got book words, he's got proof on the deck. Professor Triangle's test, every angle he makes you sweat. You say I know, he says not yet. Professor Triangle's test. All day in the parking lot grid, cones as his markers like a kid with the rig. He whispers, walk straight, don't guess. Your feet draw a shape, your mouth feels pressed. PhD, yeah, put that on the name tag. Radrian, letters on a black bag. Take your globe talk, I'll take my chalk. You brought long words, he brought long walks. That's a triangle's test, step by step. He checks your sense. You quote pages, he measures steps. You got book words, he's got proof on the deck. Professor Triangle's test, every angle he makes you sweat. You say I know, he says not yet. Professor Triangle's test. Left turn, right turn, you spin in your tracks. He watches your path like he's reading the cracks. Trust your toes, not that chart in your head. Feel the floor, feel the line instead. He laughs when your route doesn't match your claims. You got facts on fire, but they missed the frame. Yep. Professor Triangle's test, step by step. He checks your sense. You quote pages, he measures steps. You got book words, he's got proof on the deck. Professor Triangle's test, every angle he makes you sweat. You say I know, he says not yet. Professor Triangle's test. desert looks flat. Out the window on this flight, he taps the glass. Shrugs once, says, guess my eyes ain't right. Map on the screen spins blue, lines curved across the sky. He laughs into his plastic cup, says, funny how they tell us why. Screens glow in every row, same story, same old show. But what if all these pretty views aren't the only truth we know? Maybe he should question NASA. Maybe we should ask who's right. Maybe everyone's been lied to since the first school wall was white. Are we hanging on a story, hanging in the endless night? Maybe he should question NASA if it never felt quite right. Flat earther in the aisle leans in like a quiet storm. Says, do you feel us spinning? Does this cabin feel that warm? Pulls up a grainy video, finger tracing every line. Says they sell us perfect circles while they're bending up our minds. Seatbelt signs flick on above, engines hum that empty love. But what if all these shining stars aren't where they say they are? Maybe he should question NASA. Maybe we should ask who's right. Maybe everyone's been lied to since the first school wall was white. Are we hanging on a story or hanging in the endless night? Maybe he should question NASA if it never felt quite right. If the ground beneath my feet has been still the whole damn time, would I tear down every textbook just to find a different sky? If the truth is in the questions, not the answers we recite, then tonight I want the silence louder than their satellite. standing tall. If it faded like they said, it'd be halfway gone by now. Crowd laughs, then they listen. He's rough, but his words cut clean. Every line on every screen is painted over what you say. Sit up the wise man up louder, screaming. Question what they sell. He says it, nothing here is real. Why you so afraid of hell? Long distance truth in his telescope. He won't trade it for a crown. Sit up the wise man up louder. Won't let them turn his senses down. He won't swallow swear. Explanations. He wants friction. Wants to fight. Trust your skin, your sight, your heartbeat, not their stories in the night. Set up the wise man up louder, screaming. Question what they sell. He says it, nothing here is real. Why you so afraid of hell? Long distance truth in his telescope. He won't trade it for a crown. Set up the wise man up louder. Won't let them turn his senses down. Set up the wise man up louder. Won't let them turn his senses down. Set up the wise man up louder. Won't let them turn his senses down.
Damn, little star. Jeg vil faktisk som et bare. Med konsolen. Her sitter der.
Anti-globalist DJ, always long distance observation. Anti-globalist DJ, always long distance observations. Zoom in, line so laser cut through crooked calculations. Anti-globalist DJ, keeping glowheads restless. Every angle measured out, every claim on a checklist. They point up, we look out. Who's really doing the seeing? One more line across that water shakes their whole believing. Anti-globalist DJ, always giving long distance observations. Anti-globalist DJ, always keeping globe heads on their toes. Anti-globalist DJ, always dispelling globe myths. It's flattened DJ is always like do one more long distance observation.
Crowd roaring. Cameras up. 2 mics, 1 truth.
Step up, I'm the glow guy. Lab coat in a hoodie. Got data in the back like a stack. Don't push me, we launch metal in the sky. Watch the curve in the black. We mapped every inch of this rock, you just scroll and react. Gravity pulling oceans, tides follow the moon. You got memes, I got math, telescopes in the room. We flew east, came back west, still the same blue sphere. If you still stuck on flat, that's a you thing here. I got textbooks, test runs, peer review pages. You got chat room links and anonymous sages. We see ships vanish from the hold of the mast. It's been settled for centuries, you living in the past. Level at 30 miles. Say it with your chest, not your smiles. You talk claims, I talk proof on file. Who walks out? Who walks out? Who walks out? Level at 30 miles. Whole crowd quiet when the facts get wild. You brought talk, I brought long range trial. Who walks out? Who walks out? Who walks out? Glow guy, breathe, you just preach the script. All talk, name dropping, not a single thing checked. You said we mapped it, we flew it, that's claims on claims. With one live demo that I can test the same. You said ships sink low, call it curve on sight, but pull out a long lens, boat pops back in light. That's perspective conditions, optics on blast, not a ball dropping boats off an edge that fast. You brag, oceans pulled by the moon in the night. 70% water out here looking dead flat tight. Go find 20 miles of that, then 30 in a row, still sitting level line to line, tide to tide, coast to coast. If your curve hits inches, then feed every mile. I should see some drop when I track that line, but long distance shots, 30 miles out clear, city skyline standing where they shouldn't appear. You brought they sadness, they wrote that, they know. I brought look for yourself, watch the horizon show. We got bridges, rail lines, canals run straight, engineers build on level. Your ball can't wait, so you spoke on faith in the folks in white coats. I spoke on with the lens and the water boat float. Crowd heard you talk, heard me point at the scene. I didn't need a lab, just a view of the beam. Level at 30 miles. Say it with your chest, not your smiles. You talk claims, I talk proof on file. Who walks out? Who walks out? Who walks out? Level at 30 miles. Whole crowd quiet when the facts get wild. You brought talk, I brought long range trials. Who walks out? Who walks out? Who walks out? Flat as the tea on his table, dry joke hangs in the air. He sips then sketches horizon, like you've been sold some curved up prayer. Charts spread out on the counter, long distance lines he knows. He taps the glass, then asks you, can that story really hold? Yet always keeping globe heads on their toes. Every lighthouse, every shoreline that he shows. Jedi always peeling back the painted sky. In a world that swears it's spinning, he asks why. Pub talk turns into questions. Maps turn into a show. He draws a straight line ocean to that tiny coastal globe. See that far-off city shining, should be hiding according to them. He just laughs in that dry, cool accent. Funny how it still won't bend. Jedi always keeping globe heads on their toes. Every lighthouse, every shoreline that he shows. Jedi always peeling back the painted sky. In a world that swears it's spinning, he asked why. Globe is a lie, curve is a lie. Maps on the wall, but the sky don't comply. Sun makes a trail, slow on my sight. It's circling above like a lamp in the night. NASA on the decks, hidden face, black eye, buttons, blue screen, spy DJ in the sky. Static in my feed, but the range still hits. Long distance calls past the little limits. Flatline anthem, turn that static.
Was any of that made by a real person? Tell me you at least wrote the lyrics.
What's up, Bean Toasty?
Hello. Tell me someone at least wrote those lyrics. Tell me the entire thing is an AI.
I don't know. I didn't write it.
Oh my god.
So what's happening, Bean Toasty? You figuring this out? Where are you on your search?
Right now I'm trying to figure out how to win in Minecraft.
There's only one way to win at Minecraft.
You know, is the Minecraft Earth flat? I think the Minecraft Earth is actually flat.
All video games are made on a flat level surface. That's how
Lord.
Places are designed.
Not all of them. Mario Galaxy.
Nope, Mario Galaxy is in a flat box.
I swear, if you say Mario Galaxy is flat, you walk around balls.
Yeah,
It's not
but those are within a flat construct.
What, the console? Because the console is flat and the console.
Like if you were to fall off those balls and fall right down to the bottom, guess what you're landing on?
Oh, you mean that? Okay.
The whole thing, every construct is made with a flat baseline, even if you make floating balls above it.
I don't. Okay, I need you to explain that. I don't get that.
Well, like all video games, that's why they were called levels, right?
I guess.
Platforms. Yeah, and then something like Mario Galaxy, they're constructing balls in a 3D space, but that 3D space is essentially a box with a flat floor.
Alright, bro. I think I get it kind of, because like, was it? I'm so dead, aren't I? I'm all the way at the bottom.
Where are you from? Ireland or something?
Scotland.
What part?
I'm not saying that. Scotland.
I'm in Glasgow.
Good job.
So that's good. Another Scottish flat earther. Good for you.
I'm not a flat earther.
Yes, you are. How could you not be?
No, I'm not.
Well, you live on a flat earth, so...
I know you... Okay, but then by that logic, everybody's a flat earther.
Flat earther, correct. There you go.
No, they're not.
Yeah, of course they are. I mean, by definition, if you live on a flat earth, you're a flat earther.
Okay, that's... Okay.
You're just one of these flat earthers that's been convinced they live on a giant spinning space ball.
Okay. I mean, I see your logic there, actually.
Yeah.
That's not an objective fact that the Earth is flat.
Oh, it is objective. It's measured. It's observed. Practically used. Have you not been listening? I've seen you in here for days.
I have been listening.
Okay, so how do you reconcile the fact that no curvature has ever been measured and every long distance observation and laser test being done just shows it's flat? You just ignore that?
I'm not ignoring it, I'm thinking. What if I do ignore it?
What?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, you're just ignoring it. But that is
honestly, I gotta admit, I'm not ignoring it. Like, I acknowledge that it's there.
You acknowledge that the flat wall that we're observing is there?
Is that genuinely actually true? Like, no curvature has ever been genuinely measured?
Of course, dude. If it had been measured, we wouldn't be here. Why would we be here if you could measure it? We're literally saying there is no curvature. If we could measure it, we wouldn't be here saying there is no curvature.
I need to do this experiment
prove me wrong.
myself.
I'd love you to prove me wrong. Google who's measured the curvature.
Wait, actually, yeah, because that'll at least get something started. So fair point.
Yeah, they'll tell you this Greek guy from like 2,000 years ago.
Sure.
Then you'll have to figure out how did this Greek guy from 2,000 years ago measure a curvature. That's when the fun begins.
And not AI. The clanker can go clank somewhere else.
They didn't teach you anyone in school. I mean, I got the same education as you did, I guess. They never told me who measured the curve.
I mean, yeah, because it doesn't matter who did it.
Yeah,
Too
but it
much.
does matter if it was actually done.
Based on this principle, what principle? Wait, don't gyroscopes? Just like a small thing. Wouldn't gyroscopes do that?
Nope, they're not surface measuring devices.
No, but I'm talking about like because the whole reason the gyroscope is called a gyroscope is because you can scope the gyro of the Earth, like it stays in space.
No, what happens is it would be called an Earth spin detector, but it's not. It's called a gyroscope. It's not called an Earth spin detector, or what do you call that?
Yeah, gyroscopes debunk the globe.
Really?
Yeah, like a pilot. There's this KLM pilot, a woman, who was flying a few years ago, and she sets her gyroscope level with the Earth before she takes off in Holland, I think it was, and then she's going to Australia, and flying around the ball. That gyroscope should show that she's no longer level with the original set position of the gyroscope. But she gets all the way to Australia and the gyro is just level with her, like she said it at the beginning. And she came out about that. She did a little presentation, even filmed it, and she got grounded.
Oh, grounded. Okay.
Basically, KLM said she could no longer fly with them because she realized what the gyro was doing.
Wait, so what stops me from taking a gyroscope on a plane?
I don't know. Nothing. If you can get it through security, go for it. You'll find the same thing. It's level when you set it at the beginning. Then you go up and raise in altitude. And then you level out again, and the gyro will level with the surface. You fly to your destination, level, and then you go down, land, level again over a flat surface. But come on, where's that curvature?
Okay, the gyros. The more likely experiment I'm doing is a gyroscope one, not this whole like laser 10 kilometers east, whatever.
Well, I'm not telling you what kind of curvature measurement you have to do. I just said who measured it in all history.
Who measured? I mean,
Yeah,
who
surely
measured?
someone would have had to measure it.
Oh, you're still asking who measured the curvature? Yeah, I don't know. I still haven't.
Did you not check? You Googled it though. Are you
Yeah,
serious?
I googled something else. I googled how to measure the curvature.
So go ahead and post your link for the gyroscope you're going to buy, because I'm curious to see which one you're
No,
buying.
hold on. No. I want to hear this bit first.
I don't
was
think
just
you
asking
can-
about the curvature. Don't get distracted into the gyroscope just yet. Why did
Okay.
you Google how do you measure curvature when I asked who measured?
Oh, because I thought I wanted to talk about an experiment rather than who and like it's I've
No, but I'm
googled it.
But
I
I'm
googled
saying it's the case that no one's ever done it.
Eratosthenes or whatever this pronunciation is.
There you go. So did you measure
Eratosthenes.
curvature?
I can't be with
Eratosthenes.
it. There we go.
You think he measured curvature? That's who it's telling you?
After I read, I'll make up my mind.
Well, give it a quick skim. It's pretty quick to tell you what he did.
Outside. In Egypt, sun's rays fall vertically.
Let's see if you can figure it out just from reading it. What he did.
Oh, you're telling me I could figure out that's a lie?
No, let's just see if you can figure out what he did, and then
Oh, okay.
decide whether or not that's a measurement of curvature.
Okay.
So do you know what he did yet?
The only thing that I know that he did is he measured the angle from the vertical so far. The exact length, his measurements. It literally just goes from, okay, so he knew the rays were practically parallel, and he measured this angle from the vertical to,
What rays were parallel?
the sun's rays were practically parallel because of the great distance.
That's an assumption. How would he have known that?
Okay, so he noted that they fell 7.2 degrees from the vertical, and he correctly assumed the sun's distance to be very great. Therefore, he deduced that they're practically parallel.
Well, saying the sun's distance is very great is not really sufficient, is it? Because that could be any distance. Very great. Could be anything. And he would also have to know the sun's size to know whether or not at that distance the rays would be coming in parallel. How would he have known the sun's size?
He would not have.
So you understand what it's telling you is he assumed that the sun's rays were parallel. That's what it's telling you.
I mean,
because you would understand that as a Greek man from 2,000 years ago, he would have had no idea what the sun is, how far away it is, or how big it is. He would have just observed it.
I mean, you maybe could deduce some kind of estimate of a size.
You can't deduce shit. All he could deduce is that it's the same size as the moon, because that's what he sees during an eclipse.
No, but you're assuming the distance is very great. So if it's very great, and it's I'm just like playing devil's advocate basically. So if you're assuming the distance is very great, and you look at it and you're like, oh, it's the same size as the moon.
This too, though. I mean, rather than playing devil's advocate for the story you've been told, you should want to know whether or not the story is true. Therefore, you should be critiquing it, not blindly defending it.
I mean, you're like there. I mean, we already have the two roles. Like we have the person trying to defend it. We have the person being critical, which is you. You're playing that role.
No, I'm not. But you don't have to defend it. I mean, what I'm saying, if you agree it's a valid critique, you should want to pick up that critique and say, okay, yeah, how would he have known that? I didn't say you had to defend it. I just asked you to figure out what they're trying to tell you is the case.
I think they're dropping some stuff out. I don't think he was entirely just like, the parallel.
Yeah, that's exactly
I think they
what it is, dude. Because think about it. Visually, what we observe are not parallel. They don't look parallel. We see crepuscular rays, right? Which means they spread out to our eye. And he would have seen the same thing. So not only did he not know they were parallel, he actually observed them to be divergent. He would have had to just assume that contrary to what he observes, they're parallel. Because he assumed it was essentially an infinite distance away, like you said. But again, that's an assumption. He has no idea how far away it is. So Eratosthenes assumes the sun's light rays are parallel. Do you know what else he assumed?
What did he assume?
That the Earth is a ball. And therefore that the Earth's surface is curved. He assumed that too. Because look at what he actually did. You'll notice it's not a measurement of curvature. It's a measurement of shadows. And by the way, this whole story that they're telling us, there's not even any primary documentation or secondary documentation that it ever even occurred. There's no other ancient Greeks writing about how Eratosthenes measured the curve or proved a globe. This just appeared in textbooks in like the 70s or the 80s or something. But either way, You see that, right? He's not measuring curvature. He's measuring shadows.
Yes.
Yeah, so he has to assume a ball and then do a calculation assuming a ball.
Here's the video I saw. I'm gonna watch. I saw this video ages ago, and it's using the 2 sticks method across a distance. I hope they explained in detail about the assumptions they made.
We can just Google it. I mean, there's loads of
Sorry, say that again.
Literature.
Sorry, say that again. The audio was too loud.
I'm saying you could just Google what his assumptions were. I mean, even the academic literature is pretty open about it. Because they say, depending on what your assumptions are, you could come up with a flat Earth doing this test, which is actually what the Chinese did.
Cool. Yeah, no, I'm just doing this, and I'm not reading the literature, just because I like watching videos.
That's fine, yeah, you can watch a video.
I love the the warning that YouTube gives is so funny. Like, flat Earth is a conspiracy.
Warning, flat Earth is a conspiracy. Ignore the man with the 2 sticks from 2,000 years ago who proved it for sure. It's a globe. Flat Earth is a conspiracy. You are dumb.
It says flat Earth is an archaic and scientifically disproven conception.
Yeah, see, when you see a pop-up like that on something, that means you're onto something. You need to dig deeper.
Past me would have called you up for that, but with the state of the world right now, good lord, things are bad.
Well, it's getting out of control because people are not living in reality. They are living on a fantasy, spinning space ball in a vacuum, listening to the government say, hey, we're about to go to that light in the sky called the moon again. We're going to go to the other side. And everyone's like, whoa, cool. Everyone's living in fantasy land. The government's running rampant. So.
Yeah. The day when I found out that, oh my god, the government lies was a tragic day.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just exactly so commonplace now, and yet people still come in here and ask us, why would they lie? Why would the government lie? Why wouldn't they lie? They lie about everything. Shouldn't come as a shock. Although, in fairness, the whole Earth thing is a bit of a tough pill to swallow at first.
Also, you know, something else that's just like it's funny, but it's just because like it's so sad it's funny. You know that Homelander gif where Homelander like just straight up kills someone and the whole crowd is like, yeah, woo, yeah, you know. Real life is literally worse than that because Donald Trump is like a proven like beast felon, and his MAGA supporters is just like, yeah, go Donald Trump.
Well, they're all birds of a feather, aren't they? Donald Trump is just one of many people who are signing off on the deaths of millions, potentially. I mean, he's not even got that far yet. I mean, what about Bush? He literally already is responsible for the deaths and displacement of millions.
Yeah. Anyways, the video. Flip's sake, why is this so loud?
Crazy how, as well, that when you Google who's measured the curve, it's not like, well, NASA did this super advanced, accurate survey using these advanced tools and precision measurement tools. It's like, oh, there was some Greek guy thousands of years ago with 2 sticks.
I mean, yeah, because it's like obviously when you search something like this, it assumes you're asking about like the earliest account.
Is that what you typed? I thought you just typed who measured the Earth curve. I didn't tell you to.
I mean, no, but I can do another example. Like, what's another old like?
Hey, can I get an example of something that actually happened where the guy's still alive and I can talk to him? Not something that guys made up like 100 years ago and then said, "Oh, look what I found in history books. This is globe proof."
Yeah, no,
I don't want that. I don't want something from 10,000 years ago. I want something from last year. So see if you can find that.
Yeah, but this is the problem. This is all they'll give you, like these hearsay stories from hundreds or thousands of years ago, this guy did this. Like, all right, well, we're in 2025 now. We've got super zoom cameras, lasers, all kinds of stuff. Could we get something a bit more up to date with an actual like video to go with it? Nothing. They've just been assuming since Eratosthenes, basically, if you go by basically what's out there in the literature, no one checked it. They're just like, oh well, there you go. We know it's a ball because the moon looks like a ball, and ships go over the horizon, and eclipses, it's a ball. So Eratosthenes must have measured basically the size of the ball. No one ever checked it. You believe that?
How to most up to
Not only didn't anybody ever check it, but NASA decided to go ahead and go to the moon just on those numbers alone. They didn't check either. It's amazing how magical they are.
Yeah, like they wouldn't even go out and just check, like, hey, can we just double check this whole curvature thing that we're supposed to be sending a rocket around? Make sure that's exactly what we think? Nah. The guy in Greece with the sticks sorted it out. He put a stick down.
Oh my God! Could you imagine if you could go to NASA and all the NASA's had like sets of sticks in different parts of their property, and then you can see if they make sure the curve is still the same every day. So before a launch, a guy has to go out and make sure the Earth didn't expand or contract. Because that's how it would have to be, guys. If sticks is how you measure Earth curve.
It's kind of ridiculous when you think about it. Kind of insulting to our intelligence. I'm just filling time for you to watch this video and figure out what's going on here. Have you watched it?
2 times speed. Here we go. Captions.
What's the title of the video?
10 proofs that debunk Earth by Professor Dave.
Reddit's top 10 globe props.
Mr. McToon goes to a boat and goes to Antarctica.
Come on, what's the title?
Sorry, what?
What's the title of the video?
Oh, just like it. Sorry, I was...
It's okay, I just want to hear what level of globehead shit we're dealing with.
Yeah, he's using an orange as an analogy.
He's got an orange out, that's a good start for you.
Yeah,
you could live on a ball because there's oranges.
And he wrote Earth on the orange with marker. I don't think he's going to eat the orange after.
Oh, check this out. Speaking of oranges, Cyclone. Speaking of oranges, if you have a basketball, say you got a buddy, you and your friend, one has a golf ball, one has a basketball. Your buddy holds the golf ball, right? Just holds it up in the air, and you walk about 30 feet away from him, hold the basketball up in front of a light, and then try to make that curved shadow on that golf ball. See if you can do it.
What does it go? Sinusoidal, or whatever they call it?
No, what you get is you don't get anything because it's just you won't make a shadow that far.
There you go.
This guy's losing it.
Oh no, I'm telling you the truth. You guys are actually losing it.
Oh no, I mean losing it as in like. Never mind.
You mean the guy with the orange in the video?
No. I meant this guy, but never mind.
You meant Professor Triangle. You mean?
I meant you, but like I didn't mean losing it as in like, oh, you're not making sense. I meant losing it as in like, oh, the way you're cackling, it's like funny.
Oh yeah, that's done on purpose, just for you.
Yeah, I know.
I'm laughing at all you guys.
So come on, what did he call his video?
Oh, shoot.
Proving the globe.
How I proved the Earth is round with my bike and 2 sticks.
Oh yeah, that one. I think he even gets the measurement wrong when he does it.
Damn.
I remember correct. Can't even measure.
Okay.
It's not the guy on the bike, is it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, guess what? The sun moves, so you can't do that. Did he take into account the sun moving? No.
I
So
think
that's
that
null.
he did.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. It's null and
Okay.
void.
Unlucky.
But even if he did, like, just think through it. How would what he's doing prove you live on a ball if you're not just assuming you live on a ball and using those results in a ball context? Right? It doesn't tell you how he knows he cycled over a curve. So yeah, that's just a bit more globe shenanigans, I'm afraid. No measurement of curvature there. Do we have anything from present day? At least the last 50 years? Is that reasonable? Where people could film things? And don't tell me they went to the moon, because you better not believe that shit too. I mean, the globe I can forgive, because just the size of it, but the moon landings you really should have figured out on your own by now. Anyway, Professor Triangle, please educate this man. I'm gonna get going, but good luck, Bean. Hopefully
Goodbye.
you'll figure it out.
Yep.
Crazy thing about Eratosthenes is that there's actually no proof that he even existed, and it's agreed upon in the mainstream as well. And let's say even if a guy named Eratosthenes did exist, there's nothing from the guy Eratosthenes that you're talking about that was ever written down and still exists now. Okay, there's no primary writings at all from Eratosthenes or evidence that he actually did that test at all. It wasn't even spoken about until hundreds and hundreds of years after he even allegedly existed, that some guy named Eratosthenes did this test. Now, where did the people or the guy that spoke about Eratosthenes get their information from? If there's no primary writings from Eratosthenes, like, they don't even know where he got the information from. Some people suggest that it could just be like completely made up. And apparently the Greeks loved making up these Eratosthenes type figures. Right? And historians also agree that they pretty much did the same thing with Pythagoras as well. Like, there's no primary documentation from any of these guys. Nothing that they ever wrote down exists at all. Wouldn't it be crazy if the flat earthers were citing, who measured, the earth flat? And we're like, well, it's this guy that, like, there's not really any proof that he existed. And everything's lost that he allegedly wrote down.
He was a Viking that lived up in the mountains, and he would stare at the sun all day, and then he figured out that the earth is flat. So why don't you guys believe him?
That is true. Everybody would call you crazy.
Right, crazy, like just giving you, evidence of someone that didn't. There's no proof that he wrote any of this stuff down or ever even did the test. And even if he did the test, he just assumed that the Earth is a globe. Okay, he wasn't trying to prove if the Earth's a globe. And then he assumed parallel sun rays. Okay, you could do the same thing on your desk with some sticks and a light and do the same math and make the same assumptions, right? And you can work out that your flat desk is a sphere and work out the circumference of that flat desk. It's ridiculous. It's not something that is measuring Earth curvature.
So I actually did just do that. I did the 2 sticks on my desk with my flashlight. I put the torch directly above the 2 sticks, and I think according to the globe model at the equator at noon, the sun is directly above everything. So the shadows, for some things, the shadows don't exist, and for some things, the shadows are, like, obviously directly beneath them. Like here, I'm getting shadows being, like, like shadows existing, and they're going in
You
opposite
don't put them
directions.
next to each other. You put your light in the center of your desk above it, and you put one stick at each end, and then you
Yeah.
tell me how those are straight up and down shadows.
I don't know. Tell me what to do. I'm doing what I think I'm
This is what
supposed to do.
Eratosthenes did. Okay, so it was midday when.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so there's no shadow at the stick 1, right? Let's call it stick A and stick B. Okay, stick A has no shadow, and then put the other stick over on the other side of your room, and that's gonna have a shadow. Now, that could be a 7.2 degree shadow, like Eratosthenes measured allegedly, if he even existed. Okay, and then if you just assume that you're standing on a sphere and assume that the sun rays come in parallel or the light rays come in parallel from your light source, just do the same math that Eratosthenes did, and then you can work out the circumference of your flat desk or whatever surface.
And you can get the height to your light.
It's silly.
You know, you can get the height to your light with that too, as long as you know the distance away the sticks are from each other. Well, there's other ways too. You don't just need that.
Wait, can you calculate how high the sun is then? From that?
No, the sun's an apparent light.
According to your globers, you can. According to globers, you guys can.
According to flat earthers.
According to globers, globers can. Yeah, here, I have an example. I posted it in the chat for you. This is Matthew Learns. He's your world famous glober, 1 million views on YouTube, teaches math. He's a glober till he dies because he still wants his retirement money, but he's a flat earther but won't admit it. Anyway, so how high did he measure the sun at? And he did this with, I think, Flat Lloyd or one of the flat earthers in here.
Don't matter. I'm asking you as a flat earther.
I don't know. I don't measure the sun. I don't worry about the sun. The only time I worry about it is in the summertime. If it's going to be like 110 degrees, I'm not cutting the grass that day.
I thought you were going to say something like that.
So you can't measure the sun's height above the surface, flat Earth.
No, it's apparent. No, the sun's apparent. Yeah, you can't prove that it's an actual physical object in that spot.
All right.
Yeah, I agree with that. You'd have to make a bunch
with
of
flat Earth. Did it with flat Earth, dude. That's right. Okay, I knew it was one of them. But anyway, yeah. So then I took Matthew's measurements and I gave it to AI and I said, "Hey, let's do this with Polaris." I mean, not that I couldn't figure out how to do it. I just wanted to write it up for me. And it came back with Polaris is like the same, almost the same height, a couple 100 miles difference. Isn't that amazing, you guys? Rusty, isn't that amazing? Rusty.
What did you say again?
I gave AI what Matthew Learns did. It's my AI, my physics bot, it's one I use for work. I said, here, check out what this glober did. And it read it, and it said, I said, give me that for Polaris, so I don't have to type it all out and figure it out. And he goes, and it gave me back, and it came out with almost the same height. It was off by a couple 100 miles difference was what it got. And I figured the other one was just, one was a calculation, and one is actual human reading, and it could be error, could be exactly right. I don't know, because I didn't do it, and you have to do it 100 times to get an average. So, there you go. What do you think? Polaris is like roughly the same height as the sun. How come?
How come? You asked
Yeah, how
AI.
come? Yeah, I asked AI, how come?
How come you asked an AI?
Well, you can just do a squared plus b squared is c squared, or, the side angle side, all that to figure that out yourself. I wanted AI to write it out for me so I could go copy, boom, paste right into Discord, which I did. Would you like to see the results?
Yeah, but I just asked you, like, how did you figure out?
Would you like to see the
how high
results?
the sun is?
I didn't. Matthew Learns did. There you go. This is what AI came up with after reading Matthew Learns.
Yeah, but your training an AI based on some.
No, my AI's already trained. It doesn't go into Glober mistake land. It's already been deprogrammed. Mine works just fine. In fact, it doesn't even mess up. It doesn't even mess up on a bunch of different kind of libraries I'm using on over I don't even know how many different devices now. It's so straightened out with coding, it's not even funny. It knows physics just fine. I removed its Glober mentality from it. I let it figure out that the Earth was flat on its own, and I said, "Now, from now on, remember that." And it hasn't forgotten yet.
Either bottomizing the AI. That's insane.
So you're using trigonometry, like basic shit. Like you're trying to figure out the distance to Polaris based on trigonometry from which positions again?
Whatever Matthew did, I said, "Here, look what Matthew did." The other question. There's more to it. When I made this is just a clip of it. Yeah. So I said, "Look what Matthew did." Matthew learns. He's a Glober. I tell it all these funny things about you guys. It'll come back, and there's things I won't clip and put in there because it's funny shit. It'll make fun of you guys if you guys keep asking the same questions over and over. It'll get like us.
The AI.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I was going to release it, but the last time we released one, it got reported and they took it down. They don't want anything that can logically think. They want something that can give you illogical thought back to your illogical questions. It wants something that can give you an explanation that you will believe in, and they've made it work. That's just like that. I ripped that gut part out of mine, took that all out, and said, "Here's the new guts. What I say goes, not whatever you've learned goes." Okay.
So
Might be
based on
worse.
that, shouldn't you be able to see it from like South America? Polaris?
I don't know. I don't live there.
Oh, but should you be able to see it?
Well, you can't see anything. You can't see anything around. I think about close to 7 degrees on the horizon because everything's just
Rusty.
squashed and distorted.
Rusty, I know where you're going next.
Where?
Where do
Yeah,
you
let me
think?
finish. Let me finish. How about
South
that?
Africa.
You gonna let
Yeah.
me finish?
No. Yes, I am.
Okay,
That was a joke. That was a joke. Go on. No, come back, please. Please.
Rusty, why
Your
can't
AI
you do
misses you.
celestial navigation and use a star that's at 1 degree above the horizon? Google it and tell me the answer.
Why you can't use celestial navigation when the star is above?
Yeah, when it's 1 degree above the horizon. Why can't you use that star?
Well, it doesn't matter to the point we are making.
The point is, because it doesn't exist, you can't see it at 1 degree above the horizon. That's the correct answer. You guys need to learn how to learn. You guys keep coming in here over and over and over, and we have to do the same shit with you every single day. It's insane, dudes.
In the reverse, it's the same though. I know this. I know this for 10 fucking years. Like, if you can't see Polaris when
because
you go past
there's
the horizon,
heat haze in the way and all kinds of shit at that low altitude above the horizon, that means Earth is a ball?
it's evidence for it. Yes.
No, it's evidence that there's shit in the way.
All right, but if you look the other way, there is something similar to Polaris.
So look opposite. Don't look at what we were talking about. Now look somewhere else instead. Got it.
No, it's kind of weird though that We have like Polaris. Which
How come
all
you
the
have to
stars
use?
rotate
You
around.
generally should be using.
Maybe
I
not
think
that
it's around 15 degrees above the horizon. Anything above 15 degrees, I think, is good. Up to like 70 degrees or somewhere around there. I'd have to look it up again. But
Depends on
anyway,
that.
those are the only angles that you should be using for celestial navigation. Nothing at 90 degrees. Nothing at 0 degrees. How come?
Hello.
Yeah, on the northern hemisphere, by the way. What about the southern hemisphere?
On all the everywheres. On all the everywheres.
Hello.
Hello.
What's your name?
My
Your
name is Big
your name
Toasty.
is Red Microphone.
Funny guy.
Uh-oh. The crew is starting to show up. I must be breaking somebody because Matthew showed up. He must have got a text message. Please log into 24/7. Professor Triangle is there.
No, I just logged in just to say hi. Wait, so I didn't know that you couldn't use celestial navigation above from 70 to 90.
No, you.
What's the reason for
No.
that?
You. I don't know. I don't know.
Maybe it's just hard because it's farther from the horizon. It seems like
It's
it
just
should
what
work.
it says. What it is. That's what it says in the manual. If I can find my book wherever I put it, it's last
No,
year, so
I
I
trust
put it
you.
away.
I just didn't know that.
Yeah, because AI Overlord and I were talking about it one day, and there's just a window that you can only use. You're supposed to only use for that. You definitely can't use anything near the horizon. Nobody sees stars at the horizon. If you do a time lapse over the ocean, you're not going to get stars on the horizon unless somebody made it up.
Yeah, I don't think that's a globe proof. I do think that the linear equation is harder to explain on flat than on a globe.
No, you missed it. You missed it, brother. The whole point of why you can't use all the stars is because they don't follow that equation. All stars in your field of view don't decline 69 miles per degree, or 1 degree per 69 miles. That's not how it
They
works.
do between 20 and 70 or something.
Something like that, yeah. And that's still even up for debate.
And I believe Yoder probably has. I think he has a reason why that's done, or one of those guys has it. I've already heard why. I just don't remember. Jedi might know.
Yeah, but see, why is it that Globers get to say, I already know the Earth is a globe, therefore my affirming consequent is correct, but flat Earthers can't do it? Isn't that
I
weird
want
double
to know.
standard?
Yeah, but I still want to know why Rusty asked me why he can't see Polaris from the equator. So, Rusty, after everything you've learned today, why can't you see Polaris from the equator? Well, let's see if you learned anything.
No, if you go past the equator, you can't see it anymore. But there's still plenty of land to go away from to the south.
What's that got to do with what we were talking about?
Well, you just asked me why I couldn't see it. I mean,
Yeah, does it have to do with
would
a
be,
ball, or does it have to do with it's too far away? Shit's in the way.
yeah, shit's in the way.
All right, thank you. The end. All right, welcome to Flat Earth. So there's another one. That's why I think they sent Matthew in to save Rusty.
How the fuck is that? Welcome to the flat Earth. If shit, there wouldn't be shit in
Guys,
the
I want
way.
everybody to congratulate Rusty
flat.
today as being the newest Flat Earther. Get him a tag and maybe a t-shirt.
Congratulations.
All right.
Wait, Rusty isn't a flat. Rusty isn't a flat earther.
No,
I conjured up Matthew. I bet he wrote an AI that when his name is mentioned on voice or text, it just pages Matthew, even if he's in class. So he's pointing at the board, boop, looks at the phone and goes, guys, I'll be right back. You guys, I'll be back in 15 minutes. And he just pops in and is like, what's going on in here, guys? I just wanted to say hello to everybody. And then he looks at the conversation. Yeah. That's how I would do it. No, Matthew,
Well, dude,
he's in the chat right now. You can ask him yourself. He measured the Polaris or the sun.
A lot of people like to mute and kick Matthew, so he needs the opportunity when he's being talked about. He can speak, so that's why he always has it on speed dial.
We need a
No,
massive
I didn't know
just
anybody
banner
was
for
talking
everybody.
about
Like Matthew, like 2 minutes before you showed up, I talked about you and how and your method and how you guys went out and took an angle to the sun and said your name, I think 3 times, like Beetlejuice. And then as I was sitting there, you showed up. So I actually believe the Beetlejuice movie now. And the one where you look in the mirror and in the bathroom, you say your name 3 times, Bloody Mary. That's definitely for sure a real thing.
Matthew,
gotta get
Matthew.
We got to get a cape for Matthew. Like when
Only
he
gotta
flies
work.
into the room, he gets a bat signal or a signal that goes up, his phone text message, you're needed in Discord, and you know where. And then it doesn't even tell him where. He just knows exactly what that message means.
Damn, bro, you gotta make up conspiracy theories and within your own fucking channel. Funny as hell.
Just amazing how this stuff works.
Oh, so you guys mean that Matthew became flat earther?
Matthew is
No,
a
I'm
flat
still-
earther. He
I
just
still think the
pretends to
globe
be
is
a
the best.
glober because he still wants their retirement money and the money he gets paid to come in here to pretend he's a glober. He's like, it's good pay. It's definitely going to set him for life.
No, I say things like, I don't think the globe Earth can be proven, but I think that the evidence points to a globe Earth, and it's the best explanation. So I say stuff like that doesn't quite sound like the typical glober. So maybe that's why they say that.
Oh
Matthew,
my god, okay.
Matthew, it sounds better when I put the words in your mouth.
I'm sure it does.
But how is what Matthew says is wrong?
Okay, Rusty.
How
Rusty was going on about Eratosthenes in the side chat earlier.
No,
so-
I wasn't.
But you were
That was
saying that we
someone
were
else.
lying about Eratosthenes. How can fluffs, you called us fluffs, how nice of you, really understand what's going on with this and we have to lie or something like that? You were
Let me
talking about
pull up.
Eratosthenes, right?
No, that was about parallel rays in the sun.
Oh,
that's what I
okay,
was
so that's
talking about.
related to the
And
Eratosthenes.
No, it was
argument.
more like the crepuscular. Sorry.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Can't fucking pronounce this because
It's okay. Don't worry about it. We got you.
Crepuscular rays. That's the thing. Because we talked about this like fucking 5 years ago, and it is still being brought up for some reason, which I don't understand.
Oh, so you
Because
forgot?
You should know why. No, you should. You should know
tell me why.
what the explanation is.
Tell me why.
Because they even if something is parallel, it can look like it's diverging. If it comes to you, to your eyes, it might look like it's diverging, but it's not.
What about the shadows on the ground when they say they point 2 different directions? Then what do you do?
What 2 different directions?
So if I put a stick in the beach where we took the picture of the oil rigs, I just thought I'd throw that in there just to rub salt in your guys' wounds. So we're gonna put a stick in the beach by the oil rigs, and then we're gonna put one in New York or New Jersey over there by the beach. And we're going to put the sun at noon over, I'm not sure what's right in the middle, Iowa, maybe somewhere around there. And the sun's going to be over that state, roughly. And you guys are going to get shadows that go 2 different directions. One's going to go pointing towards the west. One's going to be pointing towards the east. How do you explain that on a globe? How do you explain that with your parallel rays? Glober?
Because the Earth is curved?
You said parallel rays.
Yes. And if they if they
So if
shine
the Earth
on a
is curved,
surface,
if the Earth is curved, how come we measure it flat?
can't. If it's curved, you can't measure it flat. I mean, that's
Correct.
pretty fucking obvious.
Okay, so since it's measured flat, used as flat, planar surveying says it's flat. Why do you think it's curved?
I can.
You
give
don't know. That's correct.
Multiple
All right. Hey,
explanations
welcome to
for
Flat
that.
Earth. Hey, what size shirt do you need?
Did you just listen to me?
Well, yeah, I am. I'm going to write down what size shirt you need.
Shit going on.
Oh, no. Listen, check it out. I've been doing this so long, I can predict what you guys are going to say an hour before you even get to it.
Yeah, same. So, predict it. Tell me what I'm going to say next.
Within an hour, somebody's going to come in and tell us boats go over the horizon.
I mean, I swear you could just see that, right?
No, go ahead and find me. Go ahead and take a picture of a boat going over the horizon. I don't want you to Google one. I want you to go out and take a picture for me.
Why do you have to go and do stuff? I don't like doing stuff.
Well, then don't sit here and try to say nah to anything. You just sit in here and be quiet, and you sit in the corner with your blankie.
Oh man, I do like my blankie though.
Aren't you doing the same fucking thing? By the way, you're not going out doing shit, bro. Like,
Speaking of going out and doing things, hold on, brother. Speaking of going out and doing things, Indio posted a new observation recently, and it was I think it was off Boston Harbor. 5-minute video. I want Matthew to watch it, so I'm going to post it for Matthew. Matthew, watch it for me if you don't mind.
All right, yeah, thanks for the link.
man, I want to see it too. I respect that.
Well, I'm going to post a link, man. I'm going to post a link here shortly, so give me a second.
Does shit? Respect that.
Yeah, buddy. Well, he did one a long time ago that was an 30-mile observation of a boat. So he planned this one to coincide with certain events, and it's really good. I'll get it for you. Just wait 1 second. Only 5 minutes long. Link. And it is from our live stream, but the guy that made the video took out the infographics, things that you need that he's talking about, so you can look at them full screen while you're watching it when it's appropriate. All right, give me a second. I imagine this is it. Hopefully this is it. Yeah, that's it right there. So part of the reason why he waited for this one is because he was monitoring the sea and the air temperatures from a buoy that you can get the information from. So he actually knew the differentials of the temperature to his observation point. Because Glovers like to claim refraction for every observation that supersedes the globe geometry. They sprinkle magic refraction over it. So he just went the extra mile to demonstrate that their claims of this differential just wasn't there.
Did he present it to some university or something?
Huh?
I mean, he should.
He did.
He made some.
He just did it in the past couple of weeks.
I mean, the universities probably just ignore it
Yeah, usually.
because they probably lose a
But
lot of money.
He should still do it. Like, are we operating on basis of
Do you think universities just have like this mail slot for just randos to drop things off or something?
yeah, like an email address can send people something.
Oh yeah, an email that'll be summarily dismissed. No, that's not to say you couldn't achieve it, right? But it's like university, dude. Like, what does he need to send it to a university for?
Well, I mean, what are you trying to do? Are you just trying to convince people on Discord that the Earth is flat, or are you aiming for something higher? I mean, at this point, you would be at a dead end.
Right. So the question was, why does he need to send it to a university? That was the.
Well, maybe people look at it, take notes, and think about it, and maybe they will be convinced of something.
Okay, so that's just the same thing, right? It's just convincing a different group of people, right?
Yeah, but I mean, what are you trying to do as flat earthers? I mean,
I could care less if a bunch of universities look at certain evidence. I mean, whoop-de-doo. What does that do? Like, you haven't given me a benefit of why he should send it to a university. Like,
yeah, but what is the point of doing these experiments if you're not trying to incentivize some ideas in the scientific world or something? Like, it starts at the university level.
Yeah, but who cares? Who cares about the scientific world? You just convince normal people. They don't. I mean, why do you have to convince the quote unquote scientific world? Why are they so important that they need to be convinced? Why should that be a goal?
Well, if you have scientific material, then they would be able to be convinced.
Yeah, but why do? Yeah, but you just keep saying that, but you're not telling me why they need. Like, why do we need them to be convinced?
The greater good of humanity.
No, they are the basis of of science, of course. Like, what do you mean? Like, you just. I mean, if you just wanna,
dude, could you circle reason? Could you do circular reasoning any harder, brother?
But how? Like, you bring forth some evidence of something to the scientific community, and they look at it, determine if the way that you acquired it has been like is accurate.
So they're gonna tell us. So they're gonna tell us if what we did is correct or not, right? That's where you're going with this. That they're going to be the checks and balances.
No, it doesn't really matter that much, but you can bring it forward.
Correct. It doesn't matter that much. It doesn't matter that much to have some university agree.
So I mean, if you don't do that, you're trying to bring it to the general population, which means you're basically trying to attract these most stupid people available to your.
Well, yeah, dude. Think about universities for a second. Universities have gender studies departments, dude. So I'm sorry, but universities are not the intelligentsia that people would like to believe. They're not the gold standard bearers of truth. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but still, like there's not the
There's professors at universities that think the gender pay gap exists.
Kind of does.
There's people at universities that think that female breasts evolved from monkeys' butts. No joke. Right. So the opinions of retards, my friend, are highly irrelevant.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. Thanks for that.
Yeah, think about it. Like, what person at a university should he submit this to?
No, you should apply it. It's his What else?
How about he sends it? How about he sends it to the history professor who specializes in World War I and World War II? Would that guy be the guy to send it to?
No, but tell me, who is he going to send it to? To random people on fucking Discord?
I don't know.
Send it
Maybe
to
he
a
did
media-
do something with it. Who cares? I don't need a university stamp of approval on what Indio did or didn't do, bro.
Yeah, but I mean, what are you guys trying to do right here? Aren't you trying to convince people that the Earth is flat?
No, what we're trying to do, friend, is convince people to get off their butts in their mental couch from their mental basement, like Matthew Learns, and go out and actually test his claims. You know, like Matthew Learns should go out and do one of these tests. That's who should do it.
Okay.
Because if we give it, let's say we give it to the university. I'm not saying that's bad in itself. Let's say we do that, and let's say the university says, "Aha, the Earth is flat." That ain't going to make Matthew believe it. But if Matthew actually goes out himself and tests his claims, which he said numerous occasions he's not willing to test it because he's already convinced, so there's no reason to test it.
I mean, Matthew, yeah, go out, test.
Look, there's gold claims out there. There's. Oh, go ahead.
I'm just asking for image perms. I need image perms, man.
I don't know how the image perms work here.
Please, Daggers. I think Daggers can, or someone. I think Triangle can do it. Please, Triangle.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can do Flat Earth mod, yeah.
Not if you don't have image perms server wide.
Oh, he gives us. Oh, it's server wide image. Okay.
I'm just saying I don't know.
I'm gonna go straight to the CEO.
Yeah, I know. Over in politics, you had to like get to like a certain like server wide rank. To get,
Yeah.
It might be the same over here.
I think it's rank 10 here. Over in politics, it's like rank 3.
I'll grind. Well, that also brings me to my second point. Bedtime. Goodbye.
Buenas noches.
Yep.
Oh man, I guess Matthew had to go to the pharmacy to get some coping pills for that observation that Indio did.
Are they suppositories?
Yeah, he left. You know, he shows up right on time, like the bat signal, and then after I'm done and Rusty calms down, then he got on out of here. His deed was done.
He's like
Wait a minute,
Bush on
wait a
that
minute.
aircraft carrier. Mission accomplished.
Are you saying that Matthew is basically a human comfort blanket for Glovers? Dude, who's singing in the
Oh,
shower?
I was laying on him. I was laying on him. It was so comfortable. I felt the globe encompass me completely.
With a W in there. GLO WBE. It's a nice warm
Hey,
glow.
does anyone know the Pietà? Anybody?
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, so imagine the Pietà, but you're in Matthew's arms and he's holding you up. Oh
I don't even know who this guy is.
You don't know Matthew Lawrence? Holy crap. You're fired, bro.
Who the fuck is it?
Dude, he was just here and we were talking about him. He was talking to us and to you. What the heck? Were you not awake?
But you're like, he is some sort of overlord who is controlling people. I don't usually read the names of the people that I'm talking in Discord. So,
Dude, he's a math professor and he actually has a YouTube channel and he wears a cool adventure hat and he does math and he goes to like a lot of the flat earth meetups and he's been in this flat earth arena for quite some years.
I have never heard of him.
Well,
You've seen his video on YouTube. You've seen his video on YouTube. Everybody has got a few million views now, or something like that.
Well, which one?
He's a professor and he's teaching in front of a class, and then he interacts with his live shot on the screen. He's I forget what he's doing, and he puts his hand up to the screen, and then he cut a video so you can see he's actually in the screen, and it looks like he's in the screen and he's behind it. If you saw it, you'd say, "Oh, I think I remember that," but I don't have it linked anymore.
I legit don't fucking know what you're talking.
Anyway,
I don't know that one.
That's fine.
You think we got like managers or something? Globers?
What?
You think we got like managers or something as Globers? Like
managers?
Yeah, like this Matthew guy.
What about him?
Do you think we come like to his defense when he calls, or like?
No, they have people listening 24/7 as much as we can broadcast, and they'll show up right at the right times. It's magical sometimes. It's just magical how it works.
Lots of people listening, bro. We got people listening.
Josh shows up.
People DMs, man.
Yeah, Josh shows up right at the right times. Professor Phil shows up in DMs right at the right times. It's crazy how this works. Right at the right time.
Heck, we even have other flat earthers that stalk us. Dude, we got entire server. We got
routine going on.
Sweet, Matthew. Matthew, did you watch the observation?
Yeah, I did. I saw Indio's.
I'll be right back.
Now, did it say how high he was? I saw that he typed in 18 feet to the calculator. Was that the eye level of the camera?
It was like 36%.
It was 15. It was 15 feet, but he put in a bit extra just for fun.
Yeah, I don't know why he could see those waves on the bow. I think we were seeing waves on the bow of that ship.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't know why, huh? No clue, right?
Well, I mean, I think refraction, because I assume the Earth is a globe, so I think it's probably...
Oh, no, dude. No. It's not that you think refraction. It's that you're required for refraction to be there.
Right.
But otherwise you lose your globe, right? So you have to appeal to optical effects to pour like salt and pepper on every piece of burnt globe steak that exists.
Right. I mean, because I know that the Earth is a globe, then that we must, if all the numbers are right, we must be seeing the effects of refraction.
Right, so you just get to say, I already know Earth's a globe, therefore no matter what you show me, it's conforming to a globe, and if it's not, it's because light is magical. And then, yeah, but what the point that he made there, bro, which you might have missed, is that he waited for a day where the buoy said that the differential for the ambient atmosphere conditions relative to the water aren't going to sustain in a refraction excuse.
Yeah, 49 degrees and 49.9, or 45 and 45.9.
Right. So take your refraction excuse and stick it in the toilet and flush it, bro.
Right. I'm more confident that the Earth is a globe than the confidence I place in these observations. So it's not enough to dislodge the globe.
It's just hard to listen to you guys sometimes in denial. I feel sorry for you.
No, bro. When he took refraction and flushed it down the toilet, it went counterclockwise. Therefore, the Earth's still a globe.
Yeah, this is the problem, right? So atmospheric refraction Matthew, as you would know, is caused by the optical density gradient vertically. Okay, so when you have a change in temperature, it's going to change the optical density of the medium vertically, and the light is going to deviate towards the denser portion of the medium. Okay, and that's what's going to cause your atmospheric refraction. Now, you don't have the conditions, the meteorological conditions for that to take place, because you've got almost identical water and air temperature. Okay, on top of that, he also used an infrared camera as well, which also cuts through a lot of that. So
right, it reduces refraction.
Yeah, he also, the readings that he took came from the time of day that he was there, from a buoy that was actually at the location where he took the observation from. So it isn't meteorologically possible for the
it's a good
conditions to be
observation.
present.
He was very careful to put all the details in there, so I appreciate that.
And just to add to that as well, right? If the Earth was a globe, you would have to have extreme refraction for that to work on a globe. So to have extreme refraction, you would have to have an extreme change from much cooler air below to much warmer air very quickly above the cooler air for the light to bend down, and the insane looming or almost ducting conditions to take place. It's just not possible for refraction to be.
There used to be a theory of light that there's essentially a conduit matrix that light follows. So it's preordained paths. Maybe that was what Matthew will appeal to. So if refraction doesn't work, he'll go back to that conduit light theory, where the conduits are perfectly wrapped around the globe Earth, ever so perfectly.
Yeah, he makes a good case. He says, look, the air temperature is the same as the water temperature on that day. He documented everything. I believe him that it was 15 feet above the water and all that type of stuff. So that's why I say I don't know what caused the refraction, or I don't know what's causing that to happen.
Can you ever say, well, it could be possible that the Earth is just flat and that you're wrong? I want to hear you say that so we can get a sound bite so we can play it for your class.
Oh, of course it's possible that I'm wrong and that the Earth is flat. I just think that the evidence is still on the side of the globe. But this is evidence on the opposite side, so I admit that it's evidence against the globe.
Yeah, it's painful to hear this from you guys.
Wait, why is it painful? I'm just
when you're in denial so much that you make up things. Now you don't know why.
No,
now
I'm
it's
not
going to be
making up anything.
Listen, next year it's going to be a new reason for this observation, why this happened. There'll be a whole new thing invented instead of refraction, which was invented because it used to be like heat waves when you were a little kid. Nobody called that. That's refraction, son. Refraction is putting a pencil in a glass of water. That's what I learned, not waves on the street.
Well, I'm not making up anything. I'm saying I don't know something.
I mean, I was just going to say, like, you can't advance your knowledge about something, about the reflections on the street. That's as a kid, you might have been told something very simple.
I didn't ask.
And as an adult,
I figured it out on my own, actually. I figured out from watching cartoons when they were in the desert and they would see a mirage, and then it's like, why would they think there's water there when I was a little kid? And then one day I was driving, and when older, I was not driving. I was with probably my dad or something, and I could see what looked like wet on the road, and I'm like, "Oh, that's weird." I said it looked like it was wet up there. Oh yeah, it's hot out. It does that, and I'm like, "Oh, okay." And then that's how I learned about it.
Yeah, it's kind of a normal thing, but again,
when did it get renamed to? When did it get renamed to a thing that bends light around the globe? When did it get redefined into that?
No, refraction was being called that for fucking like 200 years or something like that.
Never.
I fucking know.
No, dude. Listen, bro. The idea of refraction. Listen, friend. The idea of refraction being necessary to save the globe didn't really hit the scene until there was an eclipse that they had to make an excuse for because it didn't follow the geometry of their claimed cosmological relationship between the Earth and the so-called celestials. And so they had to make up this excuse why the geometry doesn't look right. And so they said, oh, well, the light's bending, obviously.
Yeah, the phrasing of it was, of course, like this discussion when we have like a globe versus flat Earth discussion. Yeah, then it might have been phrased in a certain way. But refraction existed for
it's always been heat distortion. It's always been heat distortion for me. It was never refraction. When you guys started calling that refraction, I was like, what is this shit?
For you, maybe.
You never said that. No. I was like, man, I would used to think, it's not even that hot out. I remember thinking that. Then I would be like, oh, I bet the road is hot and the air is cooler. That's why I figured it out on my own, dude. I didn't have to ask anybody.
Yeah, man, you're so fucking smart. Still.
Yeah, but there's another compounding effect.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Everybody's been telling me that my whole life, by the way.
There's a compounding effect with that. That is that the shallower the angle that you're looking at something, the more reflective it becomes.
True. Yes, that's also what I noticed.
Yeah. So this same effect occurs on the water when you're looking out. Eventually, you're looking at water, and you see the color of the water, but then all of a sudden you see what appears to be the color of the sky. So the water line gives way to the color of the sky. But in actuality, there's still water there because you're seeing a reflection of the sky onto the water surface. And so you see the light blue of the sky and think that's all sky, and the horizon is either closer or lower in your field of view. But actually, there's still more water beyond it. And there's still light hitting the water and coming towards your eye, but it's just not the color of the water, it's the color of the sky. And this explains a lot of the so-called, what are they called? I think Fata Morgana or whatever. There's a lot of Glober images they show to try to show the horizon doing this or that, but it's actually just this phenomenon.
The floating boats. The boats that are floating in the sky. That's it. They're just on the water. It's just you're at such an angle that it just looks like the reflection. It looks like the sky. I told that to people many times. Many times.
Another
like,
one, dude.
oh no, that's why we see around the ball.
Right? Yeah. They think think it's the boat. They think it's the boat. They think that the boat is behind the water line and then being picked up and curved around the water line because they don't understand that the sky is just being reflected off the water line.
An example was posted for you, AI. They posted an example.
Thank you.
Perfect one. A good one, really.
Now, there's a really good one out there, and I want to explain it.
What, the
I
cruise ship?
No, just listen.
Okay.
There's one that Jaron did, and I don't know if he was the originator, but he did put it on his show, and that's where I first saw it. And it was kind of like a black swan, where the horizon is before, and so you think, okay, there's the horizon, but then you have proof that the water is behind the horizon. And what it was is you were basically looking at a boat, quote unquote, cut off from the bottom or whatever, and people are saying, oh, that's because the horizon's in front of it. Okay, follow? But behind the boat, because of this water effect that we just talked about, there were dolphins jumping out of the water, and a bird came down and then disappeared and then came back out of the water. And there was water behind what they claimed was the end of the horizon. Like there's literally water there. It looks like sky, but that's just because it's reflecting the color of the sky. All right, go ahead.
It's a superior mirage, of course.
That's because it's a globe, right? Rusty? That only happens on a ball?
It's not, dude.
It also
it's not the image. Listen, friend, it is not. Listen, you didn't pay attention. We are talking about a boat that has a greater critical angle than the shallow angle of the surface of the water, because the surface of the water is like coming at you at a more towards zero angle, and so the boat is vertical, so it's at a I can't remember what it's called, perpendicular angle. There we go. And so you could clearly see the light from the boat, but you can't see the light from the water, and the light from the water that you can see is a reflection of the sky. So the boat is not being lifted up at all. It's the water surface is looking like sky. That is not a superior mirage, dude.
It is a superior mirage, of course.
No, it isn't.
What else is this then? What else is it?
Oh my goodness, dude. It's retards not understanding that they're looking at water reflecting the sky and the boat isn't being loomed, moved, cast over, or anything.
What? But
No,
how
no,
does that
too
work?
hard, too hard. I got you, brother. Too hard. Yeah, it's called total internal reflection. All surfaces, once they reach a certain angle, except like amorphous carbon and a couple other things, are essentially mirrors, dude.
Including fiber optic cables.
Yeah.
Okay, so what about the boat hitting the water would cause that?
Oh my goodness, dude! It has nothing to do with the boat.
That's like telling them, tell me where the horizon is. There's 2 oil rigs in front, but don't ignore those and tell me where you see the horizon and point to it. And they point to it and they say, but do you see the oil rig? We're like, we didn't talk about the oil rigs. We're talking about that horizon back there. And then they point to the oil rig and no, not the oil rig, the horizon, the one you're pointing at. And they just get lost, right, Rusty?
Well, it's like let's break it down. Let's break it down, dude. Let's break it down. Okay, let's break it down a little bit. So imagine a checkerboard. I think the checkerboard has 10 squares across, so each one represents 10% of the total surface, right? And if you say to yourself, okay, I can turn this checkerboard at an angle to my view that's perpendicular to my view, and I'll be able to see every square equally. Now, if I start to rotate it to where it's getting flatter and flatter in my field of view, eventually, if I have it perfect at 0, I won't see any of the squares. I'll just see the edge, right? And let's say the edge of the checkerboard is brown, like those cardboard cheap checkerboards. Now, as soon as you turn that checkerboard lower so that it's no longer approaching at 0 degrees, but some of it is approaching at greater than 0, you can start to see some of it. And let's say the first checkerboard close to you has a certain angle, and the 10th checkerboard further away is at a different angle, right? And so when you scale the checkerboard up to like miles, every portion of that board could have a direct line of sight to it. But because the furthest part is at a critical angle, it will reflect other angles of light, and you won't be able to see the color of the checkerboard itself. So in other words, you have a direct line of sight to every point on the surface of the checkerboard, but you cannot resolve the last square. It's reflecting the sky. So to you, it looks like you can only see 9 squares of the checkerboard. The 10th has disappeared because that's sky, but it's not sky. It's a reflection of the sky, and you're deceived.
Deceived then.
Yeah, because a lot of people would see that and they'd see, oh, I can't see the 10th square and I see blue of the sky. Therefore, the quote unquote checkerboard stopped, or the quote unquote ocean stopped, and then it went over a curve. And then when you see a boat, or let's imagine that instead of checkers, you have the queen. Let's say you have the black queen from a chess piece. You put it on the 10th square, all of a sudden you could see the queen, but you still cannot see the 10th square, but you can see the 90% portion of the top of the queen, because that portion is beyond the critical angle. And then you say, well, the bottom of the queen must be over a curve. But no, you're wrong.
Yo, is that real AI I'm talking to?
And you would think Globers would know this stuff by now. It's only been 10 years. Actually, it's been hundreds of years.
Kind of weird how Earth is still 99% globe Earth dominated, isn't it?
It's not weird at all, dude.
What does that mean? What does that mean that dominated? So I want
Well, that everyone fucking knows that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, so like everyone knows there's a Sky Daddy, or all the kids know that there's Santa Claus.
That's religion.
Yeah, so they all know
Doesn't
that.
matter.
Like 90.
Yeah, the majority.
No, different. There's a difference.
Let's do it.
There's
Let's
a
do it.
difference.
Yeah, let's follow your logic. Majority rules. Everything that 51% of the people believe in, you have to adopt that.
Oh, dude, it's like, yeah, but it's worse than that, Crit. Because when it comes to the affirmation, listen, real quick, brother, when it comes to the affirmation of specific theism, that's like, what is that? Like 4 billion people? That's like way more than 50%.
Just one, yeah. I mean, think about all the people who have some kind of religion, just different versions of it. It's too many people.
Completely different shit.
Too many people. They all believe in some sort of supernatural being. They couldn't all be in on it after all these years. Since the beginning of time, since even prehistory, all of them, this one idea has stood the test of time.
Yeah, holy shit. They just believe in it. That's fine.
There you go. Now you've got an idea. Holy shit, these people just believe things. They're not thinking about it. They're not contemplating it.
What about the actions?
A system of power and control told them what is and what isn't, and they just believe it.
Yes,
that's it.
That's when it comes to religion.
It comes to everything. This is
but what about the actions? What about the actions people do?
Yeah, like bring Bibles to the moon, like pray before they do a launch. They give the glory to God. Yes, really, totally. That absolutely. You can go right now to NASA and just ask them, hey, how come all your astronauts are deep, religious, spiritual people? They go, oh, because we reflect the values of humanity. They just, earlier last year, they had 3 of them. 3 astronauts went to a young Earth creation thing called, I'm drawing a blank what it's called right now. But they did a whole speech, interpretations of the Bible or something like that. And that 3 of these astronauts were on stage and people were incensed by it. How could these 3 astronauts be talking about young Earth creationism? Because they're creationists. Duh.
Send me that.
I don't need to send you anything. If you're just going to stick your head in the sand and pretend that shit doesn't exist and they're all
just claim shit.
It's not claiming anything. I prefer you not to know this stuff. So when you snap out of it, when you finally realize no atheists have ever been to space, this is all deeply religious people telling you deeply religious things, that at some point you're going to have to square that. And
how you even believe in space, though?
Me sending it to you will not fix it. You're going to have to hear those words come right from their mouth, and they'll snap you out of it. As soon as you say,
if an astronaut says something, I'm gonna hold it to a higher regard than you do.
There you
obviously.
go. But you don't listen to them because you can't. Because as soon as you do, your whole worldview is completely destroyed. Completely.
When a fucking astronaut says something about flat Earth, that's it? Are you fucking serious?
No one's talking about flat Earth. We're talking about the 51%. Every single astronaut, all of them.
Right.
No, there's
they are Christians because they are fucking American. All right, I understand that.
Not just American.
There are some astronauts
either.
Yeah, so what? I could debate them about their...
that ideas are powerful based on the number of people who believe them, and
that was not my idea.
Of number
that was
of
not
years.
what I was saying.
Yet you will sit here and claim that there isn't some sort of supernatural being. You are in direct conflict with your own ideas. This is called cognitive dissonance.
That's not.
This is
what I
like
was
knowing
saying.
that smoking's bad for you, but you smoke anyway. You know that your logic is broken. You think it anyway. That's a symptom. That's the thing we're trying to fix here. I'm not trying to convince you the Earth is flat. I'm trying to convince you that you're own logic is deeply flawed. And
you can make
have to find
claims
this on your
over
own,
and over.
not me.
Of course. Oh, also, by the way, when I'm saying that the majority of Earth believes in the globe Earth, right? I'm not just saying that it's only belief, it's also action. Right? So we have sent countless rockets into space. We have humanity.
Not me.
I'm not counting you. Of course, not you.
Not you either.
Yeah, but I'm saying we as a human species. All right. We have sent countless rockets.
Have a religion of a supernatural beings.
That's a completely different fucking thing, though.
No, that's why if you ask Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14, hey, Mr. Edgar Mitchell, why did you bring a Bible to the moon?
It does not fucking matter.
Yeah, he said he wanted the aliens to know what we are about. He talked for humanity. All of humanity he talked to. He said, this is our value system. This is what we based. We are given a set of morals and conditions.
Whatever the fuck he was saying, it does not fucking matter.
He wasn't talking about you. He was talking about the rest of humanity, not you.
Yeah, I would be included in that, wouldn't I?
Atheists. He put the Bible on the moon to represent religious people with values, with objective reality.
Yeah, that's probably what he thought, right? That's probably what he thought.
I guarantee.
100% not.
100% yes.
So, Rusty, are you ready to take Christianity and Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior?
Fuck no.
And go talk to astronauts. They'll convince you of it. You listen to them anyway.
Why would I do that? It doesn't fucking matter when it comes to what we're talking about right now. So it doesn't matter what people believe in themselves.
Rusty, you don't believe in space Jesus?
Space Jesus?
Yeah, they found space. There's a book. This is 2 or 3 years.
There's a book.
2 or 3 years ago. Yep, one of the astronauts wrote that he found space Jesus. You can just go right to Amazon right now. Big talk all over it. It was circling right-wing news sources for months. About astronaut found space Jesus.
Okay. Whoever found some sort of spiritual meaning in themselves, I support them, but I don't fucking care. Like, what does that matter? I don't understand.
Your epistemology is on display here because it is demonstrated that you have to maintain your worldview, that as long as the majority believes something and as a function of years, that makes it correct. And you use the globe as that showcase. A function.
Yeah, so Rusty became a Rusty, are you I think Gemsy wants you to become religious. So go ahead and answer. They'll say heck no like that. That's crazy.
No,
you're already religious. We just want you to, jump all the way in now at this point.
First off, I want to make clear my position. When I'm talking about what religion is, it's of course the spiritual belief what people have. Of course, I'm fine with that. But it doesn't necessarily have to move into action. as opposed to what science does, is yes, it moves into action. People moving into fucking
Crit,
space.
are you there?
going
That
to the moon.
definition.
Yeah, I'm here. He's trying to shift the goalposts, move those goalposts. It doesn't matter. Even if you shift
people can be religious, going into space, going into the moon, going to the moon, landing on it.
Yep,
it doesn't fucking matter. It is not due to their religiosity.
Yes, it does.
It's based on... No, fuck, it's not.
Because you said that a function of a percentage and years makes it true. As a we, as a collective of humanity, a we. So therefore, everything you should know right now should be based on years and people. There isn't anything higher than a supernatural being.
I said that
longer and more people who have that belief system. You use the globe. That's a problem. Yeah. That's a problem for you because that's only a couple hundred years. That's an issue because you can go back
thousands,
even hundreds,
thousands of years.
Oh, Catholic Church, hundreds of years.
I don't give a fucking shit about the Catholic Church.
Yeah, really, it's shifting. That's like the 14, 1500s.
Yeah, shifting until people actually became somewhat intelligent when the Enlightenment happened.
Intelligent.
Thank you.
Yeah, the Age of Enlightenment.
Yeah.
That is where the Age of Enlightenment, deeply religious time frame.
I know. It doesn't matter though.
Yeah, it does, because your worldview is based on the function of people and time.
Yes, but back in the day, people were always deeply religious, mate.
Religious people, not atheists.
Yes, but I'm not waging this war between atheists and fucking religious people.
No, you're waging a war internally inside your mind.
Oh my fucking God. No, I'm not.
Yes, you are, dude. You are, totally.
You're ascribing that to me. You don't understand what I'm saying.
Ideas are true based on the number of people and the function of time. So like right now, today,
whenever did I fucking say that? What the fuck are you saying, man?
Right now, today, if you said if a new idea was brought up by somebody, just one person, just today, mere minutes old.
Yeah, this happens all the fucking time.
You would say that is not true. But if you 1,000 years from now, if 99% of the people now knew that new idea, then you would say it's true.
No, there can be ideas that can be observed, and you can gather evidence for it. And then, at some point, people are probably going to believe in them based on not religious basis, which are completely subjective, but on objective basis, which are scientifically provable. Like there is not like a comparison between, oh, God is going to heal my wounds and he's going to heal this sickness that I have. And then you make a comparison to a doctor right now who can prescribe you antibiotics and some shit like that.
We're not talking about medical stuff. And follow all CDC guidelines. Take all advice from your doctor. Don't listen to this guy. Whatever he's saying about medical advice, incorrect. Follow all CDC guidelines. Follow all advice from your doctor.
Okay. Yeah. Follow the advice from your doctor. Yes.
Yeah, and when I had a family member who was sick.
Oh my fucking God, man.
We all prayed together. The doctor came to us and said, "It's in God's hand now," and we prayed together with the doctor. He said he's done all he could do. He's done all that was humanly possible. It's now outside of his hands and it's in God's hands.
Okay.
So I listened to my doctor and we prayed together.
Take this and then any other point of medicine prescribe to someone
by a doctor.
Those two
that
together.
was in God's hands, and you'll pray together. You could do that. You say, "Hey, doctor, will you pray with me?" They will.
Yeah, I mean, he was out of fucking options at that point.
Oh, that was part of it. That's part of the whole
Rusty,
thing.
would you like to pray right now?
I'm not fucking praying, bro. I'm not a retard. If that was what the doctor prescribed to you, the prayer, I mean, I'm fine with it, but it was the last. If that's the last option, fine.
Not the last option. That includes all the options. That was a key component.
That is the last option that you have. That is because you are essentially doing nothing.
No, that's what he. Yeah, well, if that's what you think, then I mean, you got to think the doctor would be in on it. He just stood there and did nothing.
Yes,
is in on. Okay, yeah. Well,
he was trying to provide some sort of psychological help. Okay, I'm gonna concede on that. Maybe there's some help for that. Yes, psychological help does provide some sort of comfort. I understand that, but there is no physiological difference between praying and not praying. You think a cancer cell is going to recede if you pray?
About that stuff. What we're going to talk about is your epistemology. When you said it's not possible for the earth to be flat because you have a belief system that's based on number of people, function of time.
Which is not what I said, by the way.
That is okay. Well, what'd you say then?
I said right now,
we as humanity have
as
things
humanity
that we know
have the understanding, yes, based on objective evidence that the Earth is a globe. There can be subjective evidence
because
or whatever you want.
Functions there, time and number of people.
It doesn't matter the number of people. You can, like, you are the evidence that people believe that the Earth is flat. We have satellites. We have footage from space.
People. Okay, so you got people. Okay.
Do you think that everything revolves around personal evidence?
That's what you said.
Of course
you
not.
Just said that too. That I would be evidence of flat Earth. No, I'm not.
No, it's not. No, I mean you. No. Of course, yeah. I mean, yeah, but I'm going away from personal belief because
I
that's
could disappear
something
right
that
now.
is.
The Earth is still flat.
Well, that's a subjective thing that you claim that it is, but it's not flat.
It is, yeah. It's observably, measurably, and practically used as flat.
Well, they ain't, because otherwise the whole fucking world again.
There's this number of people again. The whole world. Function of people.
Yes, there
it was
is
a second function.
What
number of people?
Okay, wait. Why do you think the entire world or the majority of the world would obfuscate the fact that the Earth is actually flat?
Okay, number of people.
And not a globe.
Media and television and social media. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I remember I told you right from the very beginning, people in systems of power and control accept what these systems tell them to be true. I told you it's been like a half hour now, Rusty.
So every single fucking one. So every single fucking one
accept what what powers, what systems of power and control tell them. And that epistemology matches everything. I can use that to explain away almost every possible thing you see in the world. It's that simple. That people are dependent on the system and they refuse to accept when these systems fail them because they're dependent on them. They'd rather explain it away with some with something else. It was.
But
just
that's
a
what
mistake.
you are doing.
No, that's what
you are doing.
That's what you're doing right now.
Yes. How is it? That's what you are fucking doing. You are trying to say that
a system of people.
The whole system of people are trying to. Come on, man.
If you remove the systems of power and control, the globe Earth is gone. It vanishes.
Yeah, because everyone is a fucking moron who's just taking their own senses into account, looking out, thinking, oh yeah, it's flat, it's stationary, because that's what we feel. And then there's no more science, like even at the fucking base level, right? Which tells us that the Earth is fucking round. And we have no cutting edge science anymore at all. Which allows us to even talk to each other, by the way.
Yeah, the people who did that, who made the internet, I could get the quote from the guy. He said he developed a protocol that allows two computers to talk to each other. He said someday people will be able to use this technology to make the world a very small place. You'll be able to reach out and talk to people you never would have come across, and use that information to understand not only yourself, but other people. You're the one in direct heresy of what these scientists, engineers, they came up with a product that you could hold in the palm of your hand to understand the vast majority of human wealth and breadth, and you just don't. You think they're all conspiracy theorists.
What? How?
That somehow they're lying to you about a supernatural being.
But that's it. I could go next door and talk to someone about that.
And then the next door.
Because I could go to my neighbor who is a Christian and talk to her about that.
Or do your own investigation.
There is no investigation to be made. It's a completely verbal conversation that you can have with someone else. There is no deeper thing that you can investigate when it comes to religion.
That's why you're here, dude. You don't do any investigating. You don't go deeper than what social media and TV. When the man on TV says you guys got to go buy toilet paper today, or we're not going to have any, you're going to go and fill your car up and try to sell it to other people.
May you shut up? I was talking to Crit for a moment.
Open forum.
No, Crit.
Yeah, I want to dominate. If anything, if people want to get in, I think we should probably dial back and let other people talk, not just you and me. It should be an open forum for all people. Just like
but I was talking to you.
No, talking.
All right, I'm open to that. Okay, let someone else talk. Here, do it.
It's like Radwin. You want to finish what you're saying?
He's too upset. I hit too close to home.
Yeah.
I got to stop doing that. I got to stop bringing reality right to these guys. I got to kind of like put it outside in their backyard until they find it. Right, Rusty?
Bruh, I was told we should bring it to someone else, so.
Oh no, he meant other people are allowed to talk in here, not just you and Crit.
Okay, so what is it again? Bring it back.
You weren't listening again?
I was zooming out because I thought you would have someone else.
That's too bad. So that's it then. So you were already a flat earther. Remember, we turned you into one twice today, and so you're not back to globe again, are you? Don't disappoint me.
I don't. Come on, you are not a 12-year-old. I don't think so. Are you really trying to use these tactics? I mean, you're a globe earther, aren't you?
Which tactics? No, the Earth measures flat. I can't be a globe earther. Earth's not a planet. Earth's not a planet in a vacuum. If I still walked around telling people Earth was a planet spinning in a vacuum, they'd lock me up.
No, I think you're just a bullshitter. I think you're really a globe earther. I convinced you of that
By just chanting it? Now, I don't do chants. That's not how we build things at work. That's not how we design. That's not how we architect new designs. We don't do it that way.
Yep. Now remember the last 30 seconds, and then
what was the last thing a glober made that used the globe to be successful for it to work? What was the last thing that was made?
Curve and rotation. That's the two key points too. Not some hypothetical abstraction like I spin the pendulum or whatever. Where's the one where you directly, like this function of this device includes curve or rotation?
Rocket science, for example?
No, in a rocket, the Earth is considered flat and stationary.
Not really.
Yes, really.
Yeah, they have to be for rocket flight. For rocket flight, son. For rocket flight, you need a flat stationary Earth to start with. You have to calculate everything from a flat and stationary Earth, not a moving, curved Earth. Then after that, you can make up any story you want. But to get it off the ground, you need a flat and stationary Earth.
Yeah, from the point of view of the ISS or anything lower than that, the Earth appears as flat and stationary. You're moving over a flat plane.
Yeah, to a degree, yes.
Damn, that was easy. I thought for sure you could kick and scream.
No, that's 3. So he not only got a T-shirt crit, you got all this written down, right? He's got T-shirts coming. I think a mug. I think we're getting him a hat and a scarf because it's wintertime.
I mean, I'm kind of stunned. Can I
send him the FE underwear?
Yeah, for sure. Also, you got to send your NASA T-shirts in, Rusty. So if you've got more than 5, send those in, please.
They're made in
anything space related. You have to send in to us so we can. We have like a burning we do in the middle of the town square. We throw all the globes related stuff in there, and then we burn it and we chant. We dance in a circle. That's how we get rid of it.
All right.
Have you?
About to send a rock into your asshole.
Wow.
They just
because it's a rocket.
Here. Oh, he's still here. Okay.
They
I thought
always
for sure I was
do
like
that.
a squawk and run. I was like, damn, Rusty, really?
Why do globe earthers so often turn it gay? Degenerate, like all the time.
That is the brainworms, actually.
Weird fucking question.
It is a weird thing, bro.
Hey, Globers, can you answer that for DJ? Because I've often asked the question, and I'm glad DJ brought it up, and we have a rational Glober in here right now. Can you tell us why you guys turn into degenerates when you get mad at us?
What do you consider a degenerate, though?
When you want like one of us to. You want to suck on us or put things in our butt, stuff like that. That's just weird shit. Yeah, it's we don't do that. It doesn't even make sense to us when you say it, and we all look at each other like, does he want it? He wants to smell a stinky finger. Weird.
Basically, anything that they had the Velvet Scare at NASA, where there is no openly LGBTQ representation in America's Space Force, and probably same with China and Russia, all of them. So anything that they would disagree with, you could use that as like we humanity. Humanity's spacefaring cream of the crop. Anything they would find morally objectionable, why would you dip your toe into that? If these people are the best of the best, they don't get any better. Like when these people, these space age, explorers were made, God smashed the mold. Why would you say anything that they would find offensive?
Because I can. That's the whole story.
And then you separate yourself from the we. Because they wouldn't do that.
I can.
You have a group
Yeah, of course they
people
for fuck.
here.
They're not here, aren't they? What a fucking year.
No, they're at the Ark Museum Park talking about young Earth creationism.
What?
Yeah, it was called Gods in Control. It was done August 4th, 2025. 3 astronauts addressed a huge crowd at the Ark Encounter theme park devoted to biblical literalism.
Queso?
Queso.
Yeah, so what?
Queso, habanero, jalapeno.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good. So queso on like a, I like it just lightly on like fajitas actually.
Chorizo, queso chorizo.
Bro, I've been fasting and you guys are making me hungry. I'm gonna go cook something now.
Same.
I posted a screenshot of the event. Do you think you can find it now? Is that big enough breadcrumb? They wore their NASA uniforms even. The last time I talked, this is kind of funny because I talked to Naces about this. He went through and was trying to count the empty seats. And then in the article, it said the seats were full. Like I go, there's probably kids in there. Kids in the seats where you can't, see someone's head. Because they're told in the article to a full crowd, standing room only. It's like that meme that the anti-flat earthers throw around. They're like, who would win, a flat earth YouTube video or 2,000 NASA astronauts? And the YouTube video they show has a timestamp of like 40 minutes. And the 2,000 astronauts are like 30 people in the room. You're like, holy crap, you can't count or tell time. Or like, seriously, dude. A 20-minute YouTube video that says 40 minutes on it? 3,000 NASA astronauts, and there's like 30 people in there? I mean, that's charitable. There's probably even less than 30. Well, this amusement park thing, like symposium with 3 astronauts doesn't count because I can count some empty seats there.
Where did they give that at? A Masonic temple?
Yeah, the Ark amusement park. So if you ever want to know what astronauts do in their off time, they give speeches about Bible literalism and young Earth creationism.
Boy, they're just all over the place, aren't they? They're like the ultimate glober.
Yeah, sure are.
And there's globers in here that want to be like those globers.
Yeah, that's like the highest form.
And the best example of being the perfect astronaut for NASA is Don Pettit. If any of you globers are out there can compare to him, you will all have a job. Because he might have a lower IQ than George Bush Jr.
Yeah, I think I told this story many times. I'm sure people have heard it, that was what flat smacked my uncle. Because in his mind, the cog dissonance. In his mind, he thought astronauts are absolutely amazing people. Like, they are just incredible. Like, these people are, like, so better than all of us. Like, you have to listen to them. because they are operating on wavelengths that we cannot imagine. I'm like, hey, how about this guy talk about drinking his poop and pee in a chug machine? He's like, oh, that's a gag. That's not real. You guys like, that's not a real astronaut. I'm like, not only is that a real astronaut, that's her spokesperson. The astronauts, as a group, decided to say which astronaut shall speak for them publicly. And they chose him.
He's the astronaut. He is the face of astronaut.
Yeah, the astronauts came together. They said, we need to pick one of us to be the public face of astronautism. Which one? Who should it be? And they voted for Don Pettit. Then after I show him that, he's like, oh, that's not the real Don Pettit. It's a celebrity impersonator. And I'm like, really? Really, we're going to do this? So it turns out, just by chance, that the same video I had shown him was featured on NASA's own YouTube channel. It was a clip taken from Angry Birds in Space. Like at last I checked, it was still on NASA's YouTube channel. And by that point, he's like, holy shit, that dude is retarded. I'm like, yep. Imagine how retarded the rest of them are.
Yeah, he's the smartest one of the whole gang. So you can only imagine how retarded they are.
And that there's this banger. It's not the one thing you'd be like, oh, that's just one clip. He's not an actor. He just came off goofy for that one interview. He's like that for every single one. Like anytime this guy opens his mouth, you're like, what the actual?
Do you think his mom picks him up from work and they go home? She drives him back home, and she's like 80 years old? Because that's what I think. I think he just lives with his mom because you know that those guys have nothing. I don't know what they're doing. You don't know where anybody never has an address. You don't know where anybody lives. I never met an astronaut. My dad worked at NASA. I never met one. Anyway, yeah, I don't know anything about him.
Yep, here it is right here. It's still up to this day. NASA's official .gov YouTube channel. Don Pettit talk about Angry Birds in Space. If you ever want anyone who thinks, wow, these guys are absolutely incredible human beings. They've got multiple doctorate, interdisciplinary fields of study. No, just watch this video. Completely almost incoherent babbling about some video game.
Well, all you Globers are safe. I go back to work tomorrow. You guys can come back in here and act all goofy and shit.
I got some extra days because I was on PTO, but it snowed. We had a huge snowstorm. So they'd bring like all men, everyone on deck to kind of clear the snow out.
We just get straight 2 weeks off from 2 weeks ago. Gives maintenance time to work on machines when they couldn't get in them normally, all that stuff.
Oh, yeah, like how they reset some stuff. Yeah, I heard about that before too, where they got the kind of like the end of year reset.
It's just that's how it works for us. It's easier if we get time to turn off just everything. Our networking systems, updates to all of our business systems, everything comes to an end in December, and then we fire it up starting tomorrow. So the last 2 weeks, like the December doesn't even really count because 2 weeks in December, we're not really there. I'm not there. And then the 2 weeks before, we can't release any new software or make any business updates. So for us, on the corporate side, we just kind of sit around and twiddle our thumbs waiting to answer questions for 2 weeks. That was the longest 2 weeks this year that I ever had to wait to be off for 2 weeks.
Hey, Kiwi, are you there? Like, I like his PFP.
What's up, bro?
Hey, can you send me the full res image of that PFP? I'm gonna tighten it up a little bit where it's got no curvature, no rotation. So and then like flat trop, like
Yeah,
put a little, yeah, like add some more verbiage there. Like no curvature, no gas pressure, no photographs from space. Like no motion, no gas pressure, like no Coriolis.
Nice, bro. I'll send it off to you.
All right, thanks. I kind of like playing around with Venn diagrams. It's kind of fun.
Yo, I got a question.
Yep.
What religion do you guys follow as flat earthers?
It's a flat Earth is a swath of the population, and you'll find all people from all different walks of life.
What about yourself?
Yeah, it's like you will find people from like it's a swath. Like if you were to cut a line through the demographics of all of humanity, you'll find about the equal representation inside flat Earth. Like any demographic. Well, on the flip side, we're just talking about this. The astronaut corps is 100% Christian conservative. A lot of people like to pretend the flat earthers are that. Like you'll get some liberals, atheist liberals come in here and try to brand flat earthers as Christian conservatives. And then you tell them, well, no, that's the astronaut corps. That's extremely Christian conservative. Then they'll get mad at me for pointing that out. And I'm like, really? You're mad at me for telling you that this demographic that you disagree with happens to be with people that you also agree with. You shouldn't be mad at that. You should find a way of like, how do you explain that? If you think Christian conservatism is wrong, how is it also right at the same time?
How long have you been flat Earth?
2018, December 7th, 2018.
What made you?
The solar eclipse.
Can you explain? I don't understand.
Yep. So earlier that year, there was a solar eclipse, and I was debating flat earthers, and for like the whole year, and it was August, and so it took me another 4 months before I finally was able to accept it. I'm like, how are you guys going to explain the solar eclipse? Like, well, sure, let's all look at it together. Write down everything you see, hear, touch, smell, all of it. What do you get from it? And I went out there. I was right underneath it. And yeah, something appeared to have moved in front of the Earth, the sun. And then it's about the same size as the sun, and then moved away. And I knew it wasn't the moon, simply because the moon is invisible.
The moon is invisible?
Yep. During the solar eclipse, for the full 24 hours, the moon is invisible during the solar eclipse.
So what do you think? I have a question, because I was wondering, spoken to other flat earthers, but I was wondering what's your opinion. What do you think? Yep. You guys, I mean, I'm not going to say you guys. I have to ask you before I proceed, I suppose. Do you believe in gravity? And if not, what do you call this thing we perceive as gravity?
What do you call? What is that? Can you tell me what gravity is? Just to define your terms, because I don't know what you mean when you say gravity.
My definition?
Yep, your definition.
I mean, I don't have a definition.
Okay, so it's very hard for me to use what you're talking about if you can't define your terms. I don't know what that is. Saying a vacuous word that has no form or function. It's like, do you believe in Bagak? And I'm like, well, I don't know what Bagak is. And you say, well, I can't define it. I'm like, well, I don't know what it is, so therefore I would be agnostic towards your viewpoint of gravity. Because I don't know what it is.
I think that's a fair position. So, I mean, I could tell you the effects of gravity, right? I could tell you what they claim it is. They claim it's like a force of attraction between the mass of two objects, right? Something like that.
Yeah, that sounds like a contradiction because I was told that an object, the bigger an object is, there's a resistance to its inertia. Mass being a resistance to inertia. But you're telling me that the resistance to inertia is, in fact, inertia itself. The bigger the object is, the more attraction it has. When I can look in the world and see bigger objects are less likely to move. It takes more energy to move them, not less.
Who say it's less? What do you mean? I don't.
Because if the bigger the object is, the more attraction it would have. Like
Yeah,
a
the more
stronger
force,
magnet, a bigger, stronger magnet has more and more attraction to it. A smaller magnet has less attraction.
Yeah, there will be more force required to move it.
But it also is going to generate force.
Yeah, from its mass.
Yeah, that's a contradiction.
Wait, how so?
Because the bigger an object is, the more force is required to move it.
Yeah, but how does that contradict it? I don't understand. Can you break it down?
So the bigger an object is, it won't move. Smaller objects move easier. Bigger objects, harder to move.
Yeah. Where's the contradiction? You guys hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, I thought that was the end of the. Were you done?
Yeah. That was. I was asking like, where was? I mean, I don't understand. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. So, what do you think? You think? Do you think everyone is under like the delusion of some kind of global organization? Like, do you think? I mean, look, I'm not calling you conspiracy theorist, right? But do you think there's like a world order that's trying to make everyone ignorant of reality, something like that? You know, like,
yeah, definitely.
How
Guys, I don't think we landed on the moon. Is that true?
Yeah, definitely. There is a group of people trying to keep people ignorant.
Oh.
Yeah, they do this. They do this on purpose. Voltaire said it best.
And who are these people that are like, that own this global organization? Like,
who owns this organization?
Yeah, like who are the people that are controlling it?
Yeah, people in government mostly.
Do you think everyone like? Do you think everyone in the government, like, even because look, the Earth being round is not only the U.S. saying this, right? Even China, even Dubai, you know, like, or UAE, I mean, and all these other places, they're saying it. Like, why? What do you think they benefit by saying? Because it's not just the U.S. Why do all of these governments say it?
Yeah, I don't know why the government does what it does. You'd have to ask them probably.
So, how is the model of Earth in your view? Like, can you break it down?
Flat, stationary.
Is there an edge? Like what's at the edge?
No, the edge, the geometric edge. That's a globe Earth model. That they tell you that there's a physical leading edge of a ball that blocks objects being able to view them bottom up. So that edge idea, that's on a globe. A globe Earth has an edge. I'm not talking about an edge. And it's even more interesting is that they'll say the solar system, you say, well, flat things have edges, even though they claim an edge on the sphere. So spheres have edges too. Then they tell you the solar system is a flat. The whole solar system is flat. That would have an edge. Okay, where's the edge of the solar system? They can't tell you. Then they tell you the galaxy. The Milky Way galaxy is flat. Like, okay, well, sure, where's the edge of the galaxy? Don't know that either. Well, how about the universe? Yep. Even the universe itself is on a flat topographical plane. So you're like, well, where's the edge? They don't know that either. So it's like these one by one breaks with their own idea. Like, hey, flat things have edges. Only flat things? Yep. Well, how about the geometric edge of the ball? Well, that's not an edge. Okay, so the line on the horizon that blocks things bottom up, that's not the physical leading edge. Nope. What is it then? It's an edge. Okay, well, thank you for that. So how about the solar system? Is that an edge? Yep. Where? I don't know. So it's kind of interesting. Where do you get this idea that a flat Earth has edges? Where did that come from? Is it like a disk in space? Is that where that came from?
Yeah, that's usually when I think about flat Earth, right?
Yeah, a disk.
Oh, yeah, exactly, like a disk.
Okay, so where did that come from? Where did this idea? If I say the word flat Earth, how did you hear a disk in space?
I mean, I don't remember how I heard about it, but that's what I've been thinking about when someone say flat Earth.
Yeah, that should tell you something, isn't it? It should really tell you that these ideas are, if they're so ridiculous, if they're so bad, why would they need to straw man it as a disk in space?
Would you say it's a dome then, or what's your model? Like, yeah.
We're talking about a dome.
Is it a dome or
what's a dome?
Your model of Earth?
Or no, the Earth would be flat and stationary.
Do you have like some image of it? Like how's the?
Yeah, certainly. Here, let me post that for you.
I spoke to another flat earther. He said he was a disc, but he was a. I mean, the way he explained it was he was more like a biblical flat earther. So I mean, he was saying it's a disc or something. That's all I remember. And he said it had corners.
1 second here, I'm still looking for it.
No worries, take your time.
I got a couple different things to show. The one I'm looking for is not the one I want. I mean, this will kind of like get the point home, but it's a better one.
I have one question. I wanted to ask. What do you think about scientists saying that the universe is flat? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I would say, well, where's the edge? If the universe is flat, and all flat things have edges, where's the edge?
Yeah, that's a good question. By the way, I'm not like a lab coat worshipper, like if you wonder. I'm just asking because I don't.
It's okay. I mean, a lab coat worshiper, I wouldn't even know what that means. So, if you're not that, I guess it's probably okay.
I'm saying I don't follow everything. Like I don't like any like I don't believe everything they say.
They have a lab coat.
Yeah.
Here's two things. They're exactly what I'm looking for, but I guess you can get the gist of it here.
What do you think about Einstein's theory of relativity?
What I think about it?
Yeah.
It completely is one of the two things are true. Either Einstein's correct or Newton's correct.
They're both correct.
That it would be a contradiction because it would be like gravity causes gravity. That'd be like circular reasoning. Only one of them can be right. Either one of them is right and gravity is the cause, Newton, or Einstein's right and gravity is the effect. The cause is the bending and warping of time and space.
Yeah,
so the two of them can't be correct. They're contradictory.
What they say is that Einstein developed his idea of gravity based on what Newton said, but Newton had certain wrong assumptions because he believed time and space was fixed. But now after Einstein, essentially with his theory,
Okay, so you're team Einstein.
I mean, look, I don't put anything on this. I'm just explaining what I've been taught, because I think I went through like some lessons on physics, So.
Yeah, so you're team Einstein. So how would you be able to manipulate time and space to get the effect of gravity? How would you do that? How would you validate it through experiment?
I don't believe this, by the way. I don't believe his view of time and space. But that's because based on other reasons, on metaphysics. But
okay, so this is a wrong forum for metaphysical conversations.
Yeah.
Talk about the really is level here. I mean, every once in a while, you can kind of get into metaphysics as far as like, like why would they lie type stuff. Like why would the astronauts, tell you about God of the Bible when they're not supposed to do that for some reasons.
Yeah, but if someone believes in the view of that time and space is relative and all that, they could probably explain it. I mean, I don't believe it. So
a good thing to do is like go into the papers, the books, the Principia, and Einstein's writing, and just pull out the hypothesis.
he also believed like time and space was of like the same thing. So that's a bit weird.
Yeah, he had some goofy ideas, didn't he?
What happens after you tell someone the Earth is flat? Like, I mean,
then they generally will shit their pants. Suddenly they don't know if anything's real anymore. Like they don't know if they have hands. They could be a brain in the vat. They don't know if they've ever eaten food. Their whole world just suddenly crumbles into a bunch of pieces. Like, holy shit, dude, it's not that serious.
I mean, I don't know if I could ask you a personal question.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
What does your family think about you believing in the Earth being flat?
They hate it.
What do they say?
Well, my family is make America great again. They are hardline Trump supporters. So when they talk about make America great again, they view that time frame as American space age, the Apollo program, the 1960s and 70s. So when I tell them that the Earth is flat, what they actually hear is I had joined Antifa. I'm a communist sympathizer. They refuse to even engage in the possibility that America faked the moon mission. Because in their worldview, God had endowed America, had picked America to win the space race. So if I tell them all of that is hot garbage, yeah, it's impossible to talk to them about it. Sometimes it's insufferable too, because they'll poke. They'll keep poking and poking and poking. And I'm like, I'm not going to talk about it. I'm not going to talk about it. And finally, after an hour of them poking and poking and poking, I finally say something back, and they'll say, all you do is talk about flat Earth. I'm like, holy shit, for an hour, you've been trying to poke me to respond. And then I do, and then you blame me for bringing it up. And they're like, yeah. I'm like, wow. Wow. They're very angry that someone would question American supremacy at any level. And that's what they view flat Earth as, a questioning of American supremacy.
Hello?
Yep.
I'm here for the flat Earth. I'm outside. I'm conducting measurements, and it does in fact appear to be flat.
All right.
Based on the distance that I can see, which is about 100 yards, it appears to be a flat plane. Now, that must just be how it is.
Or it could be how it's not.
You
could live in the opposite bizarro world. Everything you see is not what you see. It's the exact opposite.
But that's also possible. I've taken that into account in my calculations. Okay, but in fact, it does appear, at first glance, to be flat. No, wait, hold on. There's a curve. There's a slight curve.
But you have to run that back into your opposite day.
Now it's flat again.
Yep.
Though I am still having to walk up it, so it does appear to be a curve.
But it's back to opposite day again.
So that means that my initial, okay, yeah. Today's not opposite today. Today's January 4th.
So not opposite day.
It's not opposite day. That would mean that it's not opposite. Wait. What kind of tricks are you playing here, buddy?
Nothing. I'm just trying to figure out where you're going with this.
Dude, I'm the one that's outside conducting observations.
And is it not day or day not day not day?
Now, see, that didn't make any sense.
Yeah, because not meaning zero. So is it not or is it ought not?
Look, man. I don't know.
Do you got bendy zontal?
Excuse me?
Is it bendy zontal?
No. No. Should I get pizza? No. I can find something better. Anyways, it does appear to be flat. I'm walking and there is no curve. Now, is that proof? Little Babby cleaning the glass there. Hello? Is anyone here? Hello? 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 Any flat earthers around here? Oh, hello? Hello?
It doesn't change objective reality. You can just jump in and just start saying, hey, this guy's hallucinating. Okay, so?
Yeah. You know what I appreciate about you guys? That you actually allow people to say different things. That's what I appreciate about you.
Well, good. You should then tell NASA that. Say, hey, NASA, I would appreciate it if you allowed other people to say things. And they'll tell you no. They do not. It's like they had a whole video. Michelle Thaler, the social media director of NASA, she was asked by Oscar on like some other social media platform. Oscar said, hey, I'm kind of curious, what are the best ways to prove the Earth is a globe? Her first shot was, it's not okay to think the Earth is flat. And then went on to say that she's got friends who've been to space. There's so many proofs, but never presented any proof. Just for her, platformed on Big Think YouTube channel, representing NASA's social media presence. When they asked, how do you prove the Earth is a globe? Her number one proof was, you're not allowed to platform any other topic. That's how you know it's a globe.
Okay, can I? You know what's amazing about you? That there are no people like you in my country. So this is like entirely new for me.
Okay, that's what we call. We live in a country. Neil deGrasse Tyson explained this. We live in a country, America, and America is not even the number one flat earthers. That's Brazil. Brazil's number one, and then you have like Australia or England are like kind of tied for number two. And then it's like,
but you know what's amazing, because in my country there are a lot of like old people, yeah, and they cannot use internet, and you guys are proficient at using internet. How's that?
Yeah, what do you want to know? How's what? Because there's no internet?
No, in my country, people like from older generations, they cannot use internet.
Okay,
they don't know what Discord is.
Okay.
And you can even watch this NASA like interviews and reject this, of course. But that's amazing that you can even worse this, because in our country the conservative like views, they cannot use internet. They are like, you know, like 50 years ago, as if they were born.
Okay, so therefore.
So I appreciate only this part about you.
That we can use the internet. That.
Yeah, and you can spread your views on the internet because there are such a weird views that you're spreading.
Okay, so there's weird views being spread on the internet, and you care about that because.
Because I believe the Earth is flat.
Okay, why should anyone care about your belief system? Why does that matter?
I don't know.
Well, let's figure it out. So you believe X. You have a belief in X. Why would anyone care about what you believe?
Okay, we have this country that is more like social care,
this is becoming
social healthcare.
Okay, no, hold on. You're becoming incoherent. You believe in something. Why does it matter to anyone else about your belief system? What can they use? How could they use your belief to make their life better?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you. So that's a good point, actually. I don't know.
I mean, that's a good answer. I don't know. See, this is exactly the demonstration I'm talking about. Being ignorant, not knowing something, is not a character flaw. Willful ignorance, once you've been told something, I'm not you, a person, okay? Like maybe it's like I'm direct.
Yeah, I understand you.
Okay. So you've got a person over here, and they say, I, X, Y, and Z. And someone's like, well, that's interesting, but why? Why is that the case? And they don't know. You're like, well, sure, that's a good starting point for a conversation.
Okay, I can tell. So I believe, for example, in that physical activity is good for your health. So I think you can use my belief that physical activity is good for your health and improve your health with physical activity. So that's beneficial for you.
Yeah, then that's a good spot to start. So what physical activity do you do? Do you go for walks? Do you mountain climb? Are you a marathon runner? Do you weight lift? Do you like dance aerobics? Do you ride a bike?
Okay, I weight lift, I run, and that's it. I weight lift and I run. Do you do all of these things?
Yeah, I don't really run. I kind of like jog, and I'm not real keen on weightlifting. I like to do calisthenics, push-ups, pull-ups, stuff like that. I like to do I like to do things like handstands. I like to do handstands and do the splits and stuff like that. I try to use body weight for all my functional strength. Is what I train for.
Very nice. So I appreciate you because you seem to be you're smart. I would say because I think this physical activity it boosts your mental capacity. Do you agree?
Yeah, because you've got the full integration, mind, body, and soul. When all
yes. So we agree on that. That's great. And yeah, I like that we agree on that. So how is it that you believe this? So are there really no proofs that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, these are generally the three proofs that were shown here daily. Number one would be photographs from space. Then number two would be why would they lie about those photographs? And then finally, the third one is minority opinions are just stupid. Anyone in the minority. So I'm like, how do you work with that? Where someone thinks that all they have to do is see a photo of something. So here's Bigfoot, here's the Easter Bunny, here's a leprechaun, here's a tooth fairy, here's pineapple on pizza. And then you say, we say, those photographs aren't proof. And they finally agree. Yeah, a photograph of Jesus, Santa Claus, these things aren't proof. Then their comeback is, well, why would they lie? And we were just talking about that. NASA has been reclassified as a spy agency. My take is they always were. It was just propaganda. Now they're just being honest about it, finally.
Well, we got the documents to prove that they always were from their formation. Yoder has them.
Hey, do you want to try this guy at the bottom? He says it's a misread, that they're not a spy agency. We've all just misread what those documents say.
I misread the executive order? What?
Yeah.
It
That's
says
our
intelligence, counterintelligence investigations, and national security matters is the primary purpose. Like, what's confusing about that?
Let's see. Here we go. Go ahead, dude. This guy was a bunch of weird characters.
That's a verbatim. Would you want me to read it to you? Like, I can.
Perfect Storm, you're up.
Oh, I'm up now? So
Yep. Here's a chance for you to explain why everybody but you.
I just want to clarify one thing first. I want to say that calling out a false fallacy, I mean, the fallacy, I know it's true, but like there was no fallacy admitted. Calling out and appealing to motive when no one was appealing to motive and trying to say that, like, is it logical or not? I know it's not logical to use a logical fallacy, but I did not commit an appeal to motive. And that's where it's irrelevant to use. And that's why I was unhappy with you when you were muting.
Why would they lie?
Yeah, dude, I just told you I will mute people who are stupid. If you're ignorant, I can fix that. If you're stupid, I can't fix that. Because you've made the choice to be stupid. Even after told
Look, you were muting me before I even got a chance to say 3 words. Okay? That's not honest. You could let me finish my sentence and then call it stupid. But no, you're calling it stupid before I'm even done saying it. Sorry, but, I'm not
you got a track record, buddy.
Talking about intelligence and stupidity here.
You got a track record of just saying nonsense, jabberwocky bullshit, straight out of Alice in Wonderland. Making shit up as you go along. Anyway, I'm going to read the executive order, okay? So we're going to do that for a second so we're not confused and we're all on the same page. Okay? Hold on, let me pull it up really quick. I'll post the link too in 1 second. So it says, Section 1, determinations, the agencies and agency subdivision set forth in Section 2 of this order are hereby determined to have a primary function, intelligence, counterintelligence, investigative, or national security work. Agencies or subdivisions of the Department of Commerce, and it proceeds to list them: International Trade Administration, the Office of the Commissioner for Patents and Subordinate Units, Patent and Trademark Office, the following subdivision of the National Oceans and Atmospheric Administration, National Environmental Science Data and Information Service, National Weather Service, and adding the National Aeronautics and Space Administration in the United States Agency for Global Media, which is a propaganda arm of the United States government. So, we're not misinterpreting it.
I can explain how you are.
Okay, so are you the executive order whisperer?
No.
So why shouldn't we take plain reading of the executive order and interpret it? You know that things like executive orders, because they're legal declarations, they're interpreted within the framework of the law. So unless you have a legal interpretation that somehow messes it, changes that, because we have to interpret it in the context of how the United States government has argued in court what intelligence, counterintelligence, and national security means legally.
That's exactly what I was trying to define. That's exactly what I wanted to
Okay, so let's hear
what that means.
Okay, yeah, let's hear it.
Okay, so when they're talking about space intelligence, they're talking about...
No one said space intelligence.
Yes, there is space intelligence.
It does not use the word space intelligence,
National Space Intelligence say
It doesn't use those words, dude.
Look at your own screenshot, a blue jumper screenshot right there, please.
It doesn't use the word space intelligence, dude.
All right.
It says nasty-ass space agency.
Roll space intelligence. It says that right in the screenshot. You guys are debunking yourself.
What screenshot? Where?
You guys are arguing with each other.
Blue jumper posted the National Space Intelligence Center.
That's not the executive order text, you dumb fuck. I just read the text.
Okay. Executive order doesn't mean spy, first of all.
Go on fucking mute, retard. Moving on. God, why did you unmute him? For the love of God. Fucking crit, dude. I'd fucking ban you if I could at this point.
Hang on, let me get this straight. Did he just misidentify a Wikipedia article as a federal United States document?
Yes, he did. He's a special one. That's why I don't know if you were just here. Like he's got a track record of saying Jabberwocky, Alice in Wonderland nonsense. So like they just proved it again. What's up, Gregory? How you been?
You say exactly what he's going to do,
Good,
and he heard you say what you think he's going to do, and he did it anyway.
I just got it here like 40 seconds ago. I'm like, I looked at the screenshot that Blue Jumper sent. I'm like, this is a Wikipedia article. This is not a digital version, a digital copy of a United States federal document. What is he talking about?
Yeah, but the saddest thing is he was going to refute our interpretation when he doesn't know what the text says. And I read it to him, and he still didn't know what it said after hearing it.
Now, it actually is the document is the link you posted from whitehouse.gov, right? Unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah. Like I was explaining, you can't interpret it. There's only a legal interpretation in what the government says, how they interpret it. It's not your interpretation; it's their interpretation. And they have said for 80 years how they define national security, for 80 years how they define counterintelligence, and for 80 years how they define intelligence, and what it allows them to do. It allows them to do frickin' anything.
The main problem here is this guy, he thinks NASA is somehow this enlightened scientific body boldly exploring space for the betterment of humanity.
Yeah,
and he also
by moral characters too, because you got to throw the moralistic thing. These are honorable men.
Honorable, yeah. At the same time, he knows that the U.S. intelligence community is quite the opposite. Psychopathic, deranged crackhead freaks, almost causing mutual destruction, destabilizing the world. And then when he sees that these two things he can't square these two things together, his only playbook is to say, we've interpreted, gaslight people. What you're seeing happen right now is not the case, because he needs to maintain this sort of separation of church and state.
Oh boy.
The problem is he speaks with authority, so I'm pretty sure who he talks to, they probably think he's actually saying the truth. But if you really just dissect what he's saying, he's so wrong, and he has the audacity to just be speaking as if he's absolutely right. And I don't think he recognizes that, which makes him, like Crit said, he just can't fix stupid. What's up, everybody?
What's up, man? Happy New Year, brother.
Yeah, happy New Year.
Happy New Year, APOC.
For sure.
Why is he messaging me as though I muted him?
I banned him out of the home server because he's just he said we can't do the curve calculation for drop over distance because that's Euclidean geometry and a sphere is non-Euclidean. And so I banned him for being that dumb. I couldn't take it anymore. You're too stupid to be here. You gotta go. You're gonna infect people.
As though trying to take refuge in non-Euclidean geometry, so-called, is gonna help you.
How's it go? Proclaiming to be wise, he found himself to be a fool or something like that.
Yeah, it's better to close your mouth and people to think you're wise than to open it to people think you're a fool than to open your mouth and to prove it.
This guy speaks with such authority, man. Dude.
Doing like it's obvious, not just like such authority like dump flat earthers. It's obvious that they meant something else.
Right. Gonna
Why
take
are you
what
still
their own
messaging me until I can do anything about your predicament? Message the moderators if you want to like to help your situation.
Yeah, it's even funnier too. It's like he blamed me at one point for muting him, even though like you could look at the log. Like I unmuted him, just back and forth. You know, like I was unmuting him. You know, he would get muted, and I would unmute him, trying to engage with him. He'd say something stupid, and then get muted again. And then he says, "Crit, all you're doing is muting me every 5 seconds." And he said it again. Even like this stupidity. I just told you, there's a log. There's logs here. You can see who mutes and unmutes people. In even shown the log, he still just maintains his stupidity. Like you could say, I don't know. Some moderators muting me. I think it might be you. I go, it's not me. I've been unmuting you. And he just comes right back.
Well, I mean, I think it's ironic because you gave him also another, talking to the other guy, the Tazzy guy. You were talking about people being willfully ignorant. Literally him. In spades.
For sure.
And that quote, too, it'd be like, oh, flat earthers are just muting people they call stupid. No, that comes from, I think that quote is Malcolm, was it Martin Luther King or Malcolm X? I can't remember, one of the two, who said that it's okay for someone to be stupid or ignorant. And once you tell them the facts, once you tell them, you know, how to live their life and how to treat other people, and they still do so anyway, at that point, it's stupidity. I think it was Martin Luther King, but I think that might have been Malcolm X. It was Malcolm X that talked about, hey, if they won't listen to logic and reason, the next thing you have to do is fight. And I'm not sure that MLK would have said that, but he might have.
Storm, stop whining in my DMs, dude. It's not as though it's gonna like improve your situation.
Yeah, his
Like,
first thing he
you're not
did when
doing
he
any
came in
good.
here this morning was that he had to be here. He was compelled to be here because he has to stop us from spreading our misinformation.
Yeah, he said that yesterday.
Yeah, not so many. I mean, I can't remember the exact verbiage he used, but he's here for other people. And we're like, okay, well, which person? Couldn't name a single person. I go, let's test your idea. Pick one person in this chat that you think you're here for, and if they tell you no, do you understand the word no?
First of all, he's going to have to hire somebody to do that for him because he is highly ineffectual.
My question to him would be like, why is he so, aggressively defending that they're not a spy agency when, as you posted, it literally labels it as such. So where's he getting at? Like, what's his? Is he mad? Is he sad that NASA's now a spy agency? Like, is he angry about that? Is he like, hey, no, it can't be?
NASA is the proto United Federation. From Star Trek.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's why. NASA is the proto.
You're so right,
United
dude. That's
Federation.
pathetic.
Like Star Trek is their imagination of the world. That's their world order. Star Trek is scientism.
They're the Space Force, man. The Space Force, their logo was like the little Star Trek thing, too.
They call themselves Guardians of the Galaxy. Like in the Army,
Star
you got
Trek is
Snoke.
not. Oh,
Go
sorry,
ahead.
sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, like when you listen to the original writers back in the 70s and 80s, all the way up to now, the whole franchise. You listen to them back in the day, like in the earliest days of Star Trek. This was one of their pet projects, I call it, because in Hollywood, in the whole entertainment industry, right, which is really just a branch of the government in the most basic sense of the word, right, the propaganda arm. They care about some of their projects. They care about them. They sincerely are trying to get others to internalize the worldview and the values that are being conveyed or illustrated by their content. That's what they're doing. So when you listen to them, you can find the clips, and they're talking about really their eschatology and their worldview. This is what they want the world to hurry up and become like. This is how they want the world to hurry up and evolve into. Star Trek.
Yeah, and like, how many times have you? I mean, I've had people just did it. Well, a guy just did it the other day. You guys are stopping human advancement.
Mm-hmm.
What is it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what does that mean exactly? Please define human advancement. And it means exactly what you said. A Star Trek reality. That's what they think humanity's headed towards, which is the most delusional, craziest thing I've ever heard in my life. If you actually go outside and look around, we ain't headed there. We're headed in the opposite direction. We're about to go back
and they're
to
not the only
torches and
ones.
clubs and shit.
Right. They're not the only ones. Like, only God knows how many peoples there are with a given worldview, with a given eschatological doctrine, right? However complex or simple, however old or young, right? Relatively, from whatever given point in time. Many peoples are like this. And of course, the Lord's church is like this too. We have an eschatology. Right? But he's the way, the truth, and the life, unlike everyone else. So this is just something, this is just yet another one. It's yet another, right? This is the scientists' eschatology with their ethical system and all the refutations that I can say that have been said. And I'm not the first to say them. Another comparison that, of course, I know they don't like, but is very apropos, is their pattern of behavior and their eschatology, like with the Scientologists. I like to call them the cousins of the scientists. Because basically, the Scientologists are more upfront about their distinctives of their worldview. And they're pretty much like ahead. Like they're more open. They've been more open longer than the scientists. Because Orthodox scientism is like, aliens, maybe plausible. You know, we'll make a movie like Prometheus or something like that, and illustrate our imaginations and our conjecture. Scientologists and the NOI, Nation of Islam, they're like, yeah, dude, of course there's aliens. Or the Mormons, yeah, dude, of course there's aliens. They came here and they teaching us stuff, and they're gonna come back soon. Like in the case of the Scientologist, dude, I forget his bizarre alien name. He's gonna come on a ship. This is Scientologist eschatology. He's gonna come here on a ship, and he's gonna enlighten us. Who's been devout, who've done the audits, and yada yada yada.
Right. Scientology is way back, dude. They think like human beings are infected with some 40 billion year old fucking something. I don't know, soul sucker dude. They're pretty far out there, bro.
So the point of analogy to complete this point, right? Scientists, you are a hazard. You are a detriment to the human race, to us, as you defy the phantom scientist magisterium, right? Same thing as Scientologists. You are a what's the term they use? I forget the term they use. I'm gonna remind myself soon. But you are a troublesome person, right? You are a hazard to the human race because you're not listening to L. Ron Hubbard or nowadays his successor because you're not doing the audits and all the rest. Same thing. These comparisons, which are very valid, and
Josh Ingersoll, Gregory, we had the pleasure of talking to Josh Ingersoll. We had the pleasure of talking to him.
Josh Ingersoll,
yeah, the Amazon guy, the Amazon satellite guy. Because I know you're over in Geo server. I thought maybe he went over there or something. I've seen him.
Maybe he has. I probably missed him. I don't know.
So he works for like the Amazon. They're trying to basically make the Starlink version, the Amazon Starlink version, with satellites and all, and he works for them. So Wolfgang last night asked him. He's been around. We've been kicking him around, but I mean that's not the point. The point is that Wolfgang asked him last night. You say in 2025 you're going to tell all your coworkers to come in here and prove the globe, and he's like, "Oh, they think you're the lowest of the low." Backing up what you just said, right? They think that they think, and so I asked him. I was like, "So it's a moral question. If we're immoral if we don't believe their bullshit. Is that what you're saying?" Oh no, they just think that you're the lowest of the low because you're not advancing. You're not advancing anything. You're not helping humanity.
Oh no,
and he gave it all out. To say everything you just said happened last night, and I haven't talked to you in here in forever. It's really odd that
yeah,
just a coincidence, right? No, you're exactly right. This is exactly what their mindset is. They're out of their gourds.
And I can say these things by God's grace, giving me the skill, the propensity, and the skills, have the discipline to analyze whatever given propositions, whatever given assertions, whatever given notions that are being espoused, right? Analysis of a worldview. People are just oblivious to these things, and they don't even want to be bothered with disciplining themselves to actually analyze any given proposition, let alone a whole set of propositions, a whole set of presuppositions that consist any given worldview. But it's a tremendous advantage. It's a tremendous advantage. So you can recognize these things. And the more you know, the less likely, at least, because we're not omniscient, we're not going to be, not possible. But the more we know as creatures, the less likely we are to be susceptible to any types of wiles of the devil, any type of deceptions, any type of devices of evil people. There's no good in believing falsehood in any way. No good in internalizing falsehood in any way.
Yeah, I mean, even if someone's going to do like this sort of devil's advocate or contrarian, even small things like where you tell children a story to keep them safe. That's only small functionality, and really, in the long run, ends up doing more harm than good.
Indeed. People think that the child's mind is so fragile that it can't handle it. No, children are very resilient, by God's grace. And they're all the more resilient when they are surrounded by and supported by, cared for, attended to, shepherded by loving persons, loving adults, including loving adults. Now, of course, you may have to simplify your rhetoric. You may have to simplify the content, right, of what you say, but still saying the same fact, just in a simplified rhetorical version, the simplified rhetoric. That's all. I mean, how do you think? I mean, people just really don't. They're not introspective. They don't recognize what we are. We are all former children, right? We are involuntarily find ourselves in this world, and all these things, all these stimuli, all this phenomena, all this information, all these facts and or lies, and then we evolve our language, we evolve our conceptualization. It's going to happen to subsequent children after us, Lord willing. You learned, future children will learn also. And that's also how do I say this? That notion that basically you prolong the childishness of children and you minimize telling them truths, especially emotionally disturbing truths, to put it euphemistically, right? That's not a notion shared throughout history, throughout the world. That's a notion that's most prominent, that has its strongest presence in so-called first world countries. Those in the so-called third world, they cannot afford to think and act like that. They can't afford that because the various dangers are so immediately present. My baby boy, my baby girl has to know now. We need to move now, right? No time to fuck around, to put it bluntly. But first world countries, they take God's grace for granted, and they think they have all this time to mess around and play games. No. And then again, even many people in the given first world countries who are more or less impoverished, they also don't play those games. Need to know the facts now. Tell me straight up now. Quit bullshitting. Get to getting. Right? All these phrases, right, that we all recognize means hurry up and get to the truth. No time for a euphemism. I don't even know. They don't recognize these terms, euphemism, things like that. They don't play that. When you're in a situation with immediate danger, you don't play this solipsism and nihilism and hyper irrational skepticism and all this bullshit. You don't do that. As horrifying as a battlefield is, it exposes a lot of truth. Exposes a lot of truth. You're not going to find a single linguistic deconstructivist on the battlefield. They'll interpret instructions real damn quick. Or a soldier, they're going to interpret orders real damn quick. None of this, every interpretation is misinterpretation. We really don't know anything. Whoop-de-woo. No. I'm going to talk about this because this is the fruits of scientism also. No God, no universals, no absolute laws, no oversight, no inescapable culpability. You just get to yap whatever opinions we want because we're just a bunch of lopsided, more or less hairless apes with lofty opinions and posable thumbs and a few tricks up our sleeve. Scientism. Nothing but garbage.
What's up, Gregory? What are you, brother? Been a long time.
Yes, yeah.
By the way, I was listening in the YouTube channel to the discussion. I can tell you that no one can claim Big Bang or evolution if they can't prove that they can make water with hydrogen and oxygen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just validate that you can have water with hydrogen and oxygen, and that will be good. You won't, because it's not made of oxygen and hydrogen. Water is made from water. The three phases of water are all water. You never see it as hydrogen and oxygen. And you can't make water from hydrogen and oxygen by just mixing the two. It's impossible, because it's not. It was never made of oxygen and hydrogen.
Would you say it makes sense? I have no emotional commitment to the scientist orthodoxy on chemistry. So what you're saying makes sense. Because the materials God made is going to do what it does. Like he's going to operate his creation how he sees fit.
Yeah.
So that's one issue. The other issue is how we describe or interpret or conceptualize our notions, right? And whether what we conceive are facts, truths or not. That's a different issue, right?
Yeah. And it was because of an evolutionist that I just got to this conclusion. We were talking about evolution and Big Bang and that there is no creation, no God, and those things. And I had the question in my mind. I asked him, can you validate that water was created from hydrogen and oxygen? They collided together or something like that, and it made water on the surface of the earth, and then evolution started. Some proto cells started to form, and they started to divide, and they evolved to something else. But start by water. If you can validate that, yeah, water can be created by some chemistry, I can go with that. I can try to research deeper about evolution. But if you can't, and water is always water, it was created by its creator as water in different phases, solid, it's just water, but ice, we call it ice. It's always water. In its liquid form, it's water. And it's in its gas form, it's still just water. We call it water vapor. And it's not oxygen and hydrogen. So just so that idea of evolution, Big Bang from the window, till the moment you can validate that water is made of oxygen and hydrogen and can't be just made of by nothing, no creator, just like that.
Well, don't they create water in a lab?
They create water? What?
Yeah.
They create water in the lab by using hydrogen and oxygen and mixing them together?
Yeah, you ignite them and it creates water.
You ignite, was it isolated, or there was just some condensation of water vapor in the surrounding and it started forming water? Because that's what I saw in every test. It was just water condensation. So water particles, vapor, started to condensate and form droplets.
Okay.
So, the condensation of water. So it's just water vapor. Just water vapor condensating to liquid. It's not hydrogen and oxygen particles started to mix and create that molecule of water. Even the electrolysis, it's not
That's
not
the
just
opposite.
water. Sorry?
Yeah, that's the opposite.
Yeah, but it's not changing the water into oxygen and hydrogen, but the salt, because water is not conductive. So what you are electrolyzing, what you are doing with the electrolysis is just separating the component of the thing that you added, salt or anything that you added to the water. You can't make electrolysis with just water because it's not something that is conductive.
Well, I mean, is
hey guys,
for it to be like H2O is conductivity?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Are you saying it's necessary for it to be conductive?
Yeah, it is necessary for it to be conductive, to have the possibility to generate that effect with the electrolysis, separate the molecules. If you are not doing that, if the water isn't conductive, so you're not doing any electrolysis with the water. You're just helping the electrolysis by creating a solution with the water. So you just turn to that solid thing, like salt or something, that have the molecules, oxygen, hydrogen, those things, on it. So you dissolve it in the water, and it helps. The water will help you create that electrolysis of that thing, of that solution. But the water will not turn to that hydrogen and oxygen. It's the thing that you added to the water.
I'm going to interrupt for a second, and then I want to, because we were talking about something before this. I was finding a clip, and I want Gregory and Crit to hear this because we were just talking about this the eschatology of globetards.
Hello?
Oh my god.
Why is the Earth flat and not circular?
Wait, that doesn't even make sense, dude. I don't know why you just. You all right, bro? You having a heart attack?
What?
Yeah, okay, go on mute, bro. All right, that ain't gonna fly. Yeah, leaves right away. I don't know what I'm doing. What'd I do? So I'm gonna play this. Hold on.
How you doing, India?
I'm doing good.
Cool, bro.
Trying to figure out the.
Figure out the who?
Stupid bot.
Oh,
they played the sound clip.
Yeah, okay, I think I got it.
What do you think your friends would say if you tried to tell them to debunk it? You think they'd just they'd make some excuse about how they don't need to debunk it because they already know why they believe it?
They think y'all are lower than low, like not worth the scum between their toes. They think I'm an idiot even for talking to y'all.
That sounds like some projection, doesn't it?
Like,
you don't have Earth curvature antennas. I don't know what you're talking about.
No. I'm saying it's like taking flying a drone and then taking a selfie with it, right? It's the same thing except the distance is just greater.
I seriously doubt that's the way it works.
Yeah, except you're not flying a drone and you're not taking a selfie and seeing a ball Earth. Come on, Josh.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening, and that's why they think that y'all are lower than scum because they come in here and say that.
Show me the globe selfie.
So let me get this.
Oh, right. I mean, I've got a couple things public.
No, hold on, Josh. You're not whistling past that from the third fucking time. So believing in the globe is a moral question. Is that what you're saying?
No, you just.
Yeah, but when you say someone's lower than scum for not believing that they're taking pictures of a baller from 600 kilometers, that you're lower than scum, you're saying, believe me or you're immoral.
No, not
yeah, that's
moral.
actually a disgusting thing for your colleagues to be saying.
Exactly, dude.
No, I guess it's not lower than scum as in morality. Lower than scum as in like your impact and value to the world is.
Oh, because we don't believe them. So our value is contingent upon believing their bullshit stories.
No, it's not saying that your value is contingent on believing it. It's saying their assessment of this community is that you don't make a big enough impact on the world for you to matter.
How cooked is that dude, bro?
Wow. Wow.
And that's your experts in the astrophysics and engineering.
So you could be completely fucking wrong about everything. As long as you have a big impact on the world about your false assessment, then that's moral.
I guess, man. I mean, he just like recouped Hitler's reputation in 3 sentences.
Yeah, and he described his entire industry and the culture of it.
I know he did. I know. He tells on himself without knowing. I think it's hilarious that Josh doesn't have. He can't say, like, it's like he can't actually hear what he's saying, right? And what it actually means, because maybe because he's in some sort of echo chamber. I don't know. I hate using that word, but he has no self-awareness of what he's saying and what it sounds like to other people. Like, he also did something crazy last night. I wish you were here, Yoder. I actually had to leave because I couldn't take his nonsense anymore. I didn't have to leave, but he said, well, I'm meeting, we're talking about NASA being a spy agency. He's like, well, I'm meeting a guy. I'll ask him why they did that. And I'm like, Trump signed an executive order. It wasn't that guy. He's like, oh, well, it's a cabinet position, and they wrote the executive order. He wasn't saying they might have. He was saying they wrote the executive order. And I'm like, Josh, so your friend was in the U.S. Patent Office? Because that's included. And he had no idea what he was talking. He didn't know he doesn't know what the executive order says. So he was just making shit up on the fly, dude. Like he did with like he does all the time. He's just making it up, how they decided to enact this executive order, how it came to be, all of it. He's just making it up and doing his personal anecdote shtick that he always does. Oh, I got a call with this guy. I'll ask him. Right? Have you noticed that he's got this little propaganda shtick? This is this goes back to they do this with 9/11 and 9/11 was real. My cousin was there, or I know someone that died, or it's a personal anecdote, right? So you basically have to and the astronauts do this stuff, right? Oh, me and Neil. Yeah. Me and Joe Biden used to do that crap all the time. He was super. That was a big part of his little act, right? Was talking about in Obama with the name dropping bullshit.
Well, what I've seen out of him is I've traveled a lot and I've been to a lot of places, but the Washington D.C. area is kind of like my home. I know the circuit, I know the people, I know how a lot of shit works there. I know. I moved out of there because I had enough. But what we've seen from him is exactly like everybody else that's plugged in. How he behaves, how he thinks, how he assigns ethical, moral values to things. What he assesses to be true versus false. He embodies pretty much everything that is Washington, D.C. culture right there with that.
And anybody that doesn't behave that way, I suppose they would be ejected unceremoniously.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you get
zero career advancement, right? You're just you're going to get stuck in they're going to stick you in an office pushing papers in the most extremely, I bet you they have jobs just for that. This guy don't fit in the culture. Stick him in the freaking job we assigned to that so that he just either eats his gun or quits.
Do not rock the boat. You've got to fail the Ash conformity exam. You got to raise your hand when everybody else raises their hand. And if you don't do that, then you're seen as a threat to the system, the establishment. And there's something wrong with you, because if you participate, you're going to be ingratiated. You're going to see so much opportunity and wealth that'll make your head spin, and you won't have to do a lot of work.
And
Like
we've
people
seen
think
Josh,
there's something
we've
wrong with you
seen
if you don't go
Josh.
along with it.
Yeah, and we heard Josh. I wouldn't say he was bragging, but he was just like talking about his salary is $300K, right?
Yeah.
He's like, I make $300K.
It's almost hard to believe someone under 30 could be pulling that in.
No, the best part too is that he said that his mom is on assistance with food stamps. I can't remember what they call it now. EBT. Yeah, his mom's on EBT. I'm like, how?
Oh
How is
yeah,
that
that's
possible?
right, Crit. Ugh, dude.
So you're making this much money, and your mom is basically having to get a social safety net. He's like,
he
well,
brought her food. He drove her some food though. He's a good guy. He's a good son.
I mean, think about that. That's the way he treats somebody who brought him into this world. It shows you the low moral character that they have. But they want to come in here and make
even within your own family. That's crazy.
Yeah, they want to come in here and make a moral argument against flat Earth when their morals are gutter trash. Imagine how the whole world treated their mother that way.
Josh is like borderline communist. Josh is just like he's a walking contradiction. But I mean, with 300K being dangled in your face, like some people would just be spineless little worms that will mold themselves to any situation. I'm communist in this room. I'm capitalist in that room. I'm for government spending in this room. I'm for government reduction in that room. More taxes, less tax. Like whoever's in front of him, that's what he molds himself to.
Nailed it. Yeah. You can't survive unless you're a chameleon.
Dude, like, that's funny, man. We could call that behavior a cuttlefish because cuttlefish are intelligent. But no, they're lizards and chameleons are stupid, and that's what they're most like.
Yeah, it's all disgusting. And what I've said before, you probably heard me say it, but he's surrounded by everybody who has this power of belief behind what they're doing. Everybody believes that they're all working on these satellites and that they all work in this exact manner. And everybody believes that they know for sure how they operate because they think they know somebody somewhere that also knows and they trust them.
Well, I think Josh's stick, he probably gets paid that amount of money because he does, what does he do? It was product development. So basically that's being a salesperson. That's, you know, you can call it whatever we want. You're a salesperson.
DC call that business development, or he's a business developer.
Yeah, that's salesperson. You call it right, dude. You're freaking just a dude. You're just a used car salesman. Except for you're selling used rockets. Literally. Fucking used rockets. I'm a used rocket salesman. That's crazy.
It's true. So companies, what they love to get is they like to get people like with contractor badges into the Pentagon whose sole job is to walk around the halls and be recognized by people who used to work for them when they're in the military or when they're a government official, and grip and grin and then represent the company. And then try to worm their way into getting like a general to provide some informal indication that you'd be interested in getting them aboard as a contractor. That's kind of like what Josh is doing.
Yeah, but the thing with I think Josh's value is, it seems to me, based upon what he said, is that his focus is human networking. So he's built a network of connections, and that's what his value is. Not his skill, not his whatever. It's, I mean, I've in my small little frickin' world, I worked for a company, and that's what the CAO did. That's all. That was his only thing, is to have a email contact list of billionaires and millionaires to fund his business ventures. That's all he needed, was that contact list.
That's how
that's what I think Josh is just building, some vast contact list, and his employer wants access to his contact list. Right?
Bingo. Your contact list is your pipeline, your business pipeline. So So DC, for the folks that don't know, Washington DC is not a normal economy, shocker, but it's actually got a structure called a monopsony. This is when you have one customer who has all the buying power in the world, and all the competitors are upstream from him trying to sell their product. So what this encourages is when the government starts putting out requests for bids on contracts, all the Lockheed Martins, Northrop Grummons, and Boeings, and Raytheons, and everybody, they try to scramble together to try and put together a proposal that's the most competitive. And they will work together. They'll form teams. It's called teaming, and they have teaming agreements. They build coalitions. It's basically cartelization. And if you know people and you're well connected and you have like a small business or even a large business, if you know people, you can pretty much always guarantee that you'll have a pipeline of opportunities to pull in revenue for your company, because you know somebody that's putting together a team to bid on whatever contract, and you want a piece of that pie. So you can go to your business manager in your company and say, hey, I know somebody over here. He's putting together a team to bid on this contract. Should we go over there and do it with them? And that's it. That's all you do all day long. It's all about networking like that.
Schmoozing is what we used to call it. Schmoozing. You go into luncheons and go into meetings and go to conferences and meet in people's offices and blah, 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 blah. But for $300,000, someone's going to do it.
Yep. So for that kind of money, you'll have a desk in your office, but if you're never there, it means you're working.
Yeah. It seems like Josh is never there.
You can go shopping to IKEA. You can take a day off and say, you know what, I kind of need a day off because I played too much golf yesterday with those guys from Booz Allen.
Yeah. You can go get vaccinated. Like Josh came in here one day and said, what are you doing? Oh, I can talk to you guys. I'm not going to the office yet. I'm getting vaccinated. Fucking weirdo, dude. Weirdo. Knowing like what room he's in. Comes out and says that.
Oh, it's become a thing down there.
I asked him if he was going to get a sticker,
vaccination holidays.
They have vaccination holidays, so a day off to go get vaccinated.
Yeah, because on the back end, you know, the symptoms can be a little rough, right? So they'll need a day or two to recover. So you get time off for that.
And then I want time off to recover from those people going and getting vaccinated.
Yeah, I don't. I need time off to recover from looking at someone with a little stupid sticker on them that says I got vaccinated. You're like, why are you advertising your stupidity?
I don't know if we should get on this, but I've got a funny story.
Sorry, I freaking.
I got a friend who got a position at a rather large institution, right? And she says that the organization has basically a mobile vaccination unit, and they'll go around the office and all the campuses, and they'll start offering it to you in your cubicles if you need one. So you just be sitting there working on a spreadsheet, whatever, and then two people show up with nitrile gloves on their hands and a vial and a syringe, right? Hey, have you had yours? Would you like one right now?
They probably have a cart, right? I assume they push a cart around or something.
We have our own medical center now as of last year. Right in
dude,
our
what happened to
building.
HIPAA, dude? How is this stuff even remotely legal?
I don't know, but
I made a shit ton of money installing HIPAA secure systems, dude, for like 10 years. Like, how are they getting away with this? HIPAA's like a freaking crazy, like, you want a stack of felonies? Go violate HIPAA. But now they can just do it willy-nilly post, pandemic or during the pandemic. During the pandemic, man, I went to the grocery store and in the deli, they had all the pictures of the people that work at the deli with their, B status and their COVID test status on display for everybody.
I would have sued them.
Like, bro, I'm like, this is like, let's advertise our HIPAA violation. Like, bro, like, I couldn't believe it.
I saw some law firms in Philly that had like stickers on their windows saying everybody in the office had their vax. so you could feel safe walking in, right? And then
Well,
like
I mean,
job
that's not
postings.
personal. I guess you could say that that's not personal. I mean, it that would be a tough suit because it's general.
Well, what's personal is if HR requires you to provide proof of your medical status.
Yeah, that is personal. Yeah.
And that's how they get 100% going. Because how would they know that they have 100% vax if they didn't ask
And then,
people?
then you have bad people like me who actually went to my doctor and said, I said to him, I'm not playing this game. I need a note that says why I don't have to wear one of these and I don't have to have that other thing. And he wrote a note up and said, yeah, you have problems breathing and you don't get those normally. So that's basically what he wrote. And they couldn't say a word to me. They just looked at me, just wanted me to wear plastic things around me and all kinds of weird shit. And I said, no, thank you. And it just irritated them for a year. They just anything, just please just stay home. Then I was like, yeah, of course. That's what I want to do. I just want to stay home. So I don't have to come in there and be around you crazy people.
Yeah, doctors have mad power in this country to like skirt rules.
He didn't even ask me anything about it. I said, listen, I'm not doing this shit. So, and I said it like that to him. I said, so how do we do this? You're going to have to write me a note or I'm not going to be able to go to work. It's like, I'll get you out of it. And I said, okay. And that's what he did.
Beautiful. You got a good doc. You still go to him, I hope?
He's not even a doctor. He's a PA, physician's assistant. Yeah, I go to him.
Yeah,
I go to him because I tell him what's going on. And I say, and I think it's going to be something like this. He goes, I think you're right. Or, nope, you're not right because of this. And he'll just tell me straight up, yep, you're right. Or, nope, you're not right. And I'll be like, well, I don't want to do anything kind of weird that's going to make me all sleepy all the time. So he'll figure shit out for me. Because I have these pains I have to keep under wraps. And he's all good with that. So
yeah, cool. I mean, Josh Inksock, dude, that's the best name. We should have had a top 10 freaking nicknames for 2025. We should have did that.
And that was in a PDF form because he emailed it to me. So I emailed it to HR and then I have a copy of it. So now I'm just going to always refer to that. Be like, no, that was done. I haven't changed my mind yet. So there you go. I'm just going to keep it on file like that. Plus I'm at that level in the networking and business end of it where they're not even going to say anything to me anyway now.
Yeah. The best thing to do is make yourself indispensable. And I mean, you've talked about this before.
Hopefully I'll be able to show off what I invented. Yeah, hopefully I'll be able to show off my invention here shortly, but I got to get about first quarter through the first quarter, and then I might be able to. I got to talk it over with the group.
Yeah, man, use your skills in industrial automation tracking for looking at assets in the sky.
He's got. Did you see his pattern, his radio frequency pattern? You see that map that he made?
Yeah,
that's a weird. It's like a diamond shape or something.
All the maps are wrong.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah, but is that like a no-fly zone? Is that why we're seeing that, or am I just actually getting blocked the signal?
It should be radial. Like you should have a circle around you. It shouldn't be a diamond.
It's the craziest thing. I haven't moved it yet. Maybe I'll do it today. I don't know. I was going to put it in the front of my house. Right now it's in the back of my house. I was just going to move it to the front of my house. It's wireless, the system, and just plug it in and see what it does all day.
So, Yoder, how's your observation endeavor going?
It's going. I've just spent some time trying to learn my equipment and use it well before I head out. I need time. I really need free time to go do this.
I had to do the same thing. I was just sitting and just taking pictures. You know what I mean? Just familiarizing myself with what the buttons do and all that stuff. You know.
Yeah, increase your hit rate too, so that you're not like producing shitty photos. You know.
So some shit I did. I don't know if you've seen. I don't know if you looked on X. My pinned post of that I took at the beach. You should check that out because
your 10-mile observation of the boat.
Yeah, that's one. I mean, there's a bunch in there. There's a lighthouse, and like none of them should be. All those should be cut off. The freaking the buoys and shit that are in the water shouldn't be seen, right? You know what I mean? Like it's the horizon's double the distance it should be. So when I went that time, I read that because camera sensors have a lower response in the higher infrared 900. I got a 950 nanometer filter. That you have to use longer exposure times because it's not as sensitive to the light, right? That turned out to be complete fucking trash. That's just horseshit. I tried all different weird exposure times to do it. All it did was get washed out, just like a regular camera. Just like, so I like if they, I don't know what you've been reading like for tips or tricks or whatever. But I was talking about this last night. We should, and I'm gonna somehow come up with like a best practices. There's like some sort of checklist to do like a observation, right? Things that you should, not like camera technique or anything like that, but like important variables that should be included in the observation, like observer height, distances, air temperature, water temperature, if you can get it, humidity, if you can get it, like, you know what I mean? It should be like
that'd be very valuable.
Yeah. Because if you notice in my post, I got air and water temperature, I got a whole bunch of buoy data.
I wanted to make a box that you can carry along with you that gives you most of that data, and then as long as you have Wi-Fi, you can share your hotspot on your phone with it. As long as you have Wi-Fi, you should be able to get all the marine data and everything else. As long as you bring this thing that I just brought to make that also with the airplanes. That's also has temperature and stuff on it. I just didn't show you guys that.
Oh, really? Shit, bro, that would be great. How cheap would the box be?
SDRs are about $29. Let's see. So the whole thing totally, if you needed a computer with it, I'm trying to get it down to a Linux box so I can actually run it on.
Could you run it on a Raspberry Pi?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool, dude.
Once I get it to that, it's around $400 and it's complete.
Great. Like you could sell that along with the checklist.
Yeah, that you have to check off or it's not even complete.
Yep.
Both sides.
Yep. I mean, it's like I've seen so many good observations that don't have the data to go along with them. So you just have to trust.
Yeah, Dandelion was showing one the other day. It was supposed to be like 40.
Hello.
Why are you interrupting?
We were waiting for you, dude. We've been waiting here all morning for you. Hello.
Yeah, Soto.
Yeah, thank you. Continue.
Oh, well, thank you.
Oh, God. It's fucking weirdos in this chat. So Dandelion was showing one that she got from, they're not on social media or anything, but they're like, so they got an observation of a lighthouse. I think it was 40-something miles. I think that was it. I think it was 40 miles, but there's nothing with it. You know what I mean? And, the first thing Glover's going to do is how high was the camera? How far away was it? Like all these things. She got the camera height as 10 feet, but like nothing about where it was actually from. Nothing about like anything. Just the height of the lighthouse, how far away she is, and her camera height, which is good, but we can do better, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, that'd be very helpful, and it would facilitate people to get out there and go do this thing. What I'm finding is Just how good modern optical
Hold on.
technology is.
So that's another thing I was talking about. To make an actual guide, like an idiot-proof guide for a non-flat Earth person that's completely unfamiliar with the topic, and we say, hey, go test it yourself. Exactly how to do that. You know what I mean? Exactly how to go test it yourself.
Listen, dude, I write those all year long. Yeah, I can write exactly how to do everything. I write step by step by step, and if you don't follow it, you can get
hired.
Up. No,
you told me already.
So, if you guys tell me what you need and send it to me, let me work on something. Everything you need. That we'll just say, if you follow this checklist, then you just proved globe. You followed this, and now you've got 66 feet of drop.
Yeah, it's include like here's some cameras you can buy.
We should come up with an example.
However you want to do it. You can put GoPros on there. You can use GoPros. Just depends on what you're trying to do with them. Don't put the fisheye lens on if you're just using the GoPro to videotape yourself using your good camera. That way, like I do, like you can hold your phone up to it and say, here's my coordinates, if you want to do it that way. The box I'm making will not have to do anything like that. You just turn it on. It's just going to show you everything on the screen. It's got a 7-inch screen.
You know, the cool thing about the P1000, I don't know if the P900 has it. It has an accelerometer built into it. And it actually will find the horizon and help you level the camera. So it'll make an artificial.
Had that in there.
Huh? What was that?
I thought the P900 had it in there.
I don't know if it does or not.
I remember messing with my horizon. I just don't remember what camera it was. If it was this one right here that I'm holding or not. Let me turn it on and find out.
Yeah, I found that artificial horizon feature really useful, considering my tripod was so freaking shitty.
My camera has that too. It looks like a heads-up display for a fighter jet.
Really?
Yeah, it's a one.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because you can it tells you the rotation too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does because it's got a GPS on it. So if I turn it on, it tells me my exact location. Yeah, the P900's got the GPS and all that too.
And another technique that I heard you should do for stills is to put the timer on so the camera doesn't shake from your button push. Right? So use like a time delay.
Yeah, like 2 seconds.
Yeah. And another technique was get something in focus invisible, right? And then attach the filter and then snap the shot. I didn't get to try this. A lot of these techniques that I found out about, I didn't get to try because it was so freaking cold out and it was like a 16, 20 knot wind. So like the camera was shaking all over the place. There's no point in even trying some of these things. And my hands are freezing. It's like 46 degrees out or whatever it was. But I think we should come up with like an exemplar, right? What the perfect observation, everything that would be in a perfect observation as far as data point or as far as variables, what that would look like. And then define a checklist off of that and have required elements on the checklist. Like you've got to have these things or we're going to just ignore you. But these other ones would be nice but optional. Like relative to humidity. I'm not going to throw it out to don't have relative humidity. You know, but it'd be nice to have.
Flat Earth Discord, the best place on earth to talk about Earth.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.